Hey everybody. Uh Kind of on here at the last minute. Something not unexpected happened. Actually had every reason to expect this, but yeah, we've got a vice president. We've got a vice presidential candidate, let's just put it that way. And it's Walz. And we're about to see what he's got to offer. The ticket, I am watching actually Josh Shapiro get this crowd hype right now to show he's not a sore loser. It was the final two between Shapiro and Walz, and Kamala picked Walz. We've also had this is Josh Shapiro that's on right now. I'm watching there's a rally in Philadelphia, right? This is in Pennsylvania. This is Shapiro's home state, Fetterman's home state. We've had Shapiro and Fetterman come out and give their support to the new ticket. It's really important with the Shapiro thing. Oh, yeah, this is interesting. So you know how Fetterman, he's always dressed like a slob? No different today, right? He dresses up for Netanyahu, that's it, right? Shapiro, though, he's got like a nice shirt and a jacket and pants and everything, slacks, but he's wearing like Skechers. He's wearing Skechers. So I'm guessing that we might be just about to see the, oh my gosh, who's this? Nope, somebody else. Somebody with a lanyard? Sorry, not a lanyard. What is the thing that exists on the end of the lanyard? What do you call the laminated thing, chat? It's like a key card. Yeah, they got a key card. Anyway, I don't think it's anybody important. I think this is just people that are facilitating the event. I am looking right now at the Associated Press's coverage of the Philadelphia rally, and we're gonna go to the rally itself as soon as, God damn it, I thought that I had okay, like I want to make sure that we are all ready to go. What is up, Fab? You gotta be a good bean, Fap. Your name already has me worried, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, we're dealing with 3 chats here today. Wait, no, actually 2 chats right now. I'm trying to get our third our Chapo. We got the Chapo, we got the Trap House. Chat, we're going on Chapo today, okay? I'm bringing on Felix and who else from Chapo is safe to bring on? I'm not sure. Oh shit, the lights are down low. Oh, chat, we gotta go. I gotta make this happen. I gotta make this happen really shortly. Let's hit this, get this all started up. I don't even have anything ready to go, but like we gotta go because we have a rally to attend to. They turned down the lights at the rally. That tells me that something big is gonna happen. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about here. I hit this button. I hit this button, and then I hit this button, and hopefully it actually works today. Does it work? We are good. We are not Virgil, Texas. No, we're not bringing out Virgil, Texas. So here we go. Yeah, Virgil, Texas comes out. That's where he's been all this time. Kamala's new vice presidential candidate, Virgil, Texas. Secretary of State, Brianna Joy Gray. No. So yeah, this is that. Now, I would suspect that if I was to hit unmute on this, that we would hear copyrighted music. We don't want to do that. We do not want to do that. Wait, yeah, we don't want to. Turn down for what is a great video. I mean, there's a lot of booty shaking in that video, isn't there? And boobs. There's a lot of wild stuff going on in that video. I can kind of relate, though, because that's what it feels like to be jamming to some tunes and possibly ruining your neighbor's evening. All right, so we're gonna do we're just gonna kind of feel like a cold open here. Usually I like to talk to chat and get everything warmed up and talk about minutia, talk about we call it the douchebag filter, right, chat? We start every stream with the douchebag filter, filter out all the douchebags by talking about stuff completely unrelated to politics, stuff that's completely weird and random, and the people that stick around, they get to watch the show. The rest of them are filtered out. They have self-selected out of the douchebag buffer. But today's going to be a little bit different. As I said, we are waiting for, I think, how is this going to work? I'm guessing Kamala will come out first. Is that how it works? I think it's Kamala comes out first, introduces Walz, then Walz comes out, gives his little speech. Okay, so now we are now running on 3 cylinders. What rally are we attending? The only rally that matters. It's Twitch lingo. That's true, Fap. Yeah, Twitch lingo is very insular. I think you just have to lurk. I mean, you don't have to lurk. It doesn't mean you can't type, but for the record, I'm not telling you to lurk more. Where the hell is my... Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. I'm talking like Lola from Big Mouth now. I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, no, that down. Fill that up. I hope you've got your Void coffee too, chat. Has everybody got their Void coffee? Or Void tea or some kind of caffeinated or non-caffeinated beverage? Maybe an herbal beverage even? Any herbal beverages in chat? I want to know about your herbal beverage while we're waiting for whoever the hell's going to come out here to come out. We got the Void coffee. Yes.
Void coffee.
This is a... They're filming this on kind of a shitty... either there's a shitty camera or there's something... I don't know. Are they doing this with Wi-Fi? Something does not look great about this. Anyway, I'm not going to concern myself. It's not my floor. It's not my problem, okay? That's my philosophy. That's always been my philosophy. If it's not my floor, it is definitely not my problem. Transvestigating. Kyle Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse. There we go. And I owe you a Fallout stream. I'm seeing our Fallout rad meter is at 77. That means I owe you a Fallout stream. I also owe you a premium streamium. We're going to try to get that going in the next few days here. I meant to do it like more than a week ago, and it just shit keeps on coming up. But yeah, we're just waiting for this to happen. I guess while we're waiting for it to happen, I can go ahead and set up the poll for you. You can see, well, actually, one of the chats here, let's see. Go here. Yeah, I guess we can just like wait right here. This is a good place to wait. All right, so there's the dono goal for today. I'm going to start the poll. I'm going to say bonus content. What kind of bonus content are you feeling today? Question mark. I'm going to add a few options here and then just copy pasta. Oh my gosh, chat. This Tech Bros Wanna Matrix the Poor thing has been on here forever, and it's almost won, like, I think 3 or 4 times. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, the Squid Tips versus Vosh thing, I talked to somebody who watched that, and it turns out it's really interesting. It's one of the better, like, takedowns of Vosh that's gone on, even though they're mainly arguing about motorcycles, right? Vosh has got a really... I guess he really hates motorcycles. And look, I mean, I can understand, like, if you're trying to sleep and your neighbors got a motorcycle and they're doing that thing where they're like, "Rah, rah, rah," you know, like I could understand that, but Vosh is just getting mad about them, like while he's driving apparently, and he's talking about like road raging on a motorcyclist. And Squid Tips, if you don't know, is a motorcyclist, maybe even a professional motorcyclist. So yeah, as much as Vosh wants to do a fortress arc, it's not exactly working out for him. Does this feel like wrestling to you? Because it feels like wrestling to me. It feels like WWE. Like, I expect Stone Cold Steve Austin to come out of there. All right, so I'm getting the poll up for both chats. Unfortunately, Twitch, even though you are back, Twitch, did you know that you're back? You have never been so back. You have never been so back. Twitch is back lately. Twitch is making their moves. Twitch is, you know, making their presence felt, let's just say, right? Definitely making their presence felt during the intro to today's stream with the emotes. Yeah, the Twitch emotes actually, they appear on the screen. Okay, people are standing up. They're pointing their phones. I think that something's happening. I think we have a happening. It might be a Kamala deal. It might be a Walz deal. But we've seen Shapiro and Fetterman come on two Pennsylvania politicians to kind of build the hype. There we go. The bonus content poll is up. So I gave you something to vote on, right? We're talking about bonus content, which is your chance to have one extra segment if you want to. And what segment are we doing? Well, what segment do you choose, right? You're choosing right now with your votes. There we go. They're both. It's both. Okay, geez. Okay. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. Now, we probably have music still. Do we? No music? No, there is music. We're gonna mute that. Okay, we're gonna mute until they walk out. They're walking out together. This one I didn't expect. I was thinking maybe Kamala's gonna come out and announce Walz. Maybe Walz is gonna come out and hype up Kamala. This is the one I didn't expect. There he is. There's Walz. These are the candidates. Wait a minute. Walz is not... I kind of thought he was a short king. Walz is reasonably tall. I've been looking at pictures of Walz, learning about Walz, and we'll do this... We'll watch this... We'll watch this rally first, right? But then we'll go back and take a look at who is Walz, what his background is, what the Republicans are saying about this guy, what the Republicans are saying about the ticket. Spoiler, they're getting called communists. All right, we can clap. We can clap if we want to. Very expressive candidates. Okay, let's switch over to I'm gonna switch over to the screen that I want to be on, which is this one. Oh my gosh, I didn't even do my lipstick today. This is how... We're a little glitchy today, aren't we? You see the glitch? Chat, it was a glitch in the Matrix.
Good evening, good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening.
Who says good evening?
back in Pennsylvania.
Who says it's good to be back in Pennsylvania?
So let me say, on behalf of myself and the first, second gentleman of the United States, my husband.
Okay, so
thank you for the warm welcome.
oh, thank you, Just Julie. That's really sweet of you.
It's good to be here with all of the friends, all of the leaders who are here. I want to thank former.
Wait, let me add some. Do I have?
Senator Bob Casey, who we will re-elect this November.
All right, we're gonna do this for now, right? If you wanna,
Senator John Fetterman,
you wanna hype this up.
Mayor Sherelle Parker, and Chairman Dick
Which
Harrison.
you are our hype squad today.
Here with your incredible Governor Josh Shapiro.
I might not leave these on forever, but I'm gonna have them on for now. If you wanna build some hype for us, Twitch.
And I will say, Josh is a dear, dear friend and an extraordinary leader. He and I have been spending a lot of time together over the years. And I told Josh, look,
What is up with people having shitty audio? Like professional, Aiden Ross is like one of the biggest streamers on the planet right now.
we will win Pennsylvania.
As long as you can hear it, chat. Can you hear them okay?
Thank you.
Do I need to turn them up slightly? Let's try.
So, Philadelphia, I launched my campaign for the President of the United States a mere 2 weeks ago. And it's been a bit of a whirlwind. And just last night, the delegates to the Democratic National Convention finished voting. And so I stand before you today.
Is that any better?
to proudly announce I am now officially the Democratic nominee for President of the United States.
I mean, chat, this is the Associated Press.
So now we got some work to do. We need to
We're
move
good on volume?
to the election and win that. And to all the friends, listen, we also need to level set. We are the underdogs in this race. But
Oh, wait, she wants to stay underdog.
and I know exactly what we are up against.
She wants to stay underdog. That's what she's doing, chat. This is a move. This is a bold move, right? She's actually winning right now,
Now, many of you know,
but she's not pulling a Hillary Clinton.
elected vice president or elected a United States senator. I was an elected attorney general, and before that, elected district attorney.
Volume is good, says chat.
And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor.
She is charmingly awkward, I agree.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds.
They're weirdly wholesome, actually, these two.
Predators who abused women. Fraudsters.
So you know where she's going with this, right?
Cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain.
Do we know anyone like that?
When I say,
Oh yeah, NCC. She cheated at Amogus, I heard.
I know Donald Trump's type.
Wait, where's the NCC bad? There we go.
So, but let me just say, hold on. This campaign, our campaign, is not just a fight against Donald Trump. Our campaign
There we go. NCC bad. Yes.
fight for the future. It's a fight for the future. In Pennsylvania, we fight for a future with affordable housing, affordable health care, affordable child care, paid leave.
Schmegley, you are on a 3-stream streak.
We
That's 350 channel points that I need to...
broad-based economy where every American has the opportunity to own a home, to start a business, and to build wealth.
Did y'all see the lines for this event? I haven't seen them, Jeffrey.
We fight for a future where we bring down prices that are still too high and lower the cost of living for America's families. So that they have a chance not just to get by, but to get ahead. We fight for a future where we defend our most fundamental freedoms. The freedom to vote.
Sisyphean says, I'm the only one, I feel like I'm the only one not charmed by Kamala. She's VP. She could have spoken up about the genocide in Gaza. Yeah.
The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride.
I definitely don't want people becoming cheerleaders for
And
any Democrat. That would be a mistake, all right?
about her own body, not having her government tell her what to do. So, I love you too. So here's the thing. Since the day that I announced my candidacy, I set out to find a partner who can help build this brighter future. A leader who will help unite our nation and move us forward. A fighter for the middle class. A patriot who believes, as I do, in the extraordinary
A patriot?
of America.
I thought this was Eagles country, not the Patriots.
A promise of freedom, opportunity, and justice, not just for some, but for all. So Pennsylvania,
Oh, Destiny's watching this too. I'm sure Hassan is watching this.
Governor Tim Walz of the great state of Minnesota.
So now we're gonna take a look at like who Waltz is, where he comes from, what his bio is,
So,
what makes him different than other governors.
to those who know him best, Tim is more than a governor.
And then we're gonna look at some of the right-wingers that are freaking out about this pick,
Hope and Gus,
trying to turn him into the J.D. Vance of the Democrats.
fellow veterans. He is Sergeant Major Walz. To the people of southern Minnesota, for 12 years, he was congressman. To his former high school students, he was Mr. Walz. And to his former high school football players, he was coach.
He was a football, okay, so high school teacher, football coach. He's got a military background. We're gonna hear a little bit about that later, right? He was he was a artillery guy.
The nation will know Coach Walz by another name, Vice President of the United States. So America, for some folks, they're just getting to know Coach Walz's story. And I'll tell you, he is the proud product of a middle-class family in rural Nebraska. He is a veteran who served our nation in uniform for more than 2 decades as a member of the Army National Guard, and he went to college on the GI Bill. He is someone who, long before he entered politics, worked as a teacher. When Coach Walz and his wife Gwen moved from his native Nebraska to Minnesota nearly 30 years ago, they both took jobs at the local high school. Coach Walz taught social studies, Gwen taught English.
Chat, he named a highway after Prince.
After school, Tim was the linebackers coach for the football team.
Like the musician Prince, right? And then he signed the bill in purple ink.
Where I've heard the stories about he had a knack for using the game of football to teach life lessons. He saw the
Oh my God, we're gonna get football metaphors.
who sometimes didn't even see it in themselves. Under those Friday night lights, Coach Walz motivated his players to believe they could.
He's an ice fisher?
And together, they defied the odds, hear this out, going from a winless record to the school's first ever state championship. Coach. And I'll say and I'll add, Tim wasn't only a role model on the football field. Around that same time, Coach Walz was approached by a student in his social studies class. The young man was one of the first openly gay students at the school and was hoping to start a gay-straight alliance. At a time when acceptance was difficult to find for LGBTQ students, Tim knew the signal that it would send to have a football coach get involved.
Okay.
Right? So he signed up to be the group's faculty advisor. And as students have said, he made the school a safe place for everybody. In the high school yearbook, the students voted Coach Walz the, quote, most inspiring faculty member. And as I think everyone here can see, Tim Walz was the kind of teacher and mentor that every child in America dreams of having, and that every kid deserves. The kind of coach, because he's the kind of person, who makes people feel like they belong and then inspires them to dream.
Okay, there we go. Slightly better audio.
The kind of vice president he will be.
Let me know if it gets too loud.
And that's the kind of vice president America deserves.
I mean, my vice president is right here with me, all right?
So it was Coach Walz's students who actually helped him decide to run for office. And he served 12 years in Congress, representing a purple district as he reached across the aisle.
So this is what got him chosen, right?
The highest ranking.
Not that he's the most...
He was the highest ranking enlisted man to ever serve in the United States Congress.
It's not that he was like won his elections by the biggest margins. That would be Shapiro. But he ran in districts that were not easy. He ran against candidates that were not easy. He ran against the full-on Republican machine.
He was known as one of Capitol Hill's best marksmen.
This is in contrast to Shapiro, right, who had only had to beat Mastriano this last time.
Year after year.
He's a sharpshooter. So unlike, oh my gosh, chat. We're back at riflery. He was actually good on the riflery team.
Tim worked to raise the minimum wage.
Okay, so now here's where he kind of stands out as a governor.
Freedom of workers to join a union.
And it's not great. It's not what we need. It's not where we're going, right?
And he cast one of the critical votes to pass the Affordable Care Act.
But it's a start, and it's a hell of a lot better than most Democratic governors
Gave health insurance to
who are absolute cowards.
I'm going to tell you, when we win, Tim and I will continue to make the Affordable Care Act even stronger.
You're not gonna defeat Medicare together? I'm just kidding.
We will win.
Wait, are they saying we will win, or are they saying yes we can?
Dealing with on the other side.
Ooh, here we go, here we go, here we go. You ready? Get your tea, get your void coffee.
That last topic, if Donald Trump gets the chance, he will end the Affordable Care Act. And take us back to a time when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was like? Children with asthma, breast cancer survivors, grandparents with diabetes. Well, Governor Walz and I will not let that happen. Because we believe health care should be a right and not just a privilege for those who can afford it. As governor, Tim has continued to fight for working families. He secured paid leave for workers in Minnesota.
You were that person, says Just Julie. Yeah, me too.
And he refused, as governor, to allow any student in their public schools to go hungry. So
He was called a communist for this stuff.
and lunch free for every child.
So we're gonna watch Ben Shapiro and his commentary about this guy. Ben Shapiro has a history with this guy. I feel like a lot of the Republicans really hated the idea of free school lunch.
Including when our middle class is strong, America is strong. And strengthening the middle class will be my defining goal as I am President of the United States.
Meow.
So Pennsylvania, ours is a fight for the future of the middle class, and it is a fight for freedom. In this moment, we are witnessing a full-on attack against hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights. Take reproductive freedom. Now think about this. Donald Trump said he wants to punish women. And as a result of his actions, today in America, 1 out of 3 women live in a state with a Trump abortion ban. 1 out of 3. Some of these bans go back to the 1800s, even before women had a right to vote.
So yeah, the old laws that got triggered by the Supreme Court's action.
And others who want to turn back the clock on our fundamental freedoms. We're not going back.
Not going back. All right, so chat, I didn't show you this yesterday, but I saw something that Aiden Ross had said. It was really wild, right? He had, like, you know, I told you he doesn't know much about politics. He has apparently talked about politics, right? It's this really weird clip where Aiden Ross says, like, what do you feel about abortion? Do you have any sisters? Do you have any, you know, female relatives, right? And he's basically saying, you know,
So let me say,
vote for Trump to stand up for the right to choose.
he has shown up to say
Based on the fact that Roe versus Wade was taken down under Biden, right?
Roe was overturned. He was the first governor in the country
This is the guy we were watching yesterday, Aiden Ross from
that
Kick.
enshrined reproductive freedom as a fundamental right.
Literally making a pro-choice argument as a reason to vote for Trump.
And with Tim Walz by my side when I am President of the United States and we win majorities in the United States Congress, we will pass a bill to restore reproductive freedom, and I will proudly sign it into law. Tim Walz has also defended the sacred freedom to vote. As governor, he signed the most significant expansion of voting rights in Minnesota in over 50 years. And with Governor Walz's help, when I am president, we are going to finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act.
And look, that's just the Democrats, you know, standing up for voting rights, which should be the most basic thing in the world, but some of them don't. Some of them are cowards.
And a gun owner who believes, as the majority of gun owners do, that we need reasonable gun safety laws in America.
He's not just a gun owner, chat. It sounds like he's a sharpshooter. He's a super sharpshooter.
Governor, he expanded background checks and increased penalties for illegal firearm sales.
Vamps, thank you for the resubscribe.
And together,
Yo.
in November, we are finally going to pass universal background checks,
That is 43 months.
and an assault weapons ban. Through his work, Tim, you know, the way I think about it, he really does shine a light on a brighter future that we can build together. In his state, he has been a model chief executive, and with his experience, I'm telling you, Tim Walz will be ready on day one.
I mean, he better be. The problem with the Democrats is generally they will talk a good game in elections,
When you compare his resume,
and then when it comes to the policy, they slow walk it, right? And that's kind of their job. If you look at the way they are getting their campaigns funded by donors, but trying to, you know, appeal to the people, to the workers, right?
well, some might say it's like It's like a matchup between the varsity team and the JV squad.
Or the JD squad even, yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is the tendency of the Democrats, right? They'll promise the world, and then when they get in, their job is to kind of slow walk those policies that their donors often do not want or want a watered down version of. So,
what kind of country do we want to live in? A country of freedom, compassion, and rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? And here's the beauty of our democracy. We each have the power to answer that question. We each have the power to answer that question. The power is with the people.
So I'm feeling a lot of Obama energy. I'm not trying to, blow smoke up your ass, but like this does.
We love our country.
There hasn't been excitement for a long time.
Form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country.
But I want people to remember the excitement of the Obama election.
That is how we preserve the promise of America.
Versus the reality check of Rahm Emanuel running the show.
The promise of America is what makes it possible.
Versus the promise of universal health care versus the reality of Romney care, right? When you expend all of your energy on cheerleading for these people, you have no energy left to push the Democrats to do what they promised.
It's the promise of America, because only in America is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House. Country, but our values are the same. And we both believe in lifting people up, not knocking them down. He and I, we both know the vast majority of people in our country have so much more in common than what separates them. When we look at folks, we see in our fellow Americans neighbors, not enemies. Not enemies. And so my promise to you is this. Our campaign will reach out to everyone, from red states to blue states, from the heartland to the coast, in rural, urban, suburban, and tribal communities. We are running a campaign on behalf of all Americans. And when elected, we will govern on behalf of all Americans. And so, with Tim Walz by my side, and with all of you at our side, let us fight for the promise of our future. And with that, I ask Pennsylvania, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity?
This is her. Are you ready? This is.
Of America. And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. And now, welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
This feels very different compared to the Biden Sleepy Joe campaign.
Wow.
Yeah, can you dig it? Wait, don't say that, Sisyphean. That's the Warriors, isn't it?
Wow. Thank you, Philadelphia. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for the trust you put in me, but maybe more so, thank you for bringing back the joy.
Yeah, exactly, Shakespeare. Tribal communities almost never get mentioned.
I'm thrilled to be on this journey with you and Doug, this incredible journey. And Pennsylvania, I know you know this, but my God, what a treasure you have in Josh Shapiro.
Okay, so now that is the losing that's his opposition in terms of the final selection. It was down to him and Shapiro. So Republicans are right now trying to.
Visionary leader. Also, I have to tell you, everybody in America knows when you need a bridge fixed, call that guy.
Republicans are right now trying to put a wedge between Jewish Democrats and.
And you see people a little one-dimensional, but seeing a guy who cares so deeply about his family.
They're trying to claim that the choice of Walz represented anti-Semitism.
No one you would rather go to a Springsteen concert in Jersey with than him.
Right. So the underlying truth is that there's a difference between what Walz has said about Gaza and what Shapiro has said. Some of that Shapiro has walked back, but
I can't wait for all of you and America to get.
And the same issue is true with Kelly, but
9-year public school educator.
so
Don't ever underestimate teachers.
Fetterman and Shapiro were at this event and spoke before Kamala and Walz, right? And Shapiro in particular was really, really hyping the crowd up. So that is going to go a long way towards short-circuiting that narrative that they're trying to sell.
Vice President Harris become what we all know is very, very good for us to think about. Next President of the United States of America.
The funny thing is there's actually some inside baseball that I've heard. I'm not sure, but supposedly Fetterman really was on Walz's side, and he's got something against Shapiro.
As a district attorney, Attorney General of the great state of California, a United States Senator, and Vice President of the United States.
Walz is largely seen as more progressive than either Kelly or Shapiro, and obviously Fetterman is basically leaving the left. So it's a little bit surprising to see.
She took on the predators. She took on the fraudsters. She took down the transnational gangs. She stood up against powerful corporate interests, and she never hesitated to reach across the aisle if it meant improving people's lives.
One of the strange things about the Walz vice presidential push is the people that are behind it. We got everybody from Bernie Sanders to Nancy Pelosi
with a sense of joy
on the side of Walz, and apparently Fetterman too.
I know a little something about that commitment to people. I was born in West Point, Nebraska. I lived in Butte, a small town of 400, where community was a way of life. Growing up, I spent the summers working on the family farm. My mom and dad taught us, show generosity towards your neighbors and work for a common good.
Yeah, Sassy, I don't know much about the Fetterman-Shapiro beef. Somebody said that it explained it with different areas of Pennsylvania.
During the Korean War, with his encouragement, at 17, I joined the Army National Guard. For 24 years, I proudly wore the uniform of this nation.
Oh yeah, chat, I gotta ask you to hit that like button. I'm sorry, I always forget to do this.
The strength of a shared commitment to something greater than ourselves. And just as it did for my dad and millions of others, the GI Bill gave me a shot at a college education.
Particularly if you're watching on Shorts right now, hitting that like button is extremely important.
My dad was a teacher. My brothers and sisters and I followed in their footsteps.
If you need to do that, you just hold down your thumb on the screen, right? Just like TikTok.
For nearly 20 years, I had the privilege of teaching high school social studies and coaching football.
If that doesn't work for you, in the upper right corner, there should be 3 dots. You can press those. It'll open up a screen, and you can like the stream, or you can dislike. Either way.
But it was my students. They encouraged me to run for office. They saw in me what I was hoping to instill in them, a commitment of common good, a belief that one person can make a difference. So in 2006, I took a leap and I ran for Congress.
This is the 2006. This was the year that a lot of Democrats won in Congress.
Because high school teachers are super optimistic, I was running in a district that had 1 Democrat since 1892.
It's basically in the wake of the Iraq War, which had become decidedly unpopular by that time.
An opportunity to represent them in the United States House of Representatives.
Midterm election comes up, and the Democrats take the Congress.
I'm proud of the work we did there together. I worked across the aisle on veterans issues, on agriculture, and on ways to grow rural economies. I learned the art of compromise without compromising my values. And now, as governor of the great state of Minnesota, I bring those experiences to bear in tackling the challenges that are facing our great state.
What is up with him? He's got like sitcom dad energy.
To seeing past our differences, to always being willing to lend a helping.
You know what I mean?
Those are the same values I learned on the family farm and tried to instill in my students. I took it to Congress and to the state capitol, and now Vice President Harris and I are running to take those very values to the White House.
Like, he's 60 years old, so it's more like a sitcom granddad at this point, I guess, but...
Now, Donald Trump sees the world a little differently than us. First of all, he doesn't know the first thing about service. He doesn't have time for it because he's too busy serving himself. Again and again and again, Trump weakens our economy to strengthen his own hand. He mocks our laws. He sows chaos and division. And
Dragon Princess says he looks older than he is. Does he look older? He looks about 60 to me. It's so weird to think about a 60-year-old as being like a young politician.
And make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald Trump. That's not even counting the crimes he committed.
Really? 65?
You know,
because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Didn't realize that does it to our
old enough to remember. I see you down there. I see those old white guys. Some of us are old enough to remember when it was Republicans who were talking about freedom. It turns out now what they meant was the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. In Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and their personal choices that they make. Even if we wouldn't make the same choice for ourselves, there's a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. These guys are after my heart chanting, mind your own damn business. That feels good, so thank you. Look, that includes IVF. And this gets personal for me and my family.
Oh, this is right, yeah.
When my wife and I decided to have children, we spent years going through infertility treatments. And I remember praying every night for a call for good news.
Chat, is,
When the phone rang,
I feel like Project 2025 mentions
so
they want to go after IVF.
our daughter into the world, we named her Hope.
So if you don't get the connection between pro-choice and IVF,
President and I talk about freedom. We mean the freedom to make your own healthcare decisions. And for our children to be free to go to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classrooms.
during IVF, sometimes embryos are created and frozen, and the most viable are implanted. And so for Republicans, it's they look at like they look at abortion.
But we also believe in common sense gun violence laws.
Cool dad English teacher. Yeah, he kind of is. He's a social studies teacher, actually.
This idea of freedom is a ticket for education to be that ticket to the middle class, not crippling debt. Air that's clean, water that's pure, communities that are safe. A place where we settle our political differences not through violence, but with our votes. And that's what this election's about. What direction will this country go in? He's not going back. Well, Donald Trump would damn sure take us backwards. Let's be clear about that.
And J.D. Vance would take us way backwards.
Don't believe him when he plays dumb. He knows exactly what Project 2025 will do to restrict our freedom. To rig the economy to help the super rich. If Trump gets a chance to return, he's going to pick up exactly where he left off 4 years ago. Only this time, it will be much, much worse. Raising costs on middle-class family. He will repeal the Affordable Care Act, no doubt about it. He'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And when somebody tells you are, they believe him. He said he'd ban abortion across this country, and he'll do it, whether or not Congress is there or not.
Even if he changes his mind, yeah, that's the thing. When a politician says something like that and then walks it back, you gotta, especially around election time, you gotta wonder how serious.
He never sat at that kitchen table like the one I grew up at, wondering how we were going to pay the bills. He sat at his country club up in Mar-a-Lago, wondering how he can cut taxes for his rich friends.
So here's the difference between Walz and Vance, right?
Running mate shares his dangerous and backward agenda for this country.
Both born in, well, maybe not even so much with Vance, right? Vance has that, he tries to put on that working class swagger, but I don't know how real any of it is.
Architect of the Project 2025 agenda.
My understanding is that Vance grew up, you know, like upper middle class, right?
All regular
Yes,
people I grew up with in the heartland. JD studied at Yale.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Had his career funded by Silicon Valley billionaires.
Yep.
And then wrote a bestseller.
That's where he met Peter Thiel.
That's not what middle America is. And I got to tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy.
Yo. So now, as far as debates go, there was one scheduled for Kamala and that Biden had scheduled, essentially, that you know, they were still on, Kamala and Trump. Yo. Lobbits, you just got a gift sub. Thank you, Omega Star.
That is, if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So, see what I did there?
Off the couch. Oh, God, I didn't get that. That took me a couple seconds.
I got to tell you, pointing out just an observation of mine that I made. I just have to say it. You know it, you feel it. These guys are creepy and yes, just weird as hell. That's what you see. That's what you see. So you know what's out there, so say it with me. We aren't going back. We aren't going back.
Okay, so now that's a good slogan. That's a good slogan. I'm glad they're not making the weird thing into a slogan, right? Because you don't want to overuse that.
So we got 91 days. My God, that's easy. We'll sleep.
Let's see if I can make the subs a little bit more low-key for us. Here, let's hit that save button. And then let's see what this looks like.
Those next 91 days and every day in the White House.
Ah, they're not low-key enough.
Have Vice President Harris's back. Every single day. And we'll have yours. You know how this works. We can't do it alone. We need you, each and every one of you. Go over to KamalaHarris.com, get on board, because we need you. Freedom to make our own choices. This leader, this compassionate, careful, joyous leader believes in each and every one of you. My God, you came here tonight to sit at the very top because you love this country and you're not going back. She believes in the opportunity for every single person to join the middle class. She believes in the promise of America. We just got to fight. We just got to fight. Because as soon-to-be President Harris says, when we fight, we win! Thank you, Philadelphia. Thank you, Vice President. God bless America.
Okay. And with that, I'm going to have to mute them once again, but there they are. Nominee and vice presidential nominee Kamala Harris and Tim Walz of Minnesota. This is the rally in Pennsylvania. I think they're in Philadelphia right now. God, I didn't realize how like big I wanted to put the Twitch hype on because I'm kind of excited about Twitch coming back as much as it has. I am encouraged. Let me just put it that way. I just got to make sure it doesn't cover up the screen somehow. I don't know. I'll work on it later, chat. I'll work on it later. Actually, let's give this a try real quick. So yeah, of all the choices that she was likely to make for her vice presidential pick, Tim Walz is probably the most progressive candidate. It's probably the most positive sign. Obviously, this is not something that you should, take to the bank. This is not something that you should count on. Like I said, Democrats have a tendency, even if they promise you the moon and the stars in their election campaigns, they will try to satisfy their donors when it comes to the policy, because they know that the donors are paying a lot of attention to the bills that they actually are. Actually, sometimes they're even, lobbying them to kind of water down any kind of like social safety net legislation. And so you kind of like the problem with most Democratic voters is that they get really excited during the campaign, and they turn into cheerleaders. And then when it comes time for the policy decisions to actually be made, the pressure is not applied, and that's the time when the most pressure is applied from lobbyists and from donors. Okay, I'm gonna have to work on this later. Anyway, I'm not gonna get distracted. How are you doing, chat? There we go. We had kind of a cold open for today. But I've got more content for you. I want to talk to you about who Tim Walz is, what his background is, kind of what to expect. Somebody asked me about scandals earlier. I can give you one. I can give you one potential scandal. It's not. I don't think it's as big as what we're looking at on the other side. And honestly, in the age of Trump, like something like like Tim Walz's background is just not. I don't know. Yeah, Federal Imbalance says, I just need Trump defeated. I mean, like, look, that sounds good, okay? That sounds really good. But, you gotta stay awake for the... So you're electing a president and a vice president. You're electing members of Congress. You're electing senators. Not because they're cool people and you like them and you want to see them on television. This is not a reality show. Although it is also a reality show, but that's not the primary thing you should be worried about, right? They go to Washington, they go to, the Congress, they go to the Senate, they go to the White House, and they do things. And those things that they do are really important. In fact, I would say they are the most important part of the political process, right? It's less important, what they say during a campaign and the kind of hype that they build and the kind of personality profile that they build, and it's more important what policy is actually implemented. I do understand, like, being scared as fuck of Trump, because he's the policies that he's likely to implement are truly horrible. But you gotta stay active. You gotta stay awake. I almost said stay woke, but you know what I'm saying, right? You gotta keep your attention past the point of the campaign. Because you don't just like elect somebody and then they go do exactly what you think that they're going to do. Barack Obama was known for his ability to walk into a room, make a speech to a bunch of people who have very different opinions, very different desires as far as policy, and come out of that room having everyone on both sides thinking that Obama secretly agrees with him, right? And this is the art of the politician, especially in this day and age. You've got multiple, you've got the election that we're, going to have in November, but you've also got an election amongst the donor class, right? And that's an election that we generally don't pay much attention to. But as far as like who's on the menu, who is, in the realm of possibility, that is largely decided, behind the scenes by party establishment figures and by donors. And so, as nice as it would be to have a politician sign a contract with you in their electoral promises and then count on the fact that they're going to do their best to achieve those goals when they get elected, you've got to be on their asses, because the donors and the lobbyists and the establishment, figures will be on their ass as well. So, and I've seen, in my lifetime, campaigns come promising hope and change, and in the end, they seem to be there to capture the vote of the masses, only to slow walk all of that hope and change and everything that the voters thought that they were going to do. The kind of populist note that Obama struck was vastly undercut by his inability to stand up to the banks, his willingness to work with Republicans in order to cut Social Security and other social safety net programs, other entitlements as they call them, right? When they say entitlements, it sounds like, oh, you're so entitled. You think you deserve Social Security? No, you're literally entitled to it because you paid into it, right? You're paying for it. Yes, you're entitled. It's literally an entitlement, right? But a lot of people, a lot of the upper class would rather have be able to grab onto some of Americans' retirement money and have to have us rely on them for that, right? So they're trying to de-emphasize those programs that are that you pay for all of your life, right? When in reality, fixing and stabilizing Social Security is as easy as lifting the cap. Right now, you pay 7%. You pay a certain amount out of your paycheck for Social Security. But you may not know that if you were to make, I don't know, $500,000, that after the first $160,000, you stop paying on that, right? That's the cap. There's a cap on Social Security. If you lift the cap, if you raise the cap, then all of a sudden these programs are solvent. But if you listen to the very serious people on both sides of the aisle that gather in a room and talk about making a grand bargain, right? They are talking about cutting your benefits instead. They are talking about raising your retirement age instead of the easiest way to solve the problem. So yeah, there we go. I just wanted to touch on that and remind people that you don't need to become cheerleaders. Obviously, nobody wants to see Trump return to the White House, and anything you can do using your vote as a weapon, right? Using your vote as a weapon against your enemies. And yeah, Trump and Vance are your enemies. So go ahead and deploy that vote. I'm realizing now that I'm doing what they.
Hi, my name is Tim Walz, and I'm running for Congress here in southern Minnesota for several important reasons. But today I'd like to tell you about one issue that's very personal to me. I am a retired Command Sergeant Major in the Minnesota National Guard, and after years of firing artillery, I sustained severe inner ear damage. Because I have good health insurance provided through my employer, I was able to have surgery on my ear. As my ear healed, my hearing was gradually restored.
So we're listening to...
After the surgery, I awoke to a sound I couldn't identify.
What do you think that sound was? You might have seen this already, right? This is a 2006 election ad. This was when Tim Walz was elected to the House of Representatives for the first time. And, this is his ad, right? So, he's in the artillery division. He is, shooting artillery it fucked up his ears, it fucked up his hearing, and he gets surgery and he hears a strange sound, and you're thinking, I don't know, is this a complication of the surgery? Maybe is that what is it? A weird sound that he's hearing.
I asked my wife what I was hearing, and she told me, Tim, that's your 4-year-old daughter, Hope. You see, Hope wakes up singing every morning, but I had never heard that sound until that day. I'm running for Congress because I believe we as a country have a moral obligation to ensure that every father can hear his daughter sing, that every citizen receives the best care our medical community has to offer. I'm Tim Walz, and I approve this message because I've heard how important healthcare is to everyone.
So there you go. And yeah, I mean, I would say that that's a great ad. He's making it personal and connecting with people in a way that is authentic and real. Again, he's a good politician. Obama was a good politician. That doesn't necessarily mean, and we're talking about a vice president here. Okay, he does have his role is more as a politician than it is as a policymaker. Should the Senate be 50-50, he'll be the deciding vote. Sometimes there are tasks assigned to the vice presidents, but for the most part, it's not a huge role in terms of governance, right? It's not like being a president. It's not like being a justice on the Supreme Court. It's not like being a senator. It's not like being a member of the House. And unless the vote is 50-50, they don't participate in the legislature. But as in terms of him being a apt and talented and good politician, he seems to really have that.
Hope.
Every year we as a family do something old and something new. I get to pick something, a classic, the old mill ride, to do that. And then Hope gets to pick something new.
I think we're gonna go do the slingshot.
Which I don't know what it is, and they're keeping it from me. But then we're gonna go get some food, corn dog.
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then. And
Turkey's
then
meat.
Not in Minnesota, turkey.
Yo, I can relate to that though. I got an uncle that I told I was vegetarian, and he was like, "Oh, don't worry, the soup's just got shrimp in it, right?"
Special, and we will go.
Shrimp is a vegetable, right?
Do some of those things and report back.
Oh my god! Oh my! Oh my god!
That's a slingshot. Damn.
Yes!
One in chat if you would get on this ride. I don't think I would.
Yes!
This doesn't seem like my kind of thing.
All right, Minnesota, it's worth it. Woo. Wow, that is wild.
No, that was pretty cool, actually.
That is wild.
No, that'll be good.
It was okay.
See, what I don't understand about state fairs is like, right? I know what kind of food they have, right? You got shoestring fries, right? Which are it's a way to cut fries so that they absorb more oil, right? So it's really heavy fries, basically. You got scones, you've got hot dogs, like they mentioned. He's talking about turkey dogs. You've got I don't know, what else do they have, right? But then you eat a bunch of food, okay? And then you get in some kind of ride that's going to give you like massive G-forces. That's going to like shake you around. It's like a recipe for vomiting. Is what it sounds like. What's up, Venus Blood Flow? What's up, Purgatorius 420? Thank you for following.
Hi, my name is...
Okay, so now it's just going to automatically... Okay, so yeah, this is his daughter, Hope. This is who he was talking about in terms of waking up after his surgery and hearing a strange sound for the first time, and she's 4 at the time, and he's never heard her sing before. So yeah, All right, so this merits a scroll. Oh, chat, look at this. We're back to memes again, aren't we? You remember this meme? This takes me back to 2016 here. Waltz or Vance, be informed. Compare them on the issues that matter. Normal or weird? Waltz, former high school football coach and geography teacher. Army National Guard veteran. Loves children and animals. Supports women and their right to choose. Respects your privacy. Vance, former investment banker with a right-wing firm. F's couches. Fetishizes animals, but bullies cat owners. Damn. Wants government to track women's menstrual cycles. Yay. That's so what's this? This is
Hey everybody, Tim here. 11 days till the election, but it's my pro tip of the day out on the road. I got to show you this. This right here is the headlight harness on.
No, I thought that was a blinker. Chad, I thought he was pulling out his blinker.
A 2014 Ford Edge. Ford, this is unacceptable. It burned out hot on the connector. So for $7.99 at Napa Auto Parts here in the city, you can replace this. Just clip off the back, use some shrink wrap connectors on there, tape it back together and put it back in. It's about a 5-minute fix and you're back on the road safe and sound. So pro tip of the day, second one is get out and vote for One Minnesota. Get out and let's take this state in a direction we know it needs to go. Go vote.
All right, Pokemon, go to the polls.
Tim.
Okay, so I said that he's got a scandal, right? Here it is. All right, he had a DUI. He had a DUI. That's a scandal. That's it. That's it as far as what we know so far. This person's joking that the result is going to be a massive landslide for the Democrats, I guess, because DUIs are fairly common. Here we go. There's the mugshot. They got him. You got him. Since Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is officially being reported as the favorite to become the VP pick for Kamala Harris. Here's a picture of his DUI arrest when he was 96, going 96 in a 55. Yo, wait, 96 in a... Wow, this guy likes to... The driver. The racer. He lied to the police about being deaf in an attempt. Are you sure about that? It seems like he did legitimately have some problems with his hearing. But anyway, somebody quote retweets him with this. That's the scandal. That's the scandal that we know about. Oh yeah, and they're also going to try to paint him as a okay. This is funny. New York Dems with a super majority, all right, versus Midwest Dems with a 1 vote margin.
But you've legalized recreational marijuana, you passed universal background checks on guns, you expanded LGBTQ protections, you implemented tuition-free college for low-income Minnesotans. There's free breakfast and lunch for school kids. Do you think your record is an asset to the ticket, or would it risk fueling Trump's attacks as you being a big government liberal?
What a monster. Kids are eating and having full bellies so they can go learn, and women are making their own healthcare decisions. And we're a top 5 business state, and we also rank in the top 3 of happiness. Look, they're going to label.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Going to roll it out, mispronounce names, to try and make the case. The fact of the matter is, where you see the policies that Vice President Harris was a part of making, Democratic governors across the country executed those policies, and quality of life is higher, the economies are better, all of those things. Educational attainment is better. So yeah, my kids are going to eat here, and you're going to have a chance to go to college, and you're going to have an opportunity to live where we're working on reducing carbon emissions. Oh, and by the way, you're going to have personal incomes that are higher, and you're going to have health insurance. So if that's where they want to label me, I'm more than happy to take the label.
All right, so there's that. He's a communist when it comes to school lunch being free. Republicans like to say there's no such thing as a free lunch, and we can't teach our kids that there is. Meet Tim Walz, who lives in a van down by the... Oh, I get it. He looks like Chris Farley. Okay. Looks like Chris Farley, a guy I assume everyone hates. Yo, Ben Shapiro's getting dunked on here.
About 40,000 votes right now, 20% of the vote going to uncommitted. And we've seen that already in this primary in Michigan. What message are voters in your state trying to send to President Biden? And what do you want to see President Biden do in response?
Yeah, look, they're engaged. We're really proud in Minnesota. Civic responsibility. We have some of the highest voter turnouts. These are voters that are deeply concerned, as we all are. The situation in Gaza is intolerable. And I think trying to find a solution, a lasting two-state solution, certainly the president's move towards humanitarian aid and asking us to get to a ceasefire, that's what they're asking to be heard. And that's what they should be doing. We've gone through this before, and we know that now we make sure we've got 8 months. We start bringing these folks back in. We listen to what they're saying. That's a healthy thing that's happening here. But I would note that that the former president lost twice as many votes here in Minnesota to Nikki Haley. And I've seen some of these exit polls out of North Carolina and others. 80% of folks said they're not voting for him who voted for Nikki Haley. We'll get these folks back. I think it's taken seriously. Their message is clear that they think this is an intolerable situation and that we can do more. And I think the president's hearing that.
So yeah, I mean, like, it's about as much as you can expect of somebody like a Democrat to do. You know, they've got like this sort of duty. They will get raked over the coals if they're not seen as being loyal to the incumbent president in such a situation. However, you know, he does say that he's proud of the uncommitted vote. And also that the Democrats need to work to earn that back. Not that these people need to be shamed and told you are helping Trump, right? That doesn't work. That never works. The Democrats, you know, politicians need to earn your vote. That is something that needs to come back, right? Because for a long time, you know, the way that the fragmentation of the vote goes, politicians tend to think that different constituencies have nowhere else to go. And they're like, oh yeah, no, I can like completely, undermine my own policy and sell out my own constituency like Biden did with immigration. The voters are not going to, they're not going to vote for Trump. Like, well, yeah, but you don't want to make them think that your vote is a slam dunk either. So that's Francesca posting that. Oh yeah, so he's an ice fisher too, right? Look at this. I've never done this, right? You go out on a frozen lake. It's Minnesota. They got a lot of lakes and it tends to be really cold. It's the only way to fish in the winter when it freezes over through this method, right? But yeah, he's got like a tent sort of on the ice. I don't know, all kinds of weird equipment goes into ice fishing. I can't say that I exactly understand it. Trump campaign is attacking Tim Walz for restoring voter rights for convicted felons who wants to tell them, yo. So what is this? Carolyn Leavitt, Trump campaign press secretary. No surprise that San Francisco liberal Kamala Harris and West Coast, I see it when I put it in her voice, I got to mispronounce Kamala's name, but once West Coast wannabe Tim Walz, West Coast wannabe? I don't think that's landing. I don't think you could call somebody a West Coast wannabe. I don't think that works. I know what you're trying to say. I just don't think you're doing it, Carolyn. Walz has spent his governorship trying to reshape Minnesota into the image of the Golden State. You should have said into the image of Soviet Russia. That would have been. You should try to call him a tanky. I don't know. While Walz pretends to support Americans in the heartland, when the cameras are off, he believes that rural America is mostly cows and rocks. Excuse me? From proposing his... Well, I doubt he was saying that in a dismissive way, right? He's from Nebraska. Come on. From proposing his own carbon-free agenda to suggesting stricter emission standards for gas-powered cars and embracing policies that allow convicted felons to vote. Yeah, like Donald Trump. What? Donald Trump might be a convicted felon, but he should still be able to vote, right? Walz is obsessed with spreading California's dangerously liberal. That's what he's a California. Wait, what is it? Like he's a California boo? Like, right? You know, there's like a weeaboo as an American that's really into like Japanese culture, and then an Ameriboo, a Japanese person that's really into American culture, or anybody that's really into, that's not American that's into American culture is an Ameriboo. You got the Veraboo, they're super into sketchy German stuff, right? And now you got the California Boo. Tim Walz, who knew? A dangerously liberal agenda far and wide. If Walz won't tell voters the truth, we will, just like Kamala Harris. Tim Walz is dangerously liberal extremist, and the Harris-Walz California dream. Yo, all the leaves are brown. Wasn't that what Trump played when he got into Aiden Ross's car? So now, when I saw this picture, okay, I noticed that he's not much taller than his kids. And I was like, oh, cool. I mean, we stand a short king, right? But after having gotten a look at him on the stage, I actually don't think he's short. I think his family's just kind of tall. But yeah, what is this? They're trying to attack. They're looking for vectors of attack. Look, this is Tim Walz's family. Okay. Joey Manorino. Yeah, this is Tim Walz's family, all right. That's you. What? What? You want to show Donald Trump's family of... Oh, that's cute, though. Okay, so here's a first Tim Walz.
Sometimes life is as much about the lessons you learn as the lessons you teach. When I grew up, community was a way of life. My high school class was 24 people. I was related to half of them. I learned to be generous towards my neighbors.
Does that sound like a small class? I feel like my classes were usually like 30 or more.
Without compromising my values, and work for the common good. My dad was in the Army, and with his encouragement, I joined the Army National Guard when I was 17.
God, I'm gonna get fucked for this music, aren't I?
I served for 24 years. I used my GI benefits to go to college and become a public school teacher. I coached football and taught social studies for 20 years. And I tried to teach my students what small-town Nebraska taught me: respect, compromise, service to country. And so when I went into government, that's what I carried with me. I worked with Republicans to pass an infrastructure bill, cut taxes for working families, signed paid leave into law. I codified abortion rights after Roe got overturned. Because I go to work for the common good. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. Because that's what this election is about. It's about...
Can we see his full criminal record and with his GI record? Why don't we take a look at Donald Trump's criminal record? Or we could realize that that shit does not matter when the person you're running up against is a literal fucking gargoyle.
Your future. It's about your family. And Vice President Harris knows that. She too grew up in a...
I don't know what you're saying that Walz has in his criminal background, but I am sure that it's nothing like treason.
...class family. She too goes to work every day, making sure families can not just get by, but get ahead. We believe in the promise of America, in those values I learned in Nebraska, and we're ready to fight for them. Because as Kamala Harris says, when we fight, we win.
Yeah, I mean, this is a completely different political campaign than what they were running with. So there we go. There's the mugshot. Not only sobered up and turned his life around, but then became the governor and signed the Minnesota Clean Slate Act, enabling 500,000 people to seal their past arrest records. I don't know. Looks like some policies that could benefit Donald Trump. If you're asking, he's holding a pig. He's holding a pig. He's gonna unleash hell, though, according to Trump.
Now,
Jesus fucking. See, this is what happens when people do shitty audio, right? I'm kind of mad at Aiden Ross and honestly the Kamala campaign, although maybe it was AP that fucked up the audio, for running such bad audio that when I turn on something that's actually like, well, you know, recorded, it blows our eardrums out. Jesus. So what is this? He's forged his reputation as a governor who makes good policy happen. Last year, he signed a law guaranteeing free breakfast and lunch. Yo, I undersold him. It's not just free lunch, it's free breakfast. Hell yeah. He made a declared July 20th Beyonce Day. This is Philadelphia, right? So we're talking about who's got more energy, who's packing those stadiums, who's packing those rallies. I don't know. I think last time Trump was at a stadium, he had some empty seats. You don't usually see this, like panoramic shit at Trump rallies, right? And if you did, you'd notice like that there's a lot less excitement than it looks like. Right? This is what Trump was coping about when he was talking to Aiden Ross. He was complaining about Kamala having rappers come, and he said that, you know, she used to have them come before and then she'd talk, but then she realized people were leaving before she talks. So now she has them go on after her. And it's just cope. It's just cope because literally the same stadium as Donald Trump was in a week ago, and she's got so many more people packed in there. MAGA, Walz is coming for your guns. Walz. Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, right? So my favorite Tim Walz fact is that he named a highway after Prince and signed the bill in purple ink. Which Prince is from Minnesota, if you're missing the connection. Statement by President Obama and Miss Obama on the selection of Governor Tim Walz. Oh, he's using a couch properly. Look at this. This is a difference between the Democratic candidate and the... He's not even putting his feet up on the couch, let alone sexually abusing it. They're all about this music.
What's up, bro?
Sounds like classic rock or something.
Are you happy we have a new deal?
We can beat the Lions, right?
Yes!
What about, okay, this is a hard question. What about the Packers? Let's hear it.
We could beat them.
You guys have like a contest? The best driver But then we're gonna go get some food, corn dog.
Anyway, this is another commercial. Yeah, what's up with these bracelets? Campaign distributed attendees of the Philly Harris Walz rally light up bracelets like you'd find at a concert. They're flashing red, white, and blue as the arena fills up. Okay. Okay, so they're calling him Tampon Tim because he wanted to put tampons in all bathrooms because... Trans guys shouldn't have to go to the women's bathroom if they need that. He was not a DEI hire, he was an REI hire. Pretty much. Ilhan Omar. This is JD Vance and Tim Walz at the same age. Okay, now here's another. Okay, so we talked about potential scandals, right? And really what we're talking about is like Oppo research. What are the Republicans going to bring to try to make Walz a liability? Well, it's going to be shit like this, right? There was a hashtag that was called Make America Burn Again, right? And it was implying that that Kamala had, supported some bail funds for protesters in Minnesota. There was a police station that was burned famously in Minnesota. And so the implication is that like Kamala is like, taking the people that burned the station and getting them, getting them out of jail, right? When we're talking about those fires, though, what a lot of people don't realize is that this was the Boogaloo Boys. Now, I don't want to get too into this, right? This is another right-wing brown shirt, fascist kind of street thug group, right? I mean, brown shirt, their Hawaiian shirt is actually what their uniform is, but they're dudes with Hawaiian shirts and weird hats that walk around with guns, right? And they'd show up at Black Lives Matter protests and they'd say, "We're here to support you. We're here to support you. We believe in your right to free speech." But really what they were trying to do is agitate some kind of civil disorder that they would be able to take advantage of in order to, take power, right? That's what the Boogaloo Boys were about. So, while they're sort of were friendly with BLM protesters a lot of times, you've got this situation in which they're literally setting fires that then get blamed on the protesters in order to try to, ignite essentially like a civil war and take advantage of that chaos, right? So yeah, no, this is when they say "Make America Burn Again," when they say that, they try to like lay this on Walz, who is a Minnesota, governor and formerly congressman, and Kamala Harris, who supported some bail funds. Just remember that that's bullshit. And what the fuck is this? This does actually look like Chris Farley. This does look like a Chris Farley move, but I don't know. Again, Chris Farley, fairly popular comedian last time I checked. Holding a pig, hugging some kids. Okay, so now this is his lieutenant governor. This is Peggy Flanagan, White Earth Ojibwe, becoming the first Native American woman governor in the U.S. There has been another governor in the U.S. who is First Nation, but this is the first First Nation woman governor. The family getting off the plane to Philadelphia. Best part about being a VP candidate for the Dems is that my running mate will never try to have me hung by a crowd of her own supporters.
These are weird people on the other side. They want to take books away. They want to be in your exam room. I've got a 23-year-old who told me TikTok is on fire. Go ahead and continue to denigrate people. Go ahead. My God, they went after cat people. Good luck with that. Turn on the internet and see what cat people do when you go after them.
Don't fuck with cats.
Yeah, exactly. That's the number one rule of the internet. Isn't that rule one? Not even doom music makes that okay.
They see the least fortunate among us as scapegoats and punchlines for them. Kamala Harris.
Oh my God, no! That is definitely copyrighted music. God damn it. God damn it. Well, I guess it flies on TikTok. I guess it flies on Twitter too. How does Twitter get away with it? Okay, so here's the event itself. This is the call.
Hi, this is Tim.
It's Kamala Harris. Good morning, Governor.
Good morning, Madam Vice President.
Listen, I want you to do this with me. Let's do this together. Would you be my running mate and let's get this thing on the road?
I would be honored, Madam Vice President.
The joy that you're bringing back to the country, the enthusiasm that's out there, it'll be a privilege to take this with you across the country.
Well, let me tell you, I have just the utmost respect for you. I have really enjoyed our work together. You understand our country. You have dedicated yourself to our country in so many different and beautiful ways. And we're going to do this. We're going to win. And we're going to unify our country and remind everyone that we are fighting for the future for everyone. So let's get out there and get this done, okay?
Let's do it. Do the work in front of us. Let's win this thing.
That's right. All right, buddy. I'll see you soon. Take care. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
So yeah, kind of reminiscent of the phone call where the Obamas, I think it was both of them, had endorsed Harris. She's walking and She answers the phone. It's Obama. There's a staffer there taking video of it. Obviously, this is staged. This is, it's meant to look really organic. It's meant to look like, relatable and spur of the moment and kind of stripped down. But obviously this is campaign commercial like anything else. All right, so there we go. It's Tim Walz. Growing up, I learned to be generous towards my neighbors, compromise without compromising my values, and work for the common good. Kamala Harris and I both believe in that common good, and that is fundamental. That's a fundamental promise of America. We're ready to fight for it. And like she says, wait, what is this? And like she says, when we fight, we win. I hope they're serious about that, because Democrats have not been good about fighting, right? A lot of times their attempts to reach out across the aisle is really their attempt to slow walk the promises that they make during elections, right? It's their way to be like, oh, geez, the Republicans twisted my arm and we got to water down the bill. But, hey, we're compromisers. We got to be the president for all of America. Right. And it's just, no, you're the president for your donors. You're the president for your lobbyists. Right. That's who you're really, doing this for. Right. And you're hired by these people to catch those progressive waves that happen in capitalism. Yeah. Because people get sick of it. People get too much of it. And there are progressive, moments. There's progressive sentiment. There's populist sentiment. And that can either be hijacked by Republicans like Trump, as you've seen. Bannon is really big on this. Or it can be hijacked by Democrats who are put in place to slow walk that progress. And really, they're getting donations because the donors and the lobbyists know that at some point, America's going to be in this kind of mood. And if they have a Barack Obama in there, as opposed to a Bernie Sanders, then there's not going to be strong advocacy. There's going to be a lot of compromise where there doesn't need to be, and there's going to be a slow walking of the priorities that that the people have. So there we go, chat. That was a really strange beginning of the stream. Hi, I'm nocommentchick. How are you doing? Sorry, I couldn't pay attention. I wasn't paying as much attention as I normally do to chat. How are we doing, chat? Just because I wanted to watch that. Wanted to watch the speech, the rally. Their rally, yeah, there's some legitimate energy there. Crotchy says Tim Walz seems to have better comedic timing than JD Vance. Not that I expect Walz to land all his jokes. Well, he is a dad, so he's going to make some dad jokes too, right? Hopefully he doesn't crack too many jokes except jabs at Republicans. He's good at taking JD Vance to task. I like that. Yeah, don't fuck with cats. Exactly. That's the number one rule of the internet. Okay, before anything else, do not fuck with cats. Professor Orange says Josh Shapiro delivered a solid introduction. So yeah, we didn't see that. I watched that a little bit by myself, but yeah, he was very energetic and very positive. And again, he was the rival, right? And he is the person that the Republicans are trying to use to imply that the choice of Tim Walz by the Democrats, demonstrates an antipathy towards Jewish voters, right? But again, that's conflating Jewishness with genocidal policies, which is a gross thing to do, but they will try to do it. They will try to work that wedge. This is what Republicans always do. They always try to find a wedge. They always try, I was thinking about this the other day, right? I think I was listening to Pod Save America, which I think I've mentioned this before, right? I end up listening to this sometimes because whenever I wake up early and I need to get back to sleep, there's always a new episode of Pod Save America to listen to. And I know that the voices of Jon Favreau and John Lovett will put me to sleep pretty quickly, right? But I was listening to one of their episodes and they start talking about, you want to do this and that and the other without veering into identity politics. They're like, oh yeah, don't want to do the identity politics. But right, what they're talking about is advocacy for the benefit of marginalized groups, which should not be that controversial. And when you really think about it, right, the reason that they think it's controversial is if you advocate for trans rights, okay, well, that's good for trans people, but what about for the other 98%? All right, you know, when you talk about, you know, advocacy, you know, for Black Lives Matter, okay, that's great for Black people, but what about for the other, you know, 68%, 67%, right, or whatever? And you could go down the line and find all these issues and then talk yourself out of strongly advocating for liberation based on the fact that that's not the majority of people. But when you put all those groups together in a coalition, and when there is solidarity, and when people realize that it is incumbent upon us not to be turned against each other, you've got a fucking majority, all right, that can't be beat. And it's not a majority to get together and fuck over all the white cis straight, you know, males, right? It's not, there's not an agenda. There's not an agenda to go after them, and it wouldn't make sense because these are the people that tend to have the most privilege, the most power, and they're also people that are welcome in that coalition if they have, you know, people in their lives that they care about. And so now we got everybody on our side, right? And it's all incumbent on understanding who the real enemies of the working class are and not getting focused, not letting, like, you know, not letting capitalists focus your hatred on each other. So, yeah, I don't know. You know, and when we're talking about the Pod Johns, when we're talking about Pod Save America, understand this is like a coalition. This is a you know, a project of former Obama campaign officials and former Clinton campaign officials, and they got together and they don't have that much in. They don't have that many differences, right? They're very much, you know, and they're very much simpatico with each other, right? And you know, I'm not gonna take a huge, you know, I'm not gonna. They're not like the biggest problem, right? You know, center lib Dems are not you know, the focus of they're not like the existential danger that Donald Trump, JD Vance, and Project 2025 are. But it still is frustrating how even those forces are trying to keep us from forming that kind of coalition because they're just scared. They don't believe in the ability of people to get together and to form bonds of solidarity. Real bonds, not performative Nancy Pelosi, you know, get down on your knees to try to perform some kind of, you know, fake bullshit, right? Real solidarity. That's what we need to get down to. Anyway, chat, just wanted to say that. How are we doing? Professor Orange says, mutual aid is our bread and butter. I want better conditions to serve my fellow person under. Fuck who's in office. Dragon Princess says, we've been trading other things, other good things that Walz has done with each other. Hope he pushes Kamala left. Yeah, I heard the Vanguard say they were hoping that Walz would be like a left-wing Dick Cheney. I mean, that kind of, yikes. But they meant in the sense that maybe George W. Bush wasn't extremely ideological, and Dick Cheney was, and so the ideological engine of the Bush administration was very much in the vice president's office. I don't know. I'm sure that Kamala Harris like has some ideology. She has had to do a lot of you know, twisting to fit into the you know, person she needs to be to get that Democratic establishment approval. But yeah, so oh, Rapper says, I'm sorry your video got struck yesterday. So, yeah, so what Rapper's talking about is my stream about Aiden Ross and Trump going on Aiden Ross's kick stream in order to, I don't know, try to appeal to younger voters. Like I said, I don't know if he understands that you're mainly appealing to non-voters, right, in Aiden Ross, but regardless, and yeah, Aiden Ross is just so fucking useless. Let me see. I should try to find that clip, right? Yeah, he's literally talking to another streamer who is more like on the politics tip. Aiden Ross does not do politics. He doesn't talk about politics, right? His only politics are I guess, like kind of like hatred of trans people and of gay people and shit like that, right? But when he did talk to another political streamer, he was trying to make the case for Trump, and he's like, "All right, so do you have any sisters? Do you have female relatives and shit?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, I do. Yeah." He's like, "All right, so you know that banning abortion puts them in a what happened with Roe versus Wade kind of puts them in a bad position, and they're not able to access those reproductive." I mean, he didn't put it that eloquently, right? Because he's Aiden Ross, and he can't pronounce fascism. He called Benito Mussolini Benito Mussolini. But he starts to advocate for Trump on the basis that Biden took away women's rights to choose. And when pressed on it, he was like, "Well, yeah, but Biden didn't do anything about it." Yeah, it's just like somebody completely divorced from reality when it comes to politics. But yeah, he does like Trump. I don't know what you want to call it. Just like an anti-SJW, know nothing politics. I don't know I don't know how to term it, right? Because the guy just doesn't know what he's talking about, but he's got this like affinity for Trump and for Trumpism and for anything that's not. Janelle M says, "Oh my gosh, I don't know what you said." Trump is going. Oh, you're trying to type out a message here. Trump is going to the online echo chamber, thinking it's Gen Z, totally out of touch with Gen Z. Kamala's killing it out on TikTok and social media. Yeah, we stand a meme queen, for real. But yeah, Trump hits rock bottom. That was the video, and I did get copyright struck by Thumb Media LLC, right? So this is a company that's contracted by Aiden Ross and also by iShowSpeed. And at first I thought that so sometimes you get copyright struck by somebody who doesn't own your copyright. That might surprise you to find out, but YouTube doesn't really work that hard to ensure that somebody serving a copyright takedown, and that's what this was. Let me just be real clear. It's not a strike. I gotta not use that word because a strike is a different thing. A strike is dangerous to my channel. This wasn't a strike, right? This was a claim. And what do they claim? They claim my ad money. They take my ad money, all right? And there are people out there that will claim ad money on copyrights that they don't own. And somehow YouTube just does not have it, doesn't have enough actual people on the case to discern the difference between somebody who owns the copyright making a claim to the money that they're due and somebody who is not like that. But in this case, Thumb Media is actually contracted. I found the videos that prove it by Aiden Ross. I'm not going to play you the video. I'm not going to play you like anything with Aiden Ross because apparently I play anything and he'll copyright claim it, right? Same thing with iShowSpeed. I could show you the iShowSpeed video where he says, like, he's basically asking people to stop spamming. So iShowSpeed said that he wanted people to be able to upload his clips and share his stuff, and Hassan does this. A lot of people do this. It's actually, kind of helpful for a content creator to get their stuff spread around by more people. In fact, I don't think I'd have a problem if anybody wanted to set up a fan channel or a clip channel or anything like that. I think I'd be, go for it. And if you get monetized, you keep the money, right? You did the work. You uploaded that stuff, unless it's like somehow, fucking with my own stream, I don't have a problem with it. Right. But iShowSpeed made that same claim and then at some point contracted with Thumb Media, same company that does it for Aiden Ross, in order to, claim copyright on stuff that is of him, but it's not uploaded by him. Right. And then there's a video of Speed saying, "Hey, y'all, I just want to say that YouTube asked me to tell you to stop spamming them about Thumb Media. That is me. That is me." And so, yeah, he both Aiden and Speed have been pretty, have essentially claimed that, or have admitted. Aiden's thing is that anybody that fucks with him, quote unquote, anybody that he likes, anybody that's being positive, being like, yeah, W Aiden, hell yeah, this is fucking awesome, yeah, you know, right? Anybody that's like that, you can, or anybody that's like his friend, I think is really what he's saying. They can upload his stuff. Anybody that's not, they're going to copyright claim, and really they're just going for money, right? The little bit of money I earned on ads yesterday with that pretty big stream, it was taken away by Aiden Ross. So yeah, I should probably use this opportunity to thank my Patreons. Patreons, you are so awesome, okay? Not just the Patreons, all right? I'll start with the Patreons, though. I'll start with Patreon. Because much like the Vanguard, you all help me keep the lights on, okay? Literally help me keep the lights on. Literally help me keep the internet on. Literally help me keep body and soul together, and I appreciate the fuck out of you. So I always give a shout out to my $5 tier and above. That's fancy weasels and above, right? So shouts out to Omega Star. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Wow. Wow, is that super loud, chat? Have I got everything super loud now? Let me know if shit's too loud. Shouts out to Shaxby. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. And shouts out to Temporal Insanity. So yeah, Patreon gang, I appreciate you massively. Let me see who else I need to appreciate over here. Dragon Princess, I appreciate you for signing up as a member. Oh yeah, I should probably give you one of these, shouldn't I? You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. I feel like this is loud. Is this loud? Are these alerts? You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. It's a bit loud, isn't it? I'm gonna take this volume down a little bit. But yeah, thank you to the members on YouTube. Thank you to everybody who supports me in any way that you do, because you are literally helping me keep the lights on. You are literally helping me keep the stream going. You are letting me dedicate myself fully to this enterprise of building this channel and building this community. And I'm really lucky to have that. Not a lot of people, I always say this in the wrong way. I want to make sure I say this in the right way, right? Many people start off their YouTube journey, and most never make it to the point where their enterprise is actually sustainable, meaning that they can pay for the basics to, keep their, to keep themselves fed, to keep themselves sheltered, and, to keep the lights on and to do the stream, right? And I consider myself lucky that I have a community that supports me and keeps me safe, even when Aiden Ross comes with his fucking media team, even when he comes with his weird LLC and claims my content as his own, even though it's, I think, fair use, right? I think I react hard as fuck. I think that's transformative, right? I think that fits all the features. Now, chat, there is a thing that I can do, and I've done this in the past. I've done this in the past when I've had claims, right? There is technically a way to fight back, but the first step is that you give them your information, like your name, where you live, everything about you, right? And you say, I think this was fair use. I don't think this falls under the purview of copyright, right? Please relinquish your claim. And I'm not giving that information to Aiden Ross, right? I've already heard horror stories about his community doxing people and harassing people. I don't want to mess with that, right? Obviously, his community and his media company are a different thing, but I'm not even messing with that. So yeah, Aiden, you can have the fucking money. You can have the fucking money. I'm not gonna fight you on that. But yeah, thank you to everybody that's subbing on Twitch. You're helping me out. Or any sort of thank you to Throne Gang. Throne Gang was really there for me last month. I barely got through. I was barely had enough money to keep the lights on, keep the bills paid, and all the rest last month. And it's only through the generous contributions viewers like you on Throne in particular that I was able to make it through. So I just want to thank everybody that's supporting me, and I'm so grateful to have a community like this, especially when they come for my ad money. I'm even more grateful than usual. Speaking of grateful, let me switch us over to this screen right here. And what are we looking at? Oh yeah, we're looking at this. That's the dono goal, okay? And it is now up to 12%. Vamps, if you're still in the chat, I still need to know what you want to see as far as content, but this is how this works, right? We got a dono goal. It's at 12% right now. That is thanks to Vamps, and that is thanks to... Oh no, it's at 15%. I'm sorry. Dragon Princess, I also got to ask you, which of these topics are you feeling? So when you donate, let me know which of these topics you're feeling, which of these, bonus content topics you want to see next, and I'll put your money where your mouth is. In other words, I'll add your donation to the percentage of the poll. So I poll in two places. That is in the short stream, and I also poll in the not so short stream, the full scale stream. Right, I'm polling in both of those. And I combine those polls together, I average those polls together, and then I add the amount of the donos. So right now, like Transvestigating Kyle Rittenhouse has got 6% behind it. That means that whatever it ends up at, it's going to get 6% extra. So you can say Tech Bros want to matrix the poor. You can say Squid Tips versus Vosh, which is like, I feel like I've been underselling the Squid Tips versus Vosh thing. I talked to somebody who watched Squid Tips video, and apparently it is one of the better takedowns of Vosh. And Vosh is posting some major cringe here, right? He's literally talking about like getting out of his car and threatening cyclists with a firearm, right? For, I don't know, revving their motorcycles. I can understand, if you're at home and you're trying to sleep and somebody's like, right? That's terrible. But like, he's talking about like being in his car and getting annoyed by cyclists on the road, which is, that's where a motorcycle goes. What do you expect, Vosh? What do you expect? There's a dust up between Squid Tips and Vosh. Squid Tips, if you don't know, is I think a professional cyclist, I think a competitive cyclist, and also a great trans rights advocate. You remember Alec Gunter? Remember Alec Gunter? It was the guy that was like defending Tipster and doing a reaction to another streamer, and he couldn't stop saying that the streamer looked feminine, the streamer looked young, looked 14 years old, and then this weird shit about like speculating about the streamer being a bottom, right? This is supposed to be a trans rights advocate. This is like a Vosh kind of clone is who we're talking about with Alec Gunter. Alec Gunter was posting all kinds of cringe. He went away from the internet because he just got like cooked so hard, right? And in a way that it's like, you say that you're about trans rights, but here you are like making fun of people for bottoming. I don't know what the fuck that is, right? But he went away from the internet for a while. He's back now, right? Squid Tips is basically Alec Gunter, but good. That's basically what we're dealing with Squid Tips. This is a real cis dude that stands up for trans people. Chet Kenny, thank you for the $2 super sticker. And again, did I get this? Oh, Vamps just voted. What did you vote for? If you don't mind me asking. I'm trying to put people's money where their mouth is, right? That's what I'm going for. Dragon Princess says Rittenhouse. So yeah, look at this. Transvestigating Rittenhouse goes up to 9%. And then this one goes up to 17%. And that's how this works, right? So any kind of donation that you make, Neville does not like Vosh's voice. Not a fan of Vosh's voice, huh? Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into explicit detail about what Alec Gunter said about lyrics, but it was just like, what are you doing? It's not fair use, though, it says Technoapuck. You were using it for commentary. Yeah, so you're right. I think that, if I had the money, if I had a legal team. So here's how this works, right? when somebody makes a content claim against me, YouTube analyzes it. And if they're white nervosa and they got no power and they got no clout and they're just like, I don't like her, ripping on Xanderhall, so I'm going to try to fuck with her, right? Then YouTube says, sorry, Miss White Nervosa, we don't think that's a real copyright claim. And then they send me a message saying, hey, this person made this claim. We don't accept that claim. We don't think it's valid. But just so you know, they might try to sue you or something, right? Watch out, be on the watch out for legal action. And most of the time, they're not doing it. And if YouTube doesn't approve the claim, it's usually not valid. Now, they seem to have a different standard when it comes to Jubilee and when it comes to Aiden Ross. When it comes to anybody that's bigger, that's like over 1 million subs, I don't know what the standard is exactly, but they seem to let them get away with a lot of bullshit as far as copyright claiming us. So the first step would be for me to, if I wanted to fight the copyright claim, I would have to, sign my name to a forum saying that this is fair use, and you should give me my money back, right? But you're giving them your information. That's something that I don't want to do with Aiden Ross. That's something that just is not like, if it was some random company that was like, I don't know, if it was somebody else, maybe, right? But you dispute that copyright claim, and then what happens is it goes to them and they say, they read your thing, what I would say is something like this, right? I would say, I reacted to this video and I talked over it. I was doing commentary for educational purposes, and there's no way that anybody would ever, the big standard is like, could somebody use my video as a substitute for Aiden Ross's video? So in other words, somebody that wants to watch Aiden Ross interview Trump, would they be satisfied watching my video reacting to Aiden Ross? Probably not, because my video is like, I don't know, 3 hours, 4, I don't know how long. I spent a lot of time reacting to that. And Aiden Ross's video is only like an hour and some change, right? So I do have a case to say that that's fair use. It does fit the standard of fair use, right? However, the initial determination of whether I get my money back is actually made by Thumb Media. So I would be giving my name to Thumb Media and potentially to Aiden Ross, which I don't want to do. And then I would be asking them, hey, relent from your copyright claim. I don't think they'd relent from their copyright claim. I think they'd press the point further, right? And then after that, I don't know, you maybe get an appeal to YouTube, and then the final appeal would be taking it to court, right? And again, that's not something that I'm prepared to do. I'm very thankful to have a community that supports me, that can offset things like, dubious copyright claims. But I do not have the kind of support that would allow me to hire a lawyer, which is essentially, if I wanted to take this all the way, same thing with Jubilee. If I wanted to take this all the way, I would need a lawyer. I would need to lawyer the fuck up. And unfortunately, I am just not there yet. So there's not much we can do about it. But again, I am super thankful to people that support me. We have the dono goal here. I try to make it fun. I try to make sure that I get, paid enough that I'm able to support myself and keep the lights on and keep the internet on and keep all that kind of stuff on and keep a little bit of food in my belly, etc. I don't live like a princess exactly, but I get by. I get by. And that's more than most people, get to do in their YouTube journey, right? So I'm very appreciative for that. And I think we're growing. And I think with a larger community, it'll come, right? When we looked at Xanderhall's numbers, right, he was actually making like $500,000 let me say that right, $50,000 in 2023 on ad revenue alone. I think I can do Xanderhall's numbers. Those aren't too wild, right? So yeah, I feel like we're growing. I feel like things will get better. I feel like this last month was the toughest month. This last month was the bottleneck. And because my community got me through that, I think there's only, up to go from here. So, stuff is really tough right now. Stuff is really tight right now. I can't afford to get my hair cut and styled like I'd like to, but I think that's coming. I think that's on its way, and things are looking up. The channel's growing, the community's growing, and I feel confident. I feel confident. So, anyway, but yeah, I try to make this fun for you, right? So it's not just like it doesn't feel like a pledge drive. And I try to give you something in return for hitting those dono goals, right? The money that I need to, survive on is what I estimate my dono goal as, and then and then if we hit that, then we get extra content. So you get something back for, a successful dono goal. So, and we're at 17% out of 100% right now. I think we're doing pretty well. I think it's going pretty well so far. So. Yeah, like I said, keep voting in both of these chats. Let me check in on the vote and see what's ahead. So in the full scale stream, we got 144 votes. Short stream, we got 144 votes so far. 36% of you are saying you want to hear about the transvestigation of Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm not even joking about that. That's a real thing. That's a real thing that's going on right now. Right, Kyle Rittenhouse, if you don't know, he was a big Trump supporter. He has been a big Trump supporter. He changed his mind based on something that Trump did or said as far as gun legislation. The fact that he's not just like a full-on, whatever goes sort of gun rights supporter, it got Kyle Rittenhouse mad. And he said that he wasn't going to vote for Trump. He says he's going to vote for Ron Paul. I don't think Ron Paul is even running. I don't think Ron Paul could run. I think Ron Paul is like older than Bernie. Ron Paul is older than dirt, but he's gonna just throw his vote to somebody else because he can't stand Trump. And when he said that, right, MAGA got pissed. They did not. They're not okay with that, right? And some of these people got so weird. They started looking at pictures of Kyle and saying things like, "Look at his shoulder to hips ratio. Look at the Q angle on his hips," right? And speculating that Kyle might be a trans guy, right? I mean, they obviously don't say this that way because they're transphobes and whatever, right? But yeah, this is what's going on right now with Kyle Rittenhouse, and he has apparently made up with Trump, made up with the Trumpsters, and trying to save his skin there, trying to not get harassed by MAGA. So. Yeah, this is what happens when you try to leave the cold, I guess. So that's transvestigating Kyle Rittenhouse. That's what Shorts is voting for. That is what the full scale stream is voting for. Shorts has got Tech Bros Want to Matrix the Poor in second, Squid Tips versus Vosh in third, and Mehdi Hassan versus Betty Morris in fourth position. Right, we have in the full scale stream transvestigating Kyle Rittenhouse in first place, Squid Tips versus Vosh in second place. Interesting. So maybe I appropriately, pointed out the good aspects of that content. And then Tech Bros Want to Matrix the Poor and Mehdi Hassan versus Benny Morris tied in third. So that's what's going on right now. So what happens is I average the polls out, right, which right now both polls have Kyle Rittenhouse transvestigation in the lead. I add the donations that when you donate, right, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you are getting yourself a membership and causing me to give you the "you've just been weaseled" soundbite, a good thing, or you are getting memberships, you are gifting other people memberships in chat, in which case it's more like, damn, that's loud. That's so loud. Okay, but yeah, regardless, chat, I'll try to attenuate the volume. Sorry about the blowing out your eardrums here. Just try to get the sound right. But yeah, that counts as a donation, and you can tell me what to do with that money. I can put your money where your mouth is on the content that you want to see as the bonus content, right? Also, when you donate, the dono goal goes up, so it gets closer to 100%, right? Also affecting the dono goal are signups for Patreon. Again, thank you everybody who supports me on Patreon. That especially. I feel so much better knowing that I've got, people supporting me on Patreon when somebody comes and takes my ad money. Donations to Throne, with which we are crowdfunding better stuff for the stream. I should be probably putting some computer stuff on there next, because that's my next goal. My computer is old and slow, and when we have those technical difficulties and the stream goes down, I think it's because of my RAM. I think it's because of my RAM and CPU. So I'm trying to think about upgrading some of that stuff. So that'll be on there soon. But yeah, there's if you want to just donate, you can also donate to me through Throne, right? I've got one item that's called Rent, and you can use that if you want to donate to me without having it a chunk taken by YouTube or Twitch. Another way you can do that is I've got PayPal and Cash App down in the description, right? That counts as a donation as well. As does stuff on Twitch. On Twitch, there's an ad. Oh my gosh, it's coming up right now. There's an ad break at the top of every hour. It's about to happen, right? You can get out of that ad break for free using a Twitch Prime, or you can get out of that ad break for $6 using $6 to get yourself a sub. You could also possibly be gifted a sub by just being active in chat. But yeah, and whether you are getting yourself a sub or donating subs, right? That also counts as a dono. Oh, Chat Kenny, thank you for the membership, right? Also bits. So yeah, here's that ad break. That ad break's gonna hit any second now. So we're now up to 20% of the dono call. Again, if anybody hasn't told me what you're feeling right now, which of these options you want to see, or just basically what you voted for, let me know and I will put your money where your mouth is, and you will add percentages, you will add likelihood for the subject that you want to see to win out. And if we get the dono goal to 100% by the end of the stream, we get extra content. Yay. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think I said everything that I need to say, and we can because I want to show you some. We've gone over sort of the background of Tim Walz a little bit. Next, I wanted to show you what right-wingers are saying about this guy. I need an LLC to shield your info, at least. Oh, yeah, actually, that's true. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I should look into that. Oh my God, chat. I'm tempted to ask chat for legal advice here. I know that's like the silliest thing ever. Never ask chat for legal advice, but they probably know more than me. LLC, you're talking about a limited liability corporation. There is a sole proprietorship, and then there's a limited liability corporation. That means that you got a company that's separate from you, and it, if anybody, sues you and gets damages on you, the money comes from the LLC. Whatever you put in the LLC is, it can get, clawed at, but whatever money you have for yourself does not. But I'm wondering, can you get LLCs in other states, right? Because I know that my state has a hefty fee, charges a hefty fee for setting up one of those. I don't think I have that money right now. But yeah, something to think about. Anyway, chat, I don't want to bore you with legal discussions, academics discussions, or anything else. Passing Wind, thank you for the... Look at that. That's what happens when you follow on Twitch. I almost said Twitter. There's the ad break now. There's the ad break right now. It's $49 to register one in Nevada. Oh. Interesting. Wait, would that be with the NCR? Will the NCR be protecting my shit? Is that how it works, right? If Legion comes for my shit, I can call in. Do I get a radio to call in an NCR trooper or an NCR ranger? I'm sorry, chat. We need to get back to Fallout. By the way, I do owe you some Fallout. Yeah, the other thing about the dono goal is, let me explain these other things, right? So Fallout New Vegas, you can also say Fallout New Vegas, and that puts it in like a piggy bank, right? And right now I'm saying like 75 is the threshold for like a stream. I might alter that. But basically, yeah, putting it in Fallout New Vegas is like, you're like, let's play some Fallout, right? And I'll try to make that happen. One of the things I need to do is stream slightly less, because I've been streaming like a demon for the past month. I've needed to make sure that I'm financially sound and that the community is growing. I've been working really hard for that, but the Fallout has fallen by the wayside, and I don't like that because I really need to get back to the Mojave Wasteland and make some more progress there. That game is so fucking fun. I love Fallout New Vegas, right? Whoever voted for me to play that, yeah, you made a good choice. There's also Vox Populi, and that's when you donate if you want to de-emphasize the effects of the donation. So right now there's 9% in transvestigating Kyle Rittenhouse. If you want to say, hey, throw it back to the voters, throw it back to the chatters. Like, let's just go like mostly with what the chat says, right? So Vox Populi is your way of, putting your vote with whatever the chat chooses. So that's what that means. And I think I've explained everything. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So yeah, we'll hope that we get to the dono goal of 100% by the end of the stream. If so, we get some extra content. And right now it looks like chat is feeling and the donors are feeling and everybody is feeling transvestigating Kyle Rittenhouse. And it's an interesting story indeed. And there's also just been so much news recently. We really appreciate you covering it. That's true, Tangerine Twist. It has worked out like that. Yeah, there's been some. Yeah, I don't like to do I don't want to ever do a stream and just kind of give you boring stuff, or you know what I mean. Like it's for you, right? The stream is for you. It's about the audience, right? There is no streamer without an audience, and it really is me trying to like give you content that you'll want to watch, not like waste your time, just with something humdrum. So yeah, as long as there's something interesting to cover, I'm on it. Dragon Princess says my dad has an LLC that has all us kids listed as employees, and if we do anything that would make us pay self-employment taxes, we can do it under the corporate name and pay less taxes. Whoa. Oh my God, chat. I need to learn about this stuff. I need to learn. I long-term goal, chat. I would love to hire an editor. All right. I've got videos that that I want to get out to you. The latest one is that raccoon one, right? Raccoon. What am I talking about? The bear one. The RFK has a taste for exotic meat, and most recently he talked to Roseanne Barr about hitting a bear, and somebody hit a bear, and he was like, "Hey, let me get that meat." And so he puts it in his car, but then he can't. He has to go on a plane, and he ends up dumping the bear in Central Park. So that video is maybe coming out for you. I've got a lot of videos that I want to be put out. There's so much stuff, Shakespeare, that I need to do. I just need more time to do it. Yeah, we're trying to make a new Discord as well, and I got stuck on trying to add YouTube members, right, and Twitch subs. I want to make a way for you to get into the Discord as well, and then I'm going to build up from there, and then I'm going to open it for everybody, right? That's the idea. So both of my parents have LLCs. Literally everything can be a business expense. But Shakespeare, you're saying that Nevada is the best deal going, as far as what paying for? You said like $49. I'm guessing a year. Oh, it's $49 to register one. What is the like yearly fee? Just have to hold your receipts for the tax write-off. Oh my gosh, chat. I need to get my shit together so much better. Internet Today had a great piece about reporting at the time of the incident. Oh yeah, they talked about there's a New York, yeah, that's the one thing we haven't gone over. There's a New Yorker article about RFK's bear activities. But anyway, like I said, we've got a lot to cover today. There's a lot of people that are mad about Tim Walz. But they're not really mad about Tim Walz, right? Most of these are Republicans, and they are just looking for somebody to... Oh my gosh, Ben Shapiro goes off on this, doesn't he? This is an hour long.
Kamala Harris is...
Yo, Shapino. All right. We should get to this. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend. The one and only Ben Shapiro. Facts don't care about your feelings. This guy has fallen off so hard, hasn't he? Honeysuckle made a video about presidential candidates' diets. Now she has to make one about vice presidential candidates' diet. That makes sense. That makes sense. We want to know what they're eating. Passing Wind says, I think the worm died of starvation in that skull. My theory is this, right? The worm died of other parasitic infections, right? He had the worm in his brain, but then he got a bunch more parasites because the guy just literally cannot stop eating exotic meats. And the fact that he would take a bear that's been hit by a car, right? Do you know how long it's been dead for? And then he puts it in his car, right? And he's in, I'm trying to remember where it was. Oh my gosh, I can't remember. But he's like kind of like upstate or middle New York or something. He's falconing there, and then he goes into the city and has dinner at a steakhouse, right? So he, hangs out, has drinks, has dinner at a steakhouse. And then it's like after that, that's when he dumps the bear. But yeah, I mean, with all the exotic meats this guy's eating, it's really no surprise that he's become infected, possibly with multiple parasites. Zara, can explain it better? That is possibly true, right? But that's the other thing too, is a lot of people do things for me for free, and I appreciate the fuck out of that. But I want to be able to pay people, right? I want to be able to make it worth people's time. So yeah, we got Shapiro here. We got a Pierce Morgan debate to go over. I think there's some more stuff. I'm sure Tim Pool's got something for us. My theory is that they worm ate the brain, and now, he's getting ratatouille'd. Or if you've watched, what is that movie where it's the raccoons instead of the mouse? What is it called? Everything All at Once or something? Do you remember that movie? It's about the everything bagel and the hot dog fingers. That's like the best movie. I haven't seen that. What is this movie? What am I talking about? California, it's $800 a year in fees. Well, I mean, I'll have to talk to you. I'll have to talk about this later. We'll figure this out. I'm not going to bore chat with LLC talk, but that's probably a good idea long term. There's a lot of things that I need to set up, and I need to. Oh my God, chat. My life is such a mess. But Rakakuni. What is the show called? What is the movie? Not show. It's a movie. What is the movie called again? But yeah, like that's what the brainworm is doing. It's controlling him. Everything, everywhere, all at once. I always get that mixed up with the other movie that's from like the 2000s, where the thing it's just something about pooping back and forth forever. But that's a different movie. Never mind. We don't want to talk about pooping back and forth forever. That's its own thing. According to Honeysuckle, RFK Jr. loves bison meat and emphasizes getting ethically sourced food. I need to watch that again, Zara. That is like one of the best movies I've ever watched. I gotta say, I love that movie. That I have not had. I mean, I saw the TV Glow actually. I saw recently, and that was good as well. What did you say that goes against the channel guidelines? Passing Wind. It was probably some weird foible of the Twitch auto moderation, right? Sometimes people don't say anything bad at all, and it gets that channel guidelines thing, right? It's complicated, but maybe just try saying it in a different way, I guess. I don't understand Twitch moderation, and this time I did. Sometimes Passing Wind, if you say something and it comes into the moderation filter, like if you call Ben Shapiro an asshole, it'll show up in moderation. And it'll be like, do you approve this? Do you disapprove this? And I'll be like, oh yeah, you can call Ben Shapiro an asshole. I mean, that fits. He's an asshole, sure, right? And then sometimes it doesn't even show me, and whatever it was with you, it didn't show me. So you didn't get manually moderated. You got auto moderated. Fundamentally broken. Yeah, all of chat's got the answer for me. Everything, everywhere, all at once. Didn't say. Oh, that's true. That's true. That's probably true. Passing Wind. I have no doubt. Me and you and everyone we know. Oh, okay. So Everything Everywhere All at Once is the recent one, more recent one, and Me and You and Everyone We Know, Me and You and Everyone We Know is the other one. You didn't know anyone else had seen it? I dated somebody who really liked to watch movies. It's really big about Netflix and chill back in the day. So I Netflixed and chilled for a long time. And it's funny because it's hard for me to sit down and actually watch a movie. I'm very active. I'm usually, when I'm not on stream, a lot of times I'm kickboxing. So, getting me to sit down and watch a movie can be kind of a challenge. Anyway, I've been edging you for long enough on this Ben Shapiro content. Let's get to it. Let's make it happen. What do I have to do? I have to press the buttons. I gotta press the buttons. Oh my gosh. And I realized, there we go. We gotta hit that button and we gotta hit this button. And then we gotta come over here and hit that button and that button. And then there we go. All the buttons. What do we got, Shapino? What do we got?
Is in, and it is Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. I could not be more excited. I'm going to bring you all the details in just a moment. Remember, we can only go live like this because of our members. Daily Wire Plus members have unlimited on-demand access to our uncensored, ad-free daily shows, real-time breaking news, investigative journalism. Do not be left in the dark. Join the fight right now at dailywire.com/. Mask is off. Kamala Harris has been attempting to present herself as a moderate. She keeps switching all of her positions. She'll send out her surrogates to pretend that she doesn't hold the thing now that she held 4 years ago.
So now this is why the Vanguard said that Kamala doesn't seem ideological, right? They feel like she's more of a politician and less of a ideologue, right? Which, I don't know, this might sound good to some people, like Slavoj Žižek might say it's ideology, but in reality, you want a politician that gives a fuck about something. I mean, I guess Sam Cedar would say no. The ultimate test of a politician is, do they pass the policies that you want? But yeah, the idea is that during the 2020 primary, she said, she said a lot of things that are seen as more progressive. Now she's trying to reel those things back. The Democratic Party has really kind of veered to the right since then. Not entirely. I mean, I guess you could say Joe, like on some issues, yes, on some issues, no. Labor, not so much. Climate change, somewhat. Immigration, massively. Democratic Party has massively folded, and she's kind of gone along with it, right? That's what he's noting.
And now it has been proved it is all a lie. She wants to please her radical base. That is all. She is running a base election. And this is so online. It is so brat, as the kids say. It is so weirdly clique. I mean, she is absolutely ignoring the moderate votes she needs to win in order to please a base of people who are radical. She has opened herself up wide to every attack on her radicalism by picking Tim Walz. See, there was another pick that was available, and everyone sort of expected that person to be picked. That person, of course, was the Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. Pennsylvania has 18 electoral votes. Josh Shapiro has a 61% approval rating in Pennsylvania. Very easy pick. Super, super simple pick for Kamala Harris. And we know why she didn't pick Josh Shapiro. And the reason is because he's a Jew.
If you want to attack the radical wing of the Democratic Party as being anti-Semitic, there is one phenomenon that you have to explain, and that is the most popular figure amongst the radical left being one Bernie Sanders. But again, we know what he's doing. He's doing the thing when you conflate being anti-genocide with being anti-Semitic. And when he's doing that, he's conflating Jewishness with the draconian, monstrous fascist policies of Benjamin Netanyahu, which is kind of a fucked up anti-Semitic thing to do in and of itself, but I'm not here to call him an anti-Semite. I'm just here to laugh at his leftist tears. Look at this shit. Do you see this, chat? I had a classmate that came to school with a coffee cup. It might be hard to see, right? It's in the lower left corner. He's got a cup, and it says leftist tears. And I guess this is Ben Shapiro merch. I didn't know that this classmate of mine had gotten this from Daily Wire, but apparently that's where it comes from. But yeah, she came to school every day with a fucking drinking leftist tears. It was weird.
It's that simple. Everyone knows this. Democrats know this. Republicans know this. Before we even get to the insanity of picking Tim Walz, you have to understand the insanity of not picking Josh Shapiro, which is why I'm so pleased today. Because Josh Shapiro...
Do we really need to go into the many reasons not to pick Josh Shapiro? And no, they don't have anything to do with him being Jewish.
Is a very talented politician. Josh Shapiro has portrayed himself successfully in Pennsylvania, a purple state, as a moderate, which is, again, why he has the approval of 6 in 10 voters in a swing state. And Kamala Harris overlooked him because she didn't want to piss off her pro-Hamas base. It is that simple.
Can we point out the fact that if Kamala wants to win, in fact, her best, most secure path to power, right, and conservative, right? When we say conservative, we mean locking down enough states to win the Electoral College and not expending a lot of effort elsewhere, right? The most conservative path, the most likely path, the most safe path for Kamala Harris is to win the Rust Belt. We're talking about Wisconsin, we're talking about Michigan, and we're talking about Pennsylvania. Shapiro might help her out in Pennsylvania, but definitely does not help her out in Michigan and Wisconsin, right? So, while you can point to a very important state, I won't deny the importance of Pennsylvania in the electoral calculation and say that Josh Shapiro perhaps, adds more to, her campaign in terms of her ability to win there. Tim Walz is the total package of the Rust Belt, right? Tim Walz is, Tim Walz is it gives you Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and in general is Shapiro's a good politician, right? Shapiro won his election, like I pointed out, by a greater amount. But Shapiro also ran against Mastriano, and Mastriano is a radical weirdo that's easy to beat, and B, was not supported by the Republican establishment the way that Tim Walz's opponent was. So, when Kamala actually looks at all of the factors, right, she made the right decision, both, pragmatically and ideologically. And again, I don't know what her ideology is, so that might not even matter to her, right? She might not be thinking about, her ideological calculation is probably not what my ideological calculation is, but pragmatically, she definitely made the right choice.
She has too many radicals in her base who don't want the Jew. Now, Tim Walz, positionally, is actually not very different from Josh Shapiro.
Wait a minute. You want to talk about radicals in your base that don't want the Jew? You're in Nick Fuentes' side of the aisle, Ben, and you know this better than anyone, because that guy can't fucking leave you alone. That creepazoid can't fucking leave you alone. He wants to supplant you. He wants to, ironically enough, replace you, right? And he's got that momentum because guess what? Trump is throwing red meat to the chuds, and that includes anti-Semitic chuds. Ben, the call is coming from inside the house.
The question is, Josh Shapiro is a semi-observant Jew. He is somebody who's...
Oh my God, this guy always has to police everybody's Jewishness. Like, right? This is, I think Sam Cedar refers to him jokingly as the Pope of the Jews for this reason, that he's always like, oh, well, this person's not really Jewish. Let me, right, insufficiently supportive of Israel. I guess you're not really Jewish, right? I don't know what the fuck he's up to. Why does he get to be the one that decides who's Jewish and who's not. That's so weird.
Bona fides. And this was very bad. This could not be accepted. In fact, Josh Shapiro, in expectation of possibly being picked by Kamala Harris, had already started to moderate his positions on Israel in an attempt to please the Democrats' pro-Hamas base. Back when he was 20, he'd written a piece that was...
We got to get that K in. It's spelled with an H, but Ben's pronouncing it with a K anyway.
Perfectly obvious, in which he said there would be no Palestinian state because the Palestinians are far too radicalized and want the destruction of the state of Israel. Well, over the course of the last 3 days, he tried to walk that back. He tried to say, well,
yeah, when you walk something back at the last minute, there's no way people can trust that. There's no way that people can trust that.
I don't believe that anymore. I believe in a two-state solution. Here is Josh Shapiro sacrificing his actual beliefs in favor of a not vice presidential slot, as it turns out. Again,
like Ben, if you had been in the running for vice president for the Democratic Party and you walked back all your conservative positions, should we be like, well, yeah, no, he's different now. Ben Shapiro's, changed his mind. He's, like he believes in a woman's right to choose. He believes in free lunch and free breakfast for all students. He believes in there's no, like, we know what politicians do. We know that politicians have ambition. Of course, when it benefits him, he's gonna. Well, you just talked about Kamala Harris walking back positions as if you didn't trust her, and yet somehow we're supposed to trust Josh Shapiro in his walk back. Make it make sense, Ben. Make it make sense. Anyway, before you make it make sense, let's make something make sense in terms of the real reason that Shapiro did not get picked.
You've had this primary for the vice presidency. We've never had anything like this before. People can position and this and that. People run in the primary.
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
The vice president, but that involves them attacking other, fellow Democrats or fellow Republicans. There's never been a situation where everybody's just rolling out different ways in which to attack the Republican. And then we get this. And, I think it's very hard to predict what a vice president's going to turn out to be, particularly when one's been a governor. The governors have all different dynamics that go on in different states. It's a function of like, what kind of legislature do you have? What kind of, what kind of other challenges in the state you have? And that's going to change nationally. But it is quite clear. And there are some very good candidates. There's some that I don't like as much. There are some that I do. But it's quite clear that the first thing that you would want, it seems to me, if you're Kamala Harris, is to do no harm. No net negative. But of course, you have some needs too. But let's just look at the possible do harm. There's only one candidate who has, well, I guess Mark Kelly, you could argue as well. Unions have spoken about Mark Kelly, and he quickly changed his position to, I would support the PRO Act now. And as a, that I don't know if...
Okay, I forgot we're dealing with Sam Cedar here.
I'm nervous about where his heart is on this matter.
With Sam, what do we do, 1.5?
Josh Shapiro. And
yeah,
let's play this.
Pretty good for Sam.
This is number what, 5? 3. If you've got a vice presidential, not nominee, but potential pick, having to justify himself, it seems to me you've got your answer as to whether you want to pick this guy. Just because, why invite controversy? Go.
Supporting a two-state solution now. Can you kind of just talk about that evolution?
Something I wrote when I was 20? Is that what you're talking about? I was 20. Look, I have said for years, long before October 7th, that I favor a two-state solution. Israelis and Palestinians living peacefully side by side, being able to determine their own futures and their own destinies, being able to...
Yeah, so let me go on record and say, like, I don't necessarily hold people to what they write at age 20.
Work as they want and worship.
I don't think that particular, piece of writing that he pinned his name to is the deciding factor. I think there's actually other stuff, and we're gonna see it. We're gonna see that in a second.
as they want and understand the power of living peacefully side by side and how that will lift up both parties in this, or both sides of this conversation. This is obviously a very challenging situation and has been for hundreds, if not thousands of years. It is my hope that we can see a day where peace will reign in the Middle East, where there will be a two-state solution, where all leaders involved in the conversations will respect the other side and show a willingness to make the hard choices to find peace. And I hope that the U.S. government will always be a partner in peace and trying to find a path forward in the Middle East.
Okay, I mean, look, I would take issue with a number of things there, and this is almost, but to be fair, just to the point I'm trying to make, it's not relevant. But again, you know, I can't help myself. What's going on right now is not a conversation. You have a minimum of 40,000 Palestinians killed. I mean, this is a bare minimum. No.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a lot more than that. Like, this was a count a long time ago, and you know, without the ability to really ascertain this, in all likelihood, we're not talking about tens of thousands at this point. We're talking about hundreds of thousands.
No reasonable, I mean, not even reasonable. I mean, I don't know anybody who's refuting that the minimum isn't 40,000. Then the question becomes like, are we really talking the actual number right now? Is 60,000? Is it 70,000? If you have faith in, you know, the prestigious Lancet, they anticipate closer to 200,000 will be killed as a result of this. Regardless, it's not a conversation. It's not a conversation. You could read the papers today, and whether you think that the U.S. administration is sincere or not, they are saying they've been lied to by Bibi Netanyahu. In whether they're going to do anything about it is another question. So the symmetry involved here is, I think, a little problematic. The idea that this conflict has existed for thousands of years, that it's like a conflict on religious identity, as opposed to a conflict that involves colonialism and the ethnic cleansing.
Yeah. So the real problem with the conflict, you know, started with the with the settlement of Mandate Palestine,
essentially, of what was Palestine or Palestinian Mandate, whatever.
It is true that, like, you know, Jewish people, you know, Muslim people, Christian people, Jewish people, have a connection to that area that goes back. But as far as a conflict, right? As far as the current conflict, we're talking about, a phenomenon arising in the 20th century.
Recall that area. The fact is, there were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people expelled from that area, and they're all Palestinians. This is not because of religious differences that have existed for thousands of years. I'm sorry, that's a fiction. That's honestly, it's junior high stuff, maybe junior high, maybe elementary school, and that's only because of poor teaching of that. But my bigger point is, and frankly, you know, this guy's younger than me, isn't he? He's 51. He's younger than me. I was 21. I was 20 at one point too. When I was 14, you could see there was a problem going on. So be that as it may, the point is, if you're picking a vice president, why pick someone who's going to drive this measure of controversy? I know what the argument is. Pennsylvania is an incredibly important state. We need to win Pennsylvania. Well, let's just look at the numbers here. He's popular in Pennsylvania, but not that popular. Here's Josh Shapiro's approval numbers. Remember, he ran against, what was it?
Okay, so this is stuff I've kind of gone over. Let me see if I can find the
the Harris potential candidacy. That was out there. And then this stuff about Gaza, and not just Jennifer Berkshire about this. We were talking about Shapiro's, and that was on day argument that we're going to take on this risk as we're going to alienate education activists who were the first people to come out about this. I mean, you can go back to when we were talking to Jennifer Berkshire about this. We were talking about Shapiro's, and that
crap, I skipped too much.
I mean, that's good, but it's not great. In April, 54.
Okay, so yeah, this part I have talked about.
Completely divorced from whether he's going to be the Democratic nominee for vice president. I think if you're going to make the argument that we're going to take on this risk as we're going to alienate education activists who were the first people to come out about this. I mean, you can go back to when we were talking to Jennifer Berkshire about this. We were talking about Shapiro's, and that was on day 1 or 2 of the Harris potential candidacy. That was out there. And then this stuff about Gaza, and not just that, it was the way that he went after protesters about Gaza, comparing them to the KKK. And if I have one more Gentile in the media on Twitter I don't know if your name is like Worthington or Scarborough. I don't want to be called an anti-Semite by these people. Because if my entire family finds out, they're going to be bummed out. Most of them I think you would consider anti-Semitic as well, though, now that I think about it. But Shapiro's got problems. And then there's, these little tiny scandals that I think are, I don't know the details, frankly, but I do know how they're being reported. I do know that there's controversy around his office saying that someone who was stabbed 20 times committed suicide when he was AG. I know that there was controversy around his office when there was somebody who had been sexually harassing somebody in the office, and supposedly they didn't make it public or whatnot. Not that he had that, but people working for him. Valid or not valid? Give me the equivalent with Tim Walz.
I'll give you the equivalent. Yeah, the equivalent is Tim Walz had a DUI. That's the closest thing.
They're going to dig up stuff on all these people, but it doesn't look like they're going to even have to do much effort.
Yeah, make them dig.
With Shapiro to undercut Democratic enthusiasm right now for Harris. And the biggest jumps in enthusiasm have been people of color with black people with young people. And it also just so happens that those three cohorts are most engaged in this issue about Gaza. And frankly, in protest. And so it just seems like a mistake. Meanwhile, Andy Bashir, people don't seem to know this, put up this guy, he is the second most popular governor in the United States. He is the most popular Democrat, I think, in the country, governor.
96th percentile, if I'm doing the math right.
67% approval rating. Now, to be fair, he's got a red Senate and a red House, and he's not been in a position where he has to do things that would piss off the Democrats. But my point is, I don't know how any of these people are going to be when they're in office. I mean, Walz has done some very good things in Minnesota with a very slight margin. And
yeah, Twitchy Schmegley's right. He did have hearing loss at one time. I don't know, how that correlates with his DUI, but
if it was up to me, I would put him in. It seems like a no-brainer to me. But if you're really concerned, like we need someone to go into, Pennsylvania or particularly Pennsylvania, the guy from Kentucky seems like a pretty good choice. If you really want to send somebody to Forsyth County, Andy Bashir sounds like the guy. If you want somebody to go around with Harris, both literally and figuratively, and speak to, the white working class, someone like Bashir, someone like Walz, frankly, I mean, picture Shapiro in your mind. He's dressed like he's, it's not even Friday casual. He dresses like an internet guy. I'm just saying, this is a very superficial analysis, but what are the other things that you need from a VP? You got two governors who have actually been in office twice as long minimum as Shapiro with executive abilities. You got Walz, who's been in both a congressman and a governor. So if you're looking for depth of ability, there's no question who the person you go with is. Now there's reports that Pelosi is supporting Walz and Sanders is supporting Walz. That seems like a slam dunk. But here's the thing: if this was the Obama candidacy, you can't do apples to apples. But Rahm Emanuel would say F the left.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Not as to whether
that was the rude awakening that Obama supporters had, right? When the guy gets into office, he appoints the worst possible guy as chief of staff.
The left is going to be in opposition to Kamala Harris if she wins, because yes, of course they will. There's going to be a ton of stuff that she does that we're not going to like, and that people.
I remember at the time, Saturday Night Live was doing actually had Rahm Emanuel as a character in, I think, one of their cold opens. Saturday Night Live does a cold open where they're doing some kind of skit, some often involving politicians, and the Rahm Emanuel they portray is that all they've heard about him is that he is he'll fucking go to war with you, he'll fucking say cuss words at you, he's hardcore, right? And Obama is hiring an enforcer, right? And the way that Saturday Night Live portrayed it was he's going to be the enforcer on the Republicans. It turns out no, he was a enforcer on the progressives, right? Of lowering the expectations of progressives.
Even maybe to the right of me within that spectrum and to the left of me, you're not going to like. But this is going to give an indication of just how much they think they can fight against, let's say, progressives. And if they decide not to engage in that fight, And to avoid that fight, it's a good sign that she's the kind of opponent you want, one that you can beat in certain instances, or at least influence in certain instances.
If we shame Kelly to take a pro-act thing, get all this with Shapiro, and then they end up picking Walz in the end of it, I think it'd be a pretty...
Anyway, that's what ended up happening. I thought that Sam went more into depth about this, but he does allude to what we're talking about in terms of the Shapiro scandals, which and here's what this is, right? You know, Shapiro and Walz, they've been governors. There's some vetting that goes on there. There's some Oppo research, probably. I'm sure the DUI thing came up and stuff like that. But it's not as serious as what goes on for vice president, right? Once somebody starts to get talked about for vice president, there's the Harris campaign is asking them, do you have any skeletons in your closet that we should know about? People in the media are going through and saying, was there anything that, that Shapiro or Walz has done that could come up, that could bite Kamala in the ass? And you start to see this stuff. And we had kind of a week of really intense scrutiny when there were the, two primary contenders. And it's just a lot more has come out that's truly worrying about Shapiro. That is the main reason, in my estimation, that Shapiro was not chosen. Let's take a look really quick at the impact of the Walz pick on...
Joining us at this moment is NBC.
Wait, what?
Good morning. So if you would break down for us the governor's background for us and what...
Oh, wait, sorry. Potential. This is 8 hours ago. Maybe they don't know that Walz is being picked yet, but we know. So yeah, we've got, with the wisdom of 8 extra hours, we're aware that Walz does become the pick.
Impact does he bring to this race?
Yeah, I think that background, the small town background, the military background, Democrats are hoping it's going to help them. You're hearing a lot about this here as we take a look at our battleground map here. They're hoping it's going to help them in these three very familiar battleground states we always talk about: Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And the reason why, obviously, from the Electoral College standpoint, why these are so important, but the challenge for Democrats in these three states has been pretty straightforward for a long time now. Democrats have been cleaning up, increasingly so, in the suburbs of Philadelphia, suburbs of Pittsburgh, suburbs of Detroit, suburbs of Grand Rapids, even suburbs of Milwaukee. Used to be hardcore Republican, much less so in the Trump era. So the Democrats have been doing really, really well in the suburbs where they need help in these states, and why these states have been so close and why Trump even won all three of these states in 2016 is the sort of small town rural core of each one of these states. That's where Trump and the Republicans have been surging since 2016. That's where the Democrats have been losing ground. The Democrats used to do pretty well in a lot of these places, no more. So the hope is that for Democrats is that Walz's background, his story, will be familiar to voters in those places and will help them in those states. Now, here's where it gets a little complicated, though, because Minnesota is very similar to these three states. It's not so much a battleground state because the demographics, there's a little bit more of that college-educated suburban population that's so heavily Democratic around the Twin Cities. But the basic dynamic in Minnesota demographically is pretty similar to these three states. And let's take a look here at how Tim Walz did. This is the 2022 governor's race in Minnesota. Now, he was reelected, you can see here, by an 8-point margin. But the key is when you look at Minnesota and you look for those areas I'm describing where the Democrats have been losing ground in Wisconsin and
I want to show you what Kornacki's talking about here, right? I want to graphically wait, let me just let me start us off with Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Okay, I'll start us off with the 2020 map. This is Joe Biden. We got Kamala Harris on here, right? But I'm showing you this is the Joe Biden versus Donald Trump map, 303 to 235, all right? So these are the states that we're talking about: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, right? Overall, the swing states are Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, maybe North Carolina, although probably not. Some people say Florida. I doubt Florida will be anything but red. And, you can go on down the line as far as Texas and Ohio and Iowa as being potentials. But again, these most of these other states are likely to stay red, right? So imagine this, okay? We give Trump Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Look at that. Look at that. That's 3 extra states for Trump, right? And Kamala still wins. This is what I'm talking about, right? 1, 2, 3. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. If she wins these states, which, Walz definitely helps her out in all of these states. Shapiro helps her out in Pennsylvania and maybe to a lesser degree some of the other states. But this is why that determination was made. She needs these 3 states. That's what I'm talking about when I say the most conservative path to victory for Kamala Harris is, is the Rust Belt. This is what I'm talking about, right? She can lose Georgia, she can lose Arizona, she can lose Nevada. She probably won't lose all those, right? But she can, and she still has 270. That's what we're talking about. Oops.
Michigan and PA, well, those areas comparably, demographically, culturally in Minnesota would be what they kind of call greater Minnesota. And it's almost the entire state geographically, except for this core area around the Twin Cities. Ton of population, majority of the population's in this Twin City metro area. But everything else around here is greater Minnesota. And that's very similar turf demographically to where the Democrats need votes in those other 3 states. And how did Walz do in these areas? Well, you see a ton of red, but I think this is the key. We'll show you one county here, for example. This could be a stand-in for many. This is Stearns County. This is in greater Minnesota. This is similar to a lot of the terrain you see in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Walz lost this by 23 points. How does that compare to Joe Biden in 2020? Joe Biden lost the same county by 23 points. How does that compare to Hillary Clinton in 2016? Hillary Clinton lost it by 28 points. And now here's the key, because this county, Democrats used to be much more competitive in. Look at this. In 2012, Barack Obama won 43% of the vote in this county. There's only a little bit more than 10 points that he lost to Romney by here. The floor fell out for Democrats here when Trump came along in that Clinton race in 2016, and they haven't recovered it since. And that Walz performance here, it's a little less than Biden's number. It's more than Clinton's, and it's a far cry from what Obama was doing here. And again, I'm showing you one. This is a stand-in for dozens of counties in Minnesota where you saw the same thing with large rural populations, blue-collar white populations, where Obama, and some of them he was winning, others he was holding his own just a dozen years ago. This is where Democrats have lost ground. And Walz in 2022, he didn't gain any ground that the Democrats had lost. He didn't do that here. He didn't do that in other counties. Walz really owes his victory, that margin he got 8 points there statewide. He owes it to the Twin Cities area here, the area where Democrats in Minnesota and all these other states are already doing well. It's sort of it's the standard Democratic victory model in a state like this. It got Walz in 2022. This is the biggest county in the state. This is where Minneapolis is. Hennepin County. Walz wins this by 44 points. Look at all the votes that came out of their total. It's huge. And again, that's right in line with what Joe Biden did in 2020 when he won Minnesota. And again, just wind the clock back here. 12 years ago, this was still a blue county, but less blue. So it's the suburban areas, the metropolitan areas that have gotten much more blue. And Walz performed just like Biden did, better than Clinton did in places like this. And then in the rest of greater Minnesota, small town Minnesota, where the Democrats have been losing ground, Walz performed basically just like Biden did as well. So, look at his electoral history. Tim Walz is in 2022. And the idea that he's got this automatic appeal with these small town areas in those 3 key battleground states, you don't see it in what he actually did on the ballot in 2022. Now, that doesn't mean it can't happen. See how this story, once it gets told, does it resonate with voters? Does it? You have no idea of knowing when these things start. But what we can look at here is what he's actually done as a candidate in Minnesota. And honestly, when you look at Walz's victory in 2022 in Minnesota, it looks like Biden's victory in Minnesota in 2020, not a different coalition.
Interesting, Steve. And I don't know if we have that information, offhand, but when he was a member of the House, he certainly, and we were just speaking to Carlos Curbelo about his relationship that he had. They both served at the House at the same time. One of very cordial, and he even, Carlos was even saying about how easy it was to think of bipartisanship with Walz. That district is of course just one small snapshot of the entire state.
Well, yeah, and it gets to, now remember, he was elected to Congress and he served there 2006 to 2018. Yep. And what we were just showing you about the huge turning point in modern times in a state like Minnesota in terms of the demographic balance in the state and all these other states, the turning point really is 2016 when Donald Trump comes along. And again, you see these counties. We just showed you, for example, there, where Obama and other Democrats could be competitive, could lose maybe by 10 points, even win in some cases. Trump comes along and these counties suddenly go Republican by 30, 35 points. And that is the story of what Walz's old.
Well, I mean, it's not a story of the magic of Trump, all right? As much as it is a story of the failure of Hillary Clinton, right? This shift, right, in terms of what the Democrats are losing, it's not that Obama was had a magical ability to attract rural voters. It's that Hillary had a magical ability to repel a lot of voters. And when we're talking about the Kamala campaign, we are talking about something more akin to Obama, right? If you contrast it to Biden, who did actually, and I guess they're not showing that this in Minnesota as much. But Biden's strategy was to go for those suburban areas, right? He had the rural areas, although not by as much as Obama did. But then he tried to make inroads into these, sort of liminal areas, I guess you could call them. That's a weird way to say it, but these divisions between between rural and urban. areas that are represented as the suburbs, right? Biden had that appeal. That was his path to victory, was to appeal to those. He lost some votes in urban areas versus what Obama had done, but he gains them back and more in suburban areas. And Kamala's path to victory is going to be more similar to Obama's than it is to Biden's.
Congressional district, southern Minnesota, it's one of those districts that really moved dramatically in the Republican, in the Trump direction starting in 2016. So Walz was performing very well in that district in 06, 08, 10, 12, even 2014. That was sort of back in the era when Democrats could win those votes. In 2016, Walz did get reelected to that district, but mind you, that was when Trump came on the scene.
Wait, did he say that? Fundamentally
peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Fundamentally Broken is telling me that Trump is funny, that helps him, but so is Walz, and I think he's wittier. His response about being in the pocket of unions, right? The accusation of being in the pocket of unions is to say that he is in the pocket of awesome. Yeah, you got to own it. You got to own it. You got to own it. Absolutely.
Trump almost won Minnesota in 2016, a huge surprise.
Yeah, even Biden recognized that.
He lost it by 2.5 points, and that actually resulted in Walz getting a big scare in his district in 2016. So the politics in Minnesota shifted, the demographics shifted. They've done that in all these other states. And again, what Walz has been doing since then is what the Democrats leaning on the metro areas, leaning on the urban areas, and taking a bath in the rural and small town areas.
Steve Kornacki, a man who knows everything about every political detail. Thank you.
Anyway, so let's get back to Shapiro.
This is the person she should have picked, and she didn't, and we all know why, and the answer rhymes with Jew. Here is Josh Shapiro.
Philadelphia Inquirer is writing about a 1993 college article you wrote where you expressed skepticism about a two-state solution. I understand you do support a two-state solution now. Can you kind of just talk about that evolution?
Something I wrote when I was 20? Is that what you're talking about? I was 20. Look, I have said for years, long before October 7th, that I favor a two-state solution. Israelis and Palestinians living peacefully side by side, being able to determine their own futures and their own destinies, being able to work as they want and worship as they want, and understand the power of living peacefully side by side and how that will lift up both parties in this, or both sides of this conversation.
Again, this was Josh Shapiro trying to moderate his own positions on Israel in order to please the pro-Hamas base. It turns out the thing they object to is not real.
Look, I'm willing to say that, I mean, I don't know. I'm not as skeptical about Shapiro saying that he doesn't stand with what he said as a 20-year-old. As I am about... As I am about the recent, right? It's not about what he said, in that essay. All right. It's about, his electability, the fact that he's a landmine, like pragmatically speaking, right? It's the scandals. It's the scandals. It's the relatability, right? There are other reasons not to pick Shapiro, pragmatically and, ideologically. It's not just about what he said when he was 20.
Position on Israel. The thing they object to is that Josh Shapiro was a Jew. And that's not me saying that. That is Democrats saying that. That is Jared Moskowitz from Florida. Quote, Josh's position on Israel is almost identical to everybody else, but he's being held to a different standard. So you have to ask yourself why. Debbie Wasserman Schultz of Florida. It's been noticeable that of all the people that she is carefully considering...
Okay, look, here's the deal. The Democrats, including Joe Biden, have been abysmal when it comes to Gaza. This is unacceptable to the base. This is unacceptable to the people that you are counting on to get out the vote. This is unacceptable to the people that put energy into the campaigns, right? This is unacceptable to young people who are drifting away, who drifted, completely away from Biden, right? This is where Biden fucked up. And this is where, and the person that, Moskowitz, the person that Shapiro's quoting here, this is who in their, like the viewpoint that he says that everybody has, right? That's what's unacceptable. That's what's unacceptable. Democrats have failed to differentiate themselves from the Republicans on this issue. This is always what bites them in the ass. This is always what fucks them up. This is what puts them in a position where like Aiden Ross can say, I don't know, maybe Trump's better on abortion, right? Because the Democrats haven't done enough with that issue. You know, and like, that's not even the worst example of it, right? There's so many examples where you find the Republicans are here and the Democrats are like, oh, cool. They're like all the way on the right. Let's just be like a little bit to the left of that, right? And then, you know, they'll have nowhere else to go. The Democrats think they don't realize that when you're that close to the Republican Party's perspective, some of the voters are going to mix it up and be like, yeah, the Republicans are actually more to the left. The Americans don't know left and right. Voters do not know consistently like left and right. They do not ferret out the subtle details between these nuanced positions. That's the problem, is that Democrats take the Republicans going to the fucking right as an opportunity to be worse and to please their donors and to please the lobbyists, while at the same time, you know, being able to, in their mind, think that they are differentiated enough where their voters have nowhere else to go, right? I gotta break it to you, but voters do not parse these questions. Like, okay, here's the biggest thing, right? And I keep bringing this up, and I know it's annoying, chat, right? But I want to keep bringing it up because it's important. The stimulus. Trump signed 2 stimuluses for $2,000 during the pandemic. This is a basic New Deal type policy, right? This is what Democrats were known for. And ever since Ronald Reagan, they've been scared of their own shadow. Their biggest fear is that somebody's going to come along and call them a tax and spend liberal. So when Biden had his chance to sign his stimulus, it was $1,400, right? And there are people out there, I keep on hearing from them, whose main reason for supporting Trump is because they remember getting $4,000 in their pocket when they needed it, right? And they remember that when Biden had the chance to do the same, he failed. He came up short. And as much as, like, you know, anybody with an understanding of the two parties would reason that that Trump policy of the stimulation was an aberration. He was forced into it. It was the moment, the time, you know, the situation that caused him to do it. It's not a Republican policy. It's definitely not a Donald Trump policy, right? Average Americans, just remember, $4,000, $1,400, right? This is where the Democrats fail to differentiate themselves enough. And I get that it's a different time when Biden's doing it. Biden's also worried about inflation and you know, obviously, you know, it's got the, you know, tax and spend liberal thing in the back of his mind too, right? You know, I get that, like that Biden's policy, you know, and how it looks less vigorous than Trump's is pretty much an illusion. It's not representative of where they actually stand. How would you expect voters to know that? You know what the voters know? They got $4,000 in one pocket and they got $1,400 in the other. And guess which one they're going to choose time after time after time. Guess which one they're going to choose.
The Jewish candidate is getting excruciating, very specific scrutiny, particularly around his position on Israel. House Democrat Jake Auchincloss from Massachusetts, he said that it's pretty obvious that Democrats were attacking Josh Shapiro based on the fact that he was a Jew. Here was Jake Auchincloss saying precisely that just yesterday.
Somebody's telling me Tulsi's on there bitching about Kamala on Fox News.
This clip 6.
Oh God, yeah, I remember that whole interchange between Kamala and Tulsi back in 2000.
Those in the overly online left who are attacking Josh Shapiro's pro-Israel positions in a different way than they are attacking non-Jewish Veep contenders' positions, they're just telling on themselves. There is a strong undercurrent of anti-Semitism to that. It's unacceptable. Every contender's positions on all policy issues, their track records in elective office, all of that is fair game. That is totally open to be subjected to interrogation and to questioning by the Harris team, by observers, but holding him to a different standard because of his religion just simply isn't who we are as a Democratic Party.
Again, this is great. And the reason it's great is because...
No, Ben, it's not great. You're trying to make fetch a thing, and it's not a thing, all right? The choice of Walz over Shapiro is not an anti-Semitic choice. And I think you're wasting your time here, right? If somebody's number one issue is glazing Netanyahu up, they're going to choose Trump. The Democrats are going to have to resign themselves to lose that vote. If there's more that you care about, and if you recognize that Netanyahu is not representative of the Jewish people, it's a monstrous thing to say. And in fact, kind of, his coalition is a far right coalition, even in Israel. Then maybe you don't want to vote for Trump. Anyway, it's a wedge. It's a wedge. They're trying to do a wedge. They're trying to make fetch happen, and it's not going to work this time.
Clarity. Clarity is a good thing. I'm very pleased by the fact that the Democratic Party has been very clear on this. They can have somebody who is...
And I'm going to be right back. I'll be
so long as he's not a Jew,
in chat, though.
The Jew from the swing state that Kamala Harris needs to win and is currently running in a dead heat with Donald Trump, who could not be picked for one simple reason. There are too many members of the Democratic Party base who don't like Jews. And that is particularly true, unfortunately, in minority communities among the Democrat base. That is true by poll data. It's unfortunate, but it is a reality. So there are many things that are betrayed by the Tim Walz pick. But thing number one, can't have a Jew. That is the number one thing betrayed by the Tim Walz pick by Kamala Harris. Thing number two, of course, is that she is full-scale radical. She is full-scale radical. Remember, Tim Walz is Bernie Sanders from Minnesota. He's Bernie Sanders with a Fargo accent. That's all he is. He is a radical leftist. We're going to get to everything Tim Walz related in just 1 second. It's so mind-bogglingly stupid, and that's why I'm so excited about it. Mind-bogglingly stupid. The first rule of a vice presidential pick is first, do no harm. And she just harmed herself. Why? Well, because she forewent the opportunity to pick, a popular swing state governor. She didn't pick Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan. She picked somebody from a state Republicans haven't won for like several decades. And then she proceeded to pick somebody who underscores her own radicalism. Her entire campaign thus far has been lying about everything she believes. Everything. Like, she's no longer in favor of a fracking ban. She's no longer in favor of gun seizures. She's no longer in favor of radically increasing taxes. She's a moderate, you see. But then she picked somebody who is the most radical person who is on the short list, thus opening herself up wide to every charge that she is a radical. It's absolute incompetence. She is too online. She's just too online. She was hearing too much from the online crowd. And what this truly betrays, and this is the reason I'm the most excited, what it truly betrays as somebody who wants Donald Trump to win, is that Kamala Harris is still politically incompetent. She was politically incompetent in 2019 when she ran for president because she was too online. She had audience capture from her radical base, and she kept trying to please them. And then she would kind of back away from it, moderate a little bit, and then she would try to please them, and then back away. She has not changed one iota. No, there is no new Kamala. On the right, there's always this is the moment Donald Trump changed and became president. And it never is that. Donald Trump, it turns out, is always Donald Trump, and Kamala Harris is always Kamala Harris. Obnoxious, arrogant, radical, stupid, because this is a stupid campaign move, a full-scale, full-stop, stupid campaign move by Kamala Harris. We'll get to who Tim Walz is, because you've never heard of him, and nobody had until a week ago, until he came out of left field, because Democrats needed somebody who was titularly from the Midwest, even in a non-swing state, just so they could pick the person who wasn't a Jew. We'll get to that in just 1 second. First, there's only one cell phone company that gives you free premium access to the media you actually care about. That is Pure Talk. This might be the best offer Pure Talk has ever come out with. Listen to this. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk on a qualifying plan, you get a free 1-year insider subscription to Daily Wire Plus. That is correct. Take advantage of unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, and mobile hotspot on America's most dependable 5G network for just $35 a month. And you get 1 year free of Daily Wire Plus. The Daily Wire Plus insider plan gets you access to our entire library of movies, series, documentaries, including Lady Ballers, What is a Woman, Mr. Bertram Run, Hide, Fight, and more. Plus, you get our daily shows uncensored, ad-free. The only way you can get all of that is by going to puretalk.com/Shapiro. I've been telling you to stop overpaying for your cell phone plan for a very long time. If you haven't made the switch on over to Pure Talk yet, now would be the best time. I myself have been using Pure Talk for years. My coverage is excellent. You can have that excellent coverage. Plus, 1 year free of Daily Wire Plus Insider with a qualifying plan. Go to puretalk.com/Shapiro today. Switch to that qualifying plan. Get 1 year free of Daily Wire Plus Insider. That's puretalk.com/Shapiro today. So you may be reading in my expression, excitement. Excitement. Again, and you might be saying to yourself, wait a second, isn't anti-Semitism bad? And the answer is yes. But you know what is worse to me? Lies. Lies. And it is a lie that the Democratic Party is not full-scale comfortable with anti-Semitism. And they are willing to pick a radical who undermines Kamala Harris's entire message, which is supposed to be moderation, which is supposed to be stability. And instead, they picked a man who lives in a van down by the river, because that's what Tim Walz looks like. He's going to be played by Ed Asner in the movie. Okay, according to the Wall Street Journal, who is Tim Walz? Well, after graduating in 1989 with a social science degree from Chadron State College in Nebraska, that's some auspicious stuff. He spent a year teaching in China before returning to full-time status at the National Guard and then a teaching career. He eventually landed about 80 miles southwest of Minneapolis in Mankato, Minnesota, where he taught social studies, coached high school football, and raised 2 children with his wife, Gwen. He also continued in the National Guard, where he specialized in field artillery and did a tour overseas, but he never saw combat. After 24 years in the National Guard, he retired as a command sergeant major before he first ran for Congress in 2006. He was then in his early 40s. He entered politics and managed to unseat a 6-term Republican congressman in a mostly rural southern Minnesota district, running as a moderate. And it turns out he was lying. He spent 12 years in Congress. Then he ran for governor as someone willing to compromise with Republicans. He won by 11 percentage points in 2018, which was almost 4 points higher than his 2022 reelect victory, where he only won by 7. Well, why would that be? It's because he's a radical. He's a radical. Yes, indeed he do. So let's go through his record as the governor of Minnesota, because it's quite terrible, actually. According to the Wall Street Journal, Minnesota became something of a laboratory in 2023 for many of the Democratic Party's goals, once Walz had a legislature fully controlled by Democrats. So this is what Kamala Harris's administration would look like. This is what Tim Walz wants America to look like. Besides establishing the goal of a carbon-free electrical grid by 2040, by the way, great idea. Carbon-free electrical grid means a non-working electrical grid. Just get ready for it. And that is particularly smart in a place like Minnesota that gets incredibly cold and where intermittent energy being provided to people's homes actually ends up really, really badly, as Texas learned when it relied too heavily on wind and solar in the middle of a giant cold snap. The state also passed paid family and medical leave, sick leave, transgender rights protections, which we'll get to, a tax credit aimed at low-income parents, and $1 billion in investment in affordable housing. Barack Obama was super pleased by Tim Walz at the time. He tweeted, "If you need a reminder, elections have consequences. Check out what's happening in Minnesota." And well, Walz moved dramatically to the left. Republican Paul Gazelka was an insurance agent, former state Senate majority leader. He said Walz was more of a moderate when he elected. But then, quote, he morphed into an extreme liberal who matches Kamala Harris. So here's what you got on the ticket. A lady who tried to bribe out Black Lives Matter rioters, and the governor who let those Black Lives Matter rioters completely wreck Minneapolis. In fact, for just a short version of what Governor Walz's term has looked like, his first term, Mike Murphy, who ran against him for governor in 2022, cut the following ad. And here is just a short version of Tim Walz's stellar record in Minnesota, which is why Kamala Harris picked him, of course.
I've just signed Executive Order 20-01, declaring a peacetime state of emergency for the state of Minnesota. We need to stop congregating. We're going to...
Okay, so now this is going to be the biggest thing that they're going to try to do, not just with Walz, but with Kamala as well, right? They're going to talk about bail funds that Kamala supported. They're going to talk about Walz being governor during the 2020 uprisings, and they're not gonna. They're gonna do. It's the same kind of. It's the same kind of playbook that they use to turn essentially, you know, what should be a liability for right-wing politicians in terms of intransigence when it comes to doing something about systemic violence by law enforcement directed at POC communities into a liability for the Democrats for being on the side of these supposedly violent protesters, right? There's an article that I've been wanting to share that's that goes into the violence that happened, particularly like the deaths that happened around the protests. Now, there's a lot of reporting on this stuff at the time that included some deaths that happened in proximity to the protests, but had actually nothing to do with the protests. There are, you know, deaths that are attributed to the protests that were actually, you know, caused by people, like, for instance, driving their vehicles into crowds, right? These are not protesters causing deaths. These are, you know, Republicans, essentially, right wing weirdos. But yeah, this is going to be the playbook that they use for Walz and for Kamala, and I don't think it resonates as much as they think it does. Now, there is this is another example of Democrats and their weakness coming back to bite them, right? They made a lot of gestures towards caring about these issues of systemic, police violence and systemic racism at the time, but they didn't want to do anything about it. And in a lot of cases, in most cases, they didn't do anything about it. There was no real defunding. There was no real reform. There certainly wasn't any abolition. But they wanted to, at the moment, essentially make the gestures that told people who at the time were, the majority of people cared about that. They cared about what happened. You gifted 2 subs while I was gone. I saw that, Omega Star. What do you want that going towards? You might have already said. Let me roll it back. Texas was not using fucking green energy. I know, right? Texas had other problems. Transvestigation, says a megastar. Always a popular topic. In the hearts and minds of the Republicans, but we're transvestigating the transvestigators, so.
Close the bars, we're going to close the restaurants, we're going to close the places where we gather. Several 100,000 of your neighbors were just laid off. An entire industry has been shut down in the face of this, all for the greater good.
The governor, with the power of the state constitution behind him, has issued 104 executive orders affecting everything.
Oh, well, I called this wrong. I thought I knew where they were going with this. No, they definitely will try to... Oh, wait a minute. Let me check on something really quick. All right? Got to get this timeline firmed up. So he assumed office as governor on January 7th of 2019. Prior to that, he was in the House. So yeah, he would have been governor during both the protests and the lockdowns. Just making sure I wasn't assuming that he was there, because if you talk about 2020, it's really easy to kind of break down stuff into 4-year time periods according to when the elections were, which, in this case would be 2020, 2024, right? But you got to remember that the new president is going to take office in 2025, not 2024, and if the governor's term goes along that, then it would be 2021. But yeah, in this case, he assumed office January 7th of 2019. Okay, just making sure I'm not talking out of my ass here.
From schools to restaurants and bars to churches to basically every facet of everyday life.
It's kind of funny that Shapiro is using this stuff, right? Shapiro's a little different than the rest of the right wingers in that at first he was, fairly amenable, I think, to most of the lockdown measures, fairly amenable to the vaccine. He did get the jab, unlike many of them, and you know, some of them like Dave Rubin, who pretend that he didn't get the jab.
Democrats who control the House are moving in the opposite direction. Some are pushing to put a mask mandate in state law.
Hi ho the Jerry.
I mean, I guess this is what you have to do if you're a Republican content creator, if you're a Daily Wire content creator.
I wear a mask to school. It helps to keep me safe.
Explosive testimony.
I mean, being right next to each other doesn't help to keep you safe, though. They're not exactly following COVID regulations right there. There's not anything approaching 6 feet of distance.
From a Minneapolis police union official who says that the governor ordered cops to abandon that 3rd precinct during the spring's.
Okay, so we are getting to this, yeah.
I was in the command post. I heard it. I heard the governor say, give it up.
At 9:32, Chief Arredondo calls the mayor to tell him they've lost control, can no longer maintain order.
Again, these fires were started by Boogaloo Boys, right?
In the city. And then at 10:13, Chief Arredondo, who's monitoring the scene from a couple blocks away, gets on the radio to announce defeat.
The citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct.
The 3rd precinct has been compromised.
The mayor said I request the National Guard. Ooh, this is great. We're going to have massively trained troops. No, you're going to have 19-year-olds who are cooked.
Okay, so what exactly did Governor Tim Walz do? We'll get to more on that.
Well, I mean, you obviously don't want to show us what exactly Tim Walz said since you cut him off right there.
In a moment, because he is the most radical candidate she could have picked. I'm very excited about this. Again, it betrays that she has no political.
The fact that somebody that wants to feed children at school is considered a radical candidate, the fact that somebody who wants to pay workers a living wage is considered a radical candidate, it speaks to the cowardice of the Democratic Party at large. Again, Bernie Sanders in Minnesota, he thinks that's like a slam. He thinks that's a reason for people to not like this guy, right? And you're talking about the wing of the Democratic Party that even if it doesn't have agreement with people as far as policy, even if people, you know, aren't on board with 100% of the policies, it at least has their respect, right? And the respect of some Republicans too. The respect of a lot of independent centrist Republicans. People could tell that Bernie Sanders, unlike Hillary Clinton, unlike Joe Biden, and unlike Kamala Harris, was real. And people notice that shit.
Instincts, none.
And they could see the same thing with Tim Walz. Let's hope he stays real.
She's a completely manufactured creation. Her pick of Tim Walz shows it. She's a completely manufactured creation, controlled by the media and controlled by her.
What is bro talking about?
Breaking news is that Tim Walz, not Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, again, it's so stupid it boggles the mind, but good for her for being an idiot.
It doesn't boggle shit. It like anybody who was paying attention to this knew that this was going to be the pick. Anybody who was looking along in terms of the vetting process of both of these candidates knew who the obvious pick was going to be. It's not that hard.
She has picked.
It's not. Oh my God, my fucking mind is blown. Oh my God, I thought we were going to see Josh Shapiro. And lo and behold, it's Tim Walz, the radical Bernie Sanders of Minnesota. Oh, well, that's going to be, you got my work cut out for me now. No, Ben, stop coping.
Kamala Harris has picked Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, for her vice presidential candidate. We'll get to more on Tim Walz's record in just one moment. First, Grand Canyon University, private Christian university, beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. GC.
Oh, that's a commercial.
Tim Walz, among other
we already got hit with one commercial. That's enough.
Democratic politicians in the state of Minnesota decided that it was absolutely necessary to allow rioters to burn down streets, to loot stores, to tear apart the city, to shoot people in the name of racial justice, to take over police stations. That was Governor Tim Walz who presided over all of this. Walz said, quote, Minneapolis and St. Paul are on fire. The fire is still smoldering on our streets. The ashes are symbolic of decades and generations of pain, of anguish unheard. Oh, wow, poetic language about people burning down, you know, the biggest city in his state. Well done, Tim Walz. Here, in fact, was Tim Walz talking about the George Floyd riot, saying this has been brewing for 400 years, which is why people are burning down entire cities in his state, and he wasn't calling out the National Guard.
These are things that have been brewing in this country for 400 years.
All right, so here we go. If we're going to talk about Make America Burn Again, Let's debunk this motherfucker in real time. All right. What do you say? Boogaloo Boy charged in the fire of Minneapolis police precinct during George Floyd protest. He wants to be able to say this happened during his administration. This is on him. He signed off on this. You basically get the feeling that he ordered the fucking burning of the police precinct, right? Let's talk about that burning, right? A right-wing extremist boasted of driving from Texas to Minneapolis to help set fire to a police precinct during the George Floyd protests. Federal prosecutors said. U.S. Attorney Erica McDonald said on Friday that she had charged Ivan Harrison Hunter, a 26-year-old Texas resident, with traveling across state lines to participate in a riot. The charges that are the latest example of far-right extremists attempting to use violence to escalate national protests against police brutality into an uprising against the government, even a full civil war. Yeah, that's their tactic, right? So these Boogaloo boys, right? Can you see this just showing up here? Yeah, you can see this picture right here, right? So I mean, this is just I guess 3 Boogaloo boys here. This is kind of how they're dressed. You see the Hawaiian shirt. I don't want to get into the whole memetic lore behind the Boogaloo boys, but this started on 4chan. Boogaloo is short for Electric Boogaloo. Electric Boogaloo is a movie from the 80s that was part 2 of Breakin', a movie about breakdancing. One of these movies where the kids they're the public, their recreation center is going to be torn down by an evil real estate dude, kind of like Donald Trump. And the only way they can keep that from happening is to win a dance battle, right? It's one of these things, right? There's a part 2 to it called Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo. Kind of a silly name for sequels, but I guess sequels were, sort of the new meta at the time. You got a popular movie, you make a sequel of it. So their Electric Boogaloo, what they were doing a part 2 of was a part 2 of the Civil War, right? They want a civil war. It's like Tim Pool. It's like Tim Pool shit. This is very much a Tim Pool kind of movement, right? So, and they would come to a protest, and people would be scared, right? Because these dudes are carrying guns. They're fucking armed with ARs a lot of time, and tactical vest and all this shit. People are scared, and they're like, "Oh no, don't worry, ma'am. Don't worry, man. We're here to protect you. We're in solidarity with BLM, right?" Okay, I mean, I mean, it's better than you're here to Kyle Rittenhouse everybody, right? But in reality, what they're trying to do is be strategically in place to push the protests into something that they can take advantage of, because they want to start a second civil war, right? So here we go. Latest example of far-right extremists attempting to use violence to escalate national protests against police brutality into an uprising against the government or even a full civil war. The case also reveals the extent of coordination between the violent members of the nascent far-right group Boogaloo Boys, which I think I haven't heard much about these guys lately. I don't know if they're still around, right? Boogaloo Boys movement operating in different cities across the country, according to the criminal complaint against Hunter on the 26th of May, as intense protests broke out in Minneapolis over the killing of George Floyd by a city police officer. A Boogaloo Boy based in Minnesota posted a public Facebook message. I need a head count. Hunter, a resident of Bourne, Texas, which is roughly 1,200 miles away, responded 72 hours out. Wow. Another Boogaloo Boy based in North Carolina posted a public message the same day. Locked and loaded, boys. He wrote, adding, the national network is going off. Boogaloo has long been used on online message boards as an ironic term for a second civil war, which might be sparked by any government attempts to confiscate Americans' guns. But in 2019 and early 2020, the memes about the coming Boogaloo began to coalesce into an anti-government pro-gun movement, with armed Boog Boys showing up at protests wearing the Boogaloo uniform, a bright Hawaiian shirt paired with military style rifle. In the late winter and early spring of 2020, researchers noted the growing number of Boogaloo groups on Facebook, many of them posting explicitly about military tactics and killing government officials, as well as the proliferation of Boogaloo-themed merchandise for sale, such as flags, patches, and Hawaiian print gun accessories. Prosecutors say that Hunter would later describe himself to Austin police officers as the leader of the Boogaloo Boys in South Texas. By the 28th of May, during the night of the most intense unrest and destruction in the city, Hunter was in Minneapolis, just as the 3rd Precinct police station, known locally as a playground for renegade cops, was being set on fire. The video shot that night shows a person later identified as Hunter firing 13 rounds from a semi-automatic assault-style rifle on the 3rd Precinct police station, while people believed that the looters, where people believed to be looters, were just inside. He then high-fived another person and shouted "Justice for Floyd," according to the complaint. Right? Do you see what they're doing? They're setting the protesters up. And people like Ben Shapiro want to buy it. Later, he privately messaged Steve Carrillo, another accused Boogaloo boy in California, urging him to go for police buildings, according to the federal criminal complaint. "I did better, lol," Carrillo allegedly replied. Hours before Carrillo sent that message, according to the complaint, federal prosecutors said Carrillo had driven to Oakland with an accomplice, and as protesters were demonstrating blocks away, shot 2 officers guarding the federal courthouse in downtown Oakland, killing one, David Patrick Underwood. Carrillo was later charged with killing another law enforcement officer, a Santa Cruz sheriff's deputy, in an ambush attack in June. So now, we just talked about 2 deaths of police officers at the hands of Boogaloo Boys that are no doubt being counted as BLM violence against just lumped in. Yeah, this was the BLM protesters that did that, apparently, right? You know, they killed cops, right? And this is what you get anytime you talk about January 6th. Well, what about the protests? Well, what about this? What about Minnesota? What about Seattle? What about all this shit, right? And I've just identified 2 instances of police being killed that has nothing to do, that was done by an organization trying to take advantage of the riots to start their fucking right-wing reactionary coup, essentially. According to the complaint, Hunter would later post multiple messages on Facebook bragging of his actions in Minneapolis on the night of the 28th. The morning of the 29th of May, writing, "I set fire to a precinct with the black community, and my mom would call the FBI if she knew. I've burned police stations with Black Panthers in Minneapolis," he claimed in one message, and in another, "The BLM protesters in Minneapolis loved me." Police in Austin, Texas, stopped a pickup truck in which Hunter was a passenger on. So I mean, this is essentially a type of agent provocateur. That's the function that he's serving here, right? Spurring violence and blaming it on protesters. On June 3rd, for multiple traffic violation, Hunter had 6 loaded magazines for a semi-automatic rifle in the tactical vest he was wearing. Officers also found, so you could also say this about the Proud Boys, right? In that, and I'm getting granular here about the January 6th protests. It is my belief that not everyone who showed up at the Capitol wanted to go into the building, break in and, hogtie the legislature. Some of those people probably thought they were just going to a protest, but there was Proud Boys there, and they were there in the right spot, to push the barricades apart, to break in, to do the necessary actions to get, that crowd into there, right? To turn it from a protest into a coup. Right, this was plotted. This and likely would not have happened without, and these are some of the people that have gone to jail, been sentenced for the harshest terms and stuff. The Proud Boys, the 3%ers. Oh my gosh, am I forgetting one? I'm probably forgetting one. Anyway, there's three militant groups essentially that had people at the protests in the right place. Now, obviously, yeah, some of the chuds are just chuds, and they were gonna fucking, you know, they didn't have a problem with what was going on. They didn't see a problem with going into the Capitol and wiping their shit all over the Capitol and putting their feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk, et cetera, rifling through documents in the chambers and all the rest of them, right? But there are probably some people that without that extra push and without the know-how, right? Because this is what's different about Boogaloo Boys, Proud Boys, 3%ers than just your average fucking everyday chud. They come prepared. They've got a plan. They've done coordination, right? And so here's another example of that. And except in this case, they're mixing in with protesters in Minneapolis and facilitating acts such as burning a police station. Hunter had loaded 6 magazines for a semi-automatic rifle in a tactical vest he was wearing. Officers also found multiple firearms in the truck. Several days after the stop, federal agents learned that Hunter's online affiliation with Carrillo McDonald learned of his affiliation, right? McDonald said Hunter made his initial court appearance on Thursday in San Antonio, Texas. It is unclear if he has an attorney. Hunter is the third alleged Boogaloo boy to be charged in connection with protest in Minneapolis. According to across the country, the Boogaloo movement has been linked to more than 24 arrests, at least 5 deaths this year, including the alleged plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. So in case you got any question about the loyalty of the Boogaloo boys, whether they are indeed part of the George Floyd uprising, whether they are in solidarity with those protesters, or whether they are fucking MAGA chuds bent on, this is, kidnapping the governor of fucking Michigan as a response to the lockdowns, right? That's who they are. And this is who burned that fucking, who set that fire. Anyway, back to Shapiro. Oath Keepers, thank you. Thank you, Chad. It's Oath Keepers. That was the name I was looking for.
He said, we can't have like the looting and the recklessness, but he didn't send the National Guard until too late, until the city had basically been taken over and destroyed.
We cannot have the looting and the recklessness that went on. We cannot have it because we can't function as a society, and I refuse to have it take away the attention of the stain that we need to be working on.
Absolutely ridiculous. So while Kamala Harris was bailing out the rioters, she's now the presidential candidate. Her vice presidential candidate was presiding over the burning down of the city and claiming that the real problem with the burning down of the city, it was like a Norm Macdonald joke. The real problem isn't the burning down of the city and the hurting of people and the destruction of businesses and the full-scale criminality. The real problem, of course, is that it undermines
systemic racism. Yeah. The systemic killing and oppression of Black people across the United States, right? The police violence in general and the disproportionate effect it has on POC communities. Yeah. That's the root of the cause. That's the root of the issue, right? You want to solve the, do I need to read the fucking Langston Hughes poem, Dream Deferred? Do we need to go back to a Harlem Renaissance poet to describe what we're talking about? Yeah, I think that is a fucking root cause, right?
Mind the cause, according to Tim Walz. He says now generations of pain is manifesting itself in front of the world, and the world is watching.
You, Ben Shapiro, have convinced me that Tim Walz is more based than I previously realized. Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Ben.
Received from a state senator who described her district, quote, on fire. No police, no firefighters, no social control. Constituents locked in houses wondering what they were going to do. That is an abject failure that cannot happen. Abject failure would make a great ad against Tim Walz and against Kamala Harris. And just amazing job here by Kamala Harris in picking the person who presided over the rioters she attempted to bail out of prison. Really, really solid stuff there from Tim Walz. But don't worry, his radicalism wasn't just restricted to the BLM riots. So he had this lengthy wish list that got passed in 2023. And Walz said, our wish list is a to-do list, and we're checking it off. So what exactly is in that to-do list? According to the Minneapolis Post, with the help of a $17.5 billion surplus, that would have been $19 billion had the DFL, which is the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, not changed the way inflation was included mid-session. The 2023-2025 budget will be 40% higher than the current budget. So this dude loved his spending. He increased the budget by 40%. Democrats then codified
Oh my God, is he a tax and spend liberal, Ben? Oh my God.
Abortion rights, paid family and medical leave, transgender rights protections, which we'll get to in a moment, driver's licenses for illegal immigrants. So this new administration, this Kamala Harris-Walz administration, they're going to be tough on the border. So tough that the new VP candidate wants driver's licenses for illegal immigrants in the state of Minnesota. Restoration of voting rights for felons. Oh, isn't that nice? Wider access.
Yeah. Look, Donald Trump's a fucking felon. All right. He's a felon. 34 counts. All right. But he should still be able to vote. He shouldn't have his right to vote taken away. Yeah. Restore Donald Trump's fucking voting rights.
Our investment in affordable housing, including for rental assistance. So you could not find a person who is more radical than Tim Walz. Also adopted under Tim Walz's governorship, background checks for private gun transfer, which of course means effectively a gun registry. DFL lawmakers also banned supposed conversion therapy.
No, I mean, that's more like closing a loophole that we're talking about there.
Which is much more controversial than it's.
No, it's not fucking controversial to ban conversion therapy. Yo, do you know what conversion therapy is, chat? We haven't talked about this. I don't know if we've ever talked about this, right? This is a discredited theory that you can, we usually call it pray away the gay, right? That's the euphemism when we're talking about conversion therapy. And yeah, there's usually like a religious aspect to this. It's usually religious people that administer this, right? This is like, there's a fucking movie called, But I'm a Cheerleader, right? That I don't remember. It's like an old movie. And it's a, cinematic representation, dramatization of one of these organizations. I don't know what the fuck you call it, right? But in addition to praying away the gay, right? How do they try to make a person not attracted to members of the same sex? Shock therapy, electroshock therapy, aka aversion therapy. Associating the stimulus of same-sex attraction with literal fucking torture. An attempted Orwellian manipulation of an individual, classically conditioning the gay out of them, right? Yeah. I don't think that's fucking controversial to get rid of that shit. Damn.
Sounds like. When they're talking about conversion therapy, they're no longer talking about the horrible old practice of taking teenagers who were gay and electroding them or something. They're talking about, actual therapy for people struggling with their sexual identity, for example.
Struggle. Okay, you know what actual therapy is it's okay that you're gay. You can be gay. You know what would be awesome too? Is if there was conservative, like for people in a conservative venue, if there was conservative therapists, conservative, maybe even religious therapists that would be like, all right, here's the deal. We're very conservative. We're against this, that, and the other, but you can be gay and be conservative. Right? That would, but no, that's not what you're talking about. That's therapy, right? That's helping somebody with their sexuality. What's not helping somebody with their sexuality is pretending that there is a way to stop being gay, that there is a way to stop being bisexual, there is a way to stop being attracted to who the fuck you are attracted to. We've seen some of the same obscure movies. Is that obscure? Same-sex struggling is a wild phrase. Yeah, right. Same-sex struggling. Come on, Ben, give up the struggle, okay? If you're attracted to men, women, or both, just Accept it, please. That's the only struggling you need to do. Struggle to accept yourself.
Recreational marijuana. He required a carbon-free electric grid by 2040. Again, that is such insanity.
Oh my God, recreational marijuana? Oh my God, like trying to save the planet from fucking climate disaster before it's too late? Holy shit, what's up, Dither? Oh my God, this is like...
That is not going to happen because the alternative sources of electricity, like wind and solar, are simply not up to the task.
Look, that's not going to happen because Democrats are too much of cowards, right? And it will not happen to all of our detriment, and especially to the detriment of younger generations.
Of supplying electricity to an entire state on the base in the middle of some of the coldest areas of the United States. Adopted a new...
I love how he thinks it means that, like, yeah, we're gonna go full on wind and solar, especially solar, right? That makes sense, right? And if you know what, if there's not enough electricity, we'll just put on a bigger coat inside your... No, that's not what we're talking about, Ben.
Reading curricula based on phonics and passed a massive $2.58 billion capital construction package. So that is tax hikes, that is spending, that is Tim Walz in a nutshell. And
you've been enjoying watching the far right squirm as well. Nice.
Of course it is Tim Walz in a nutshell. Remember, Tim Walz is effectively
Tim Walz in a nutshell. There we go. I mean, he's trying to make it into like a... Right, there's something there. Nut wall. Oh, you should call. Yeah. You should start calling people, his fans, right? Walnuts, Walls nuts, Walls nut, D's nuts, D's Walls nut. Anyway, chat. So there's something there, right? He's trying to do it. And Walls in a nutshell. Get it like walnuts. We got the
socialist. I mean, he literally...
Is there something there?
1 week ago, he was saying that one person's socialism is another person's neighborliness, which comes...
Oh my God, Chad, you know what that reminds me of?
It was a shock to everybody who used to live in Cuba, where socialism was another word for your neighbor comes and shoots you in the face.
For one thing, don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness.
I mean, this is insane. The fact that you picked him and not Josh Shapiro is such a gift to Trump. It's such a gift. Just run ads with Harris, Walz, all day long. All day long. That's all. Just their record. They're the most radical ticket in American history by far. They make Barack Obama look like a moderate. That's how radical this ticket is. They are insanely radical.
What?
So, she didn't pick a swing state.
Barack Obama is a moderate. Barack Obama, what are you talking about? Barack Obama is moderate to a fault. Barack Obama wanted to compromise away Social Security. Wanted to cut your benefits and raise your retirement age rather than lifting the cap. I would say that he's a little too moderate, if I'm being real.
Guy. She didn't pick somebody who is moderate. She picked somebody from a non-swing state who is not moderate and also is not particularly charismatic. But we all know the one thing that he was that we really, really needed was Gentile. That was like the biggest thing. Couldn't be a Jew. That was the biggest thing because the pro-Hamas base won't riot, presumably, in Chicago. If she had picked a Jew, they might have. But now that it's Tim Walz, a white guy from Minnesota who's not Jewish and who presumably supported the JCPOA, the Iran deal under Barack Obama, well, that means that the rioters won't show up because they are the captain now. The radical left is the captain now. If the Trump campaign does not take advantage, that is political malpractice all of its own. There's a brand new opportunity to reshift the narrative for the Republicans, and there's a...
I'm sorry, but nobody's scared of communism anymore.
...to do just that. We'll get to more of Tim Walz in just 1 second. First, let's talk about Bet Online. So,
first, let's talk about some more... Okay, no.
Wager over at Bet Online. Go to Bet...
Yo, he's literally doing stake.com type shit. Ben Shapiro. Is this Ben Shapiro or Aiden Ross? Is this Ben Shapiro or Trainwrecks? What am I watching? Is this XQC? This is a fucking ad for... gambling. He's selling Gamba, chat.
Good luck with this particular point of order, given the fact that it was precisely the Afghanistan withdrawal that sank Joe Biden's political hopes all the way back in 2021.
How about
a conflict is never going to...
How about the failure of Biden, or sorry, of Trump to pull out of Afghanistan a fucking occupation of 20 plus years. How about that? You want to talk about failure?
Be good. That situation was horrific. There were Minnesotans on the ground that were providing aid to
I'm
that.
not a communist,
I think the
Mr.
biggest
Howard.
thing is an understanding that the way that was prosecuted.
Look, I feel like this isn't perfect, but this is my answer to
I'm not a communist, Mr.
what
Howard.
Shapiro had to say.
Word they use to describe people who aren't insane.
Yeah, ableism aside, right? Ableism aside, that is that is something that Walz can say, right? Walz is not a communist. Come on, don't get it fucking twisted. Like, I don't even know how much of a social democrat Walz is. But literally, that is literally a dirty word to describe somebody who's not fucked in the brain so hard that they can't see beyond the horizons of capitalist realism.
The way that we tried to beat stability was simply going to be incredibly difficult. So, yes, I served with Senator Cotton. I also know that a lot of his positions have been overly aggressive in terms of how the United States prosecutes a peaceful resolution. So, look, the Afghan withdrawal was tragic, but it was a long-standing situation that rolled over many, many months. And
yo, you know what was tragic? The war on motherfucking terror, right? That was tragic. That was a horrible response that only made terrorism more likely in the long run.
Both terms of presidents.
Absolutely amazing stuff. Great job, Tim Walz. Please keep defending the Afghanistan withdrawal. Like, let's see how that goes for you. Meanwhile, it was Walz who was...
No, you keep on defending the Afghanistan war that apparently you think should still be being fought. You want the United States to make the mistake that doomed, in part, all right, the Soviet Union, but not for 10 years, which is what they did, but rather for 30 years plus, 50 years, 60 years, 100 years. We can forcefully change the entirety of the culture of Afghanistan? Is that what you fucking think?
Just back in August, talking about how Joe Biden was a highly effective president, part of that Democratic cover-up of the fact that the president of the United States has been mentally gone for years at this point.
First of all, he's been one of the most highly effective presidents we've ever seen. I sat in Congress for 12 years waiting for Infrastructure Week. He actually delivered on this.
Okay, so as far as policy goes, for Biden, it is better than what Clinton would have delivered. It is better than what Obama delivered. Right? The problem with Biden is not policy. The problem is literally his mental faculties, particularly where it involves communication, which is a big fucking part of running for president. I'd even go as far to say is that there's less of a problem with Biden being president at this point than there is with him being a candidate.
Look, Dean is a friend of mine. I love him. But I spent last weekend on Mackinac Island with Tony Evers and Gretchen Whitmer talking about how we're going to make sure that we win this for Joe Biden. Because this is not a debate about Joe Biden's age or experience. It's about a debate about protecting the democracy.
Amazing stuff there. Amazing stuff there from Tim Walz. He's a highly effective president. Highly effective. Tim Walz, again, is on pretty much every radical bandwagon, up to and including abolishing the Electoral College, which he says is undemocratic.
Oh my God! Based! I'm sorry, is that too loud, chat?
Again, could you...
Am I breaking your eardrums?
Anybody who more resembles Bernie Sanders than Tim Walz? Hard to think of one.
I do believe the Constitution is a living document. I think Jefferson's quote about as mankind progressed and as technology progressed, the document was to progress with it, as how you deal with these things. But I do think you have to be very careful about some of those core principles. It always seems to me, going back to the Senate and the filibuster.
Yeah, Ben is posting Walz's W's here.
Electoral College seems very undemocratic to me. I mean, I think at first blush.
Simping, man, they are simping for the radicals. They are simping for them. And then, of course, one of his signal accomplishments in the state of Minnesota is that he signed into law an order protecting access to, quote, gender-affirming care for youth, which we all know what that means.
Work Appropriate says war on terror was bad. I remember after the towers fell, how people attacked and vandalized Arab businesses and people here and abroad. Yeah, I remember, you know, like there's clips of people saying that they want to kill, quote unquote, their babies as a response. There are quote, there you can see if you watch the fucking, interviews of just regular Americans at the time, there are people whose response was immediately going to a justification of deadly violence against babies.
At this point. And then he called conservative states bullies for banning transgender surgeries and hormone treatment.
Yeah, Ben and Zan agree on continuing the occupation of Afghanistan, but they don't have to say that. They're able to argue in the negative. They're able to argue, Biden's pullout of Afghanistan was really bad without like having to stand on their truth, which is apparently that a 30-year occupation of a country which is known as the graveyard of empires is a good idea. Fucking defend that, if you will, Ben. Defend that.
For minors. He also suggested that Minnesota agencies should not try to assist other states who are trying to penalize people receiving gender-affirming care. Again, gender-affirming care is a euphemism.
You got nothing, do you? You got fucking nothing, do you, Ben? You got nothing.
He also suggested that the state, schools, for example, should not notify parents if their children show up to school and claim they are of another gender.
No, so like argue for what you're actually arguing for here, right? Argue for what you're actually saying, Ben. Like, this guy is literally... He's literally saying that if a trans kid comes to school, confides in their teacher that they're trans, but that they can't talk to their parents about it because their parents think that that is satanic. And their parents have told them, maybe even caught them, dressing a certain way, and have said that if I ever catch you doing this again, if there's ever any, you're going to get kicked out of the house, right? You're arguing for kids to be made homeless. All right. That's what you're saying. They don't have to do it though. What's so frustrating is he's able to argue in the negative and nobody ever pushes him to say, what are you actually saying? What do you actually want? You want to violate the privacy of a young adult in trying to confide in a trusted authority figure, in an adult that they do trust, that they are unsafe at home. And you want that kid ratted out to the parents that they've told the teacher are unsafe to talk about this with. That's what you're fucking saying. You want kids to be homeless. Fucking say it with your chest, you absolute coward. You craven coward.
That is who Tim Walz is. Here is Tim Walz.
Who is Ben Shapiro, though? Ben Shapiro is a guy that wants kids to be homeless, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Signing this into law.
Ben Shapiro is a guy that wants kids to be beaten up for being trans by their fucking parents. What a monster. This guy sucks.
Alongside Hildy Edwards, a 12-year-old who advocates for the rights of trans children with her parents, Hannah and Dave. Here is Tim Walz.
We know this urgency is real, thus the need of an executive order today. Now, I want to be clear. I can't pretend to understand what goes through people's minds. I cannot imagine the stress that families and individuals go through. But here in Minnesota, we're going to be a place of refuge to make sure that they feel safe and welcome. And I don't know what a group of people in Pierre who decide to make life miserable and more dangerous for people are thinking, but it's not going to happen in Minnesota.
Amazing stuff there from Tim Walz on every single issue. He is wide open to moderate Americans. Wide open. By the way, dude also has a bunch of scandals under his name. It's pretty much.
Okay, let's see what you got. We know about the DUI thing. What do you have?
The worst pick of all. I'm elated. It's the worst pick she could have made. Of all the people, worse than Whitmer, who at least is a popular governor of a swing state, certainly worse than Shapiro. Worse than Mark Kelly, who's a fairly popular senator from a swing state. Like, what's the upside here? Presumably the upside is trying to get a bunch of upper-class suburban liberals in Philadelphia or in Wisconsin to think that this is a dude with blue-collar appeal. Sure. So, what
he is, and you're fucking coping and seething.
Exactly happened. Well, Tim,
you can't take that shit.
So Jim Garrity, who writes for National Review, he says this: the dirty, not so little secret about Walz is he's not a good manager. On his watch, the Minnesota government has endured one embarrassing scandal after another, entailing mismanagement, fraud, waste, and abuse. Let's start with the state's handling of hundreds of millions of dollars of Minnesota's Feeding Our Future, the largest COVID aid fraud scheme in the country. Announcing a federal fraud indictment against the Feeding Our Future nonprofit, FBI Director Chris Wray called it, quote, an egregious plot to steal public funds meant to care for children in need in what amounts to the largest pandemic relief fraud scheme yet. The defendants went to great lengths to exploit a program designed to feed underserved children in Minnesota amid the COVID-19 pandemic, fraudulently diverting millions of dollars designated for the program for their own personal gain. This nonprofit used $250 million in federal funds in Minnesota to purchase luxury cars, houses, jewelry, and coastal resort property abroad. So what exactly is the problem? Well, Tim Walz was the governor, and a state legislative audit concluded the Minnesota Department of Education was asleep at the wheel for years and had ignored red flags concerning the nonprofit. Local CBS News affiliate, quote, the report from the legislative auditor found the Minnesota Department of Education's last review of Feeding Our Future was in 2018. It found serious issues with the nonprofit's operations, and it failed to follow up. The report said that by 2019, the nonprofit managed more than 6 times the number of sites than the average multi-state sponsor participating in the program. So in other words, the state kept shoveling money to a fraud outfit, and Tim Walz was the governor. How about 2022? Walz, according to Garrity, signed into law a plan to pay Minnesota's frontline workers hero pay for their hard work during the pandemic. The state's initial...
Wait, he wants to pay, like, essential workers more money? Holy shit. People that are mandated to go into their jobs, even though it puts them at risk of infection. And he wants to pay... Wow.
Estimate was roughly 667,000 people were eligible for hero pay, meaning they'd receive $750 each. Within a few months, the state announced that more than 1 million Minnesotans had qualified, reducing that payment to a little less than $500. If an estimate that's off by roughly 333,000 people raises your eyebrow, you have good instincts. Not only were a significant portion of the recipients for hero pay ineligible, some of them were dead, full-scale dead. The same thing was true in the Minnesota state government's handling of grants for arts and behavioral health. Minnesota Department of Health and Human Services Behavioral Health Division did not comply with certain grant management policies matching similar findings of a 2021 audit. Again, that is according to the Minnesota Reformer. And the list goes on and on and on. He's a bad manager. He's a bad governor. He's unbelievably radical. He's from a non-swing state. And there's only one reason she picked him. And we all know what that reason is. And it has a lot of parentheses around it for those who are aware of online nomenclature. And here's the...
Yeah, no, we are, Ben. Your whole side is aware, is what invented that online nomenclature. That's a right-wing thing for right-wing anti-Semites, the ones who are going to supplant you, the ones who have the momentum, the ones that have the hearts and minds of the right-wingers, right? That is a call that is coming from inside your right-wing house, Ben.
People don't vote based on the vice president.
A literal creation of poll on 4chan. He is trying to project upon the Free Palestine movement.
Do vote based on the perception of the ticket. In 2008, John McCain, to use again, Republican example, John McCain was perceived as a maverick. He was perceived as a moderate. And then he selected Sarah Palin as his vice presidential candidate. And that opened him up.
I'm sorry, but maverick doesn't fucking mean anything. That was pure marketing.
To lots of attention.
And in fact, it's boomer marketing too. Wait, isn't this like a boomer, like cowboy movie, Maverick?
Just super right wing. Secretly, he was a crypto super right winger. He would have been better off picking somebody like Senator Joe Lieberman, who had shifted from the Democratic
a poll on 4chan. I mean, you do know what I'm talking about, right, Crotchy?
Party to the Republican Party just for John McCain. That would have been a smarter pick for him because then the ticket would have been quote unquote moderate. Okay, here Kamala Harris is a radical. Everyone who knows her knows she's a radical. Every policy that she has ever voted for is radical. Every policy she's ever stumped for is radical. And yet she is attempting right now to avoid media scrutiny and pretend that she's actually secretly a moderate. But there is no moderate Kamala Harris.
Here's what you don't get, Ben. Over time, things that were regarded as radical progressive beliefs become mainstream. Case in point, gay marriage, which you apparently still oppose, as per your conversation with your friend, Dave Rubin, right? Your friend who you said, whose wedding anniversary, you would not attend because it represented, quote unquote, a lifestyle of sin. Ben, that's not radical now. That's mainstream. That's what all of us believe, except for you. That's a consensus, Ben. And guess what's going to be a consensus next? Trans women are women. Trans men are men. Non-binary people are valid. Get ready. Get ready to have your world rocked. Because when you are a reactionary and fetishize a time which, in a lot of ways never existed, you are in for disappointment. It's history itself that will disappoint you, Ben. Anyway, I feel like we've done enough of him. Let's get off of this. Let's come back and oh my gosh, chat. Oh my gosh. How are we doing? It's about as much of that as I can take. But that's not all we got, okay, for you today. We've also got Piers Morgan, who, according to his title, right? I mean, it's a debate. He's got 4 people. I think Cenk Uygur is there, and a number of other people. But Piers Morgan seems to be not impressed by this choice, either. Oh, wait, you know what? Oh my God, chat. God, I want to read you this article in the Guardian that goes over the actual violence that happened at the protest. I just don't think that I have the, I don't think that I'm going to hold the attention. I can tell, when attention is waxing, when it's waning, and it was starting to wane right there. So we can't really go more into it, but yeah, just really quickly, the overwhelming majority of the more than 9,000 BLM demonstrations that took place across the U.S. after the killing of George Floyd have been peaceful. That is according to the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project. Okay. So I mean, like they keep on bringing up these talking points, especially as a response to a way to minimize and equivocate about January 6th. But I don't think we have time to get to that now. What we do have time to get to is the top of the hour ad break. Oh my God, it's already in progress. God damn it. Have I looked in England recently? Yeah, we looked at that yesterday, Passing Wind. But yeah, it's still going on, unfortunately. Anyway. I'll try to put this article in the Discord at least. I mean, at least 25 Americans were killed. That's the headline. I almost don't think this is a good headline because this makes it sound like, oh yeah, those protests were really dangerous. At least 25 Americans were killed, right? First of all, that is less than the number that you get the feeling of from the right wing, and the people who were killed. 11 were killed while participating in political demonstrations. 14 have died in other incidents linked to political unrest. And it kind of goes through these situations one by one. Yeah, this includes the people who were killed by Kyle Rittenhouse, right? So in this number, this body count for the protests, right? Like I said, even the headline of the Guardian article is a little bit, I think, misleading here. You know, we're counting the victims of Kyle Rittenhouse as you know, killed by the protests, quote unquote. So there's a lot to go over there, but I will have to go over it another time. Because we are running out of time as we speak. Oh my God, are we ever running out of time? Okay, so 39% of you in the short stream have voted for transvestigating Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh God, speaking of Kyle Rittenhouse, there he is again, right? 34% of you have voted for Tech Bros Want to Matrix the Poor, 15 for Squid Tips, 12 for Mehdi Hassan. Looking at the full screen stream, 44% for Kyle Rittenhouse transvestigation, 23% for Squid Tips, 20% for Mehdi Hassan, 13% for Tech Bros Want to Matrix the Poor. If you have not liked the stream already, I would massively appreciate that. We're going to have to be really judicious with the rest of the time that we have left, because I'm not counting on, at this point, I'm not counting on having a time for the bonus content. It may happen. It may happen, but we're at 32% towards the dono goal right now. Thank you to everybody who has donated. Thank you to Twitch. I got to say something to people over at Twitch. Twitch, you've really come back, okay? The numbers are looking way better over there. I'm actually, wait a minute. We're like really close to having and it doesn't sound like much, right? And it really isn't much, but 100 subs on Twitch, right? Oh wow, we do 100 sub points. Yeah, that's the first time in a long time. Even though that's not a great metric, that's not super impressive. But yeah, I don't know. Twitch had kind of fallen off the map for a while. Glad to know that you're back, and you are so back, Twitch. But yeah, passing wind. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And fundamentally broken. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And thank you to Omega Star for those gift subs. I'm sure those people appreciate that. Oh, did I do one for Oglobits? You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Vamps. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. There we go. That feels better. That feels better. But yeah, we are now at 32% of the way towards the dono goal. Looks like people are really feeling this transvestigating of Kyle Rittenhouse. From what I've seen, it's a very interesting story. It's a very leopard face eating party type of story. Kyle Rittenhouse, of course, the person responsible for at least 2 of those deaths, and the 25 that's listed here. Right, again, which, you know, you get the feeling when they talk about, like, you know, deaths and destruction and all this associated with the protest, you get the feeling of like, oh yeah, the protesters killed 25 people. Excuse me, is Kyle Rittenhouse a protester? They might even have the Boogaloo Boy murders like mixed up in this too. I'm not even sure if that's added in there, but yeah, really misleading narrative that's developed around this, and there's not been a lot of pushback because in a large part the liberals, the Democrats that were on board with doing something about the root cause of George Floyd's death and the deaths and the harm to so many other POC, just gave it up as soon as the wind started blowing another direction, and the right wing has picked this up. Anyway, chat, I'm just kind of mad about this, but yeah, we're at 100 sub points for Twitch. That's pretty impressive. So give yourself a pat on the back, Twitch. You've really come back. And if you want to spread the good word about me on Twitch, just make sure you're not annoying to other streamers. You don't want to advertise. I'm not asking you to advertise in people's chats or anything like that, but spreading the good word and word of mouth helps me out greatly, and I'll try to do more on Twitch and make sure that our channel points, right, I think above all needs to be updated, and maybe some of the anyway, I'm gonna work on it. So yeah, I want to cover this Piers Morgan thing before ending stream today, and again, there's every chance of getting to see this Kyle Rittenhouse content. It looks like people really want to see it. We've got both chats voting for that. Right. So yeah. So once again, like the vote and the donos are going in the same direction. It seems like there's a lot of interest in this Kyle Rittenhouse story. However, we are, well, you know what? We're not that 68% we're 68% from that goal. So let's look at it that way. That's not, 32% doesn't seem like much, but 68% also is just like a little bit more than 2 times what we've racked up in terms of dono goal so far. So, I mean, it could happen. I'll hold out hope for that possibility. And if we don't get it, today, we'll get to it at some time. But yeah, I wanted to see this Piers Morgan thing. Yeah. So, yeah, that's one person that'll never run out of people to sue Elon Musk. Piers Morgan isn't even an American, and he's conservative. Not just that, he's a friend of Donald Trump's. He literally has phone calls with Donald Trump. It's like an Aiden Ross thing. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, we're 32% of the way to the dono goal. Remember that when you donate, and especially if you've already donated, you have the ability to put your money where your mouth is. All you got to do is let me know in chat what you want to see, whether it's Tech Bros and Matrixing the Poor, Squid Tips versus Vosh. That is a argument about motorcycles, and Vosh apparently is talking about like taking out a gun and threatening cyclists on the road for whatever reason. So that's kind of wild. Mehdi Hassan versus Benny Morris. That is a debate on Zateo. Transvestigating Kyle Rittenhouse. That is something that has happened where the leopards have eaten Kyle Rittenhouse's face, apparently, and they're now calling Kyle Rittenhouse a trans guy. Except not the words that they would use, but this is essentially what they're saying about Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah, when you donate, let me know which of these you want to see, and that goes for super chats, super stickers. That goes for getting yourself a membership. That goes for gifting memberships, passing on the weasel to other people. I'm gonna forget something, right? That goes for Patreon signups. That goes for donations on Throne. Remember, Throne is a way that you can, in addition to crowdsourcing technology that will make the stream better and help me put out more content, especially that Blackmagic Design speed editor would help me edit a lot faster. You can also donate to the Rent Fund, which is one way that you can give me money without it going through Twitch, YouTube, etc., which kind of take a little bit of money out of that. Patreon is similar to that, as are the 2 links down in the description to PayPal and to CashApp. If you want to send money directly, those are 3 ways to do that. Thank you again to my Throne gang. I have you to thank for the sound, which is immaculate, right? I watched one of my old videos from way back when I had the other microphone, and this sounds so much better. So much better than it did now. Also, the thing behind me, the background, this is thanks to Throne Gang too. So again, big up to Throne Gang. Thank you so much. You make the stream better for everyone. I don't want to forget Twitch, right? getting yourself a membership, getting yourself a sub is what it's called on Twitch. That counts as a donation, as does gifting subs to other people, and of course, bits count as well. So if it's any of those things, you're able to channel those funds to the topic of your choice and actually add points to it. So what I do at the end of the stream is first I look and see we're at the dono goal. If 100, then I average the 2 streams, shorts and full screen chat. I average the numbers. I average the polls for those, and then I add the points that are in the dono goal and subtract the points that are in Vox Populi from that, and we get a winner. And whatever that winner is, which right now looks like Transvestigating Kyle Rittenhouse would be the winner if we get to 100 dono goal points. At least right now, that could all change depending on where donors put their money. I think Temporal Insanity with the Prime sub, and the Weasels as well. The Weasels as well. That brings us up to 35% of the way towards the Gono Dole. Yes, the Gono Dole. We're doing the Gono Dole. That's how out of it I am right now. I'm Gono Doling. But yeah, thank you for the Prime sub. That's one way that you can become a member for free and skip that top of the hour ad break that lasts for 3 minutes and is unskippable. That's the one way to skip it, is with a Prime sub for free, or buying yourself a sub for $6, or maybe even if you get a gift sub, which can happen and does happen, but is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. There we go. So I think that's what we need to cover, and we can move into the final. Oh my god, it's Jink Uger. It's the final countdown. Oh my god, I had that song in my head for the longest time. I couldn't figure out what that was. Like the intro to Final Countdown. It got stuck in my head, and I couldn't figure out what song that was. And now I can't remember the intro. I don't know what's wrong with me, chat. Do you think that Trump and Musk are going to figure out the solution to AI like Aiden Ross? I think the solution for Elon and probably for Trump with AI is for him to be part of the group that controls it, right? It's literally like it's literally a weapon. Right, and what this is trying to be the first one that can develop the weapon system to be able to use to control other people. That's what I mean. Look into Dead Internet Theory if you want to see some really scary shit. I don't know how much of that shit is likely to come to fruition, but it is truly scary stuff. All right, so yeah, here we got Pierce Morgan, Michael Knowles, Jink Uger. Who are the other two? They're talking about Tim Walz. Michael Knowles, Emily Wilson. That's who that is. Emily Wilson. Okay. I feel like I've seen her before, but I don't really remember. Jink Uger and Wajahat Ali. Wait. They got Riley Gaines on this shit? And Kevin O'Leary. God, this is so stacked. I mean, this is what Pierce does with his panels. He stacks them. Look, credit to where credit is due. At least with Dylan Burns, he would have like 3 conservatives and 3 right-wingers. I mean, sometimes they were 3 reactionary. Sorry, did I say 3 conservatives and 3 right-wingers? I mean, 3 lefties and 3 right-wingers. Sometimes they'd be 3 reactionary left-wingers and 3 even more reactionary right-wingers. But you know, he did try to keep it balanced. Pierce Morgan's got no interest in that. No interest. He's just setting up a panel for it's essentially a editorialized panel, right? This is an editorial that he's doing with other people by stacking the deck. Seen Dan Aykroyd and Jane Curtin do an impromptu version of Point Counterpoint on Trump. Oh wait, that's like a old school Saturday Night Live. Hope Irene goes over something that I can't see unless I click on the right thing. Wait, is it right here? Okay, the Twitter yeah, Elon Musk suing everyone. That's I guess war never changes. Didn't recognize her. Her hair is different. Yeah, I feel like I've seen her before. Anyway, let's try to get through this so I don't run out of time while I'm trying to do it. And I don't know, maybe I'll be surprised and we'll hit that donut goal. We are at 35% now, so what does that leave us? 65% to go. Yeah, okay, so like it's like look at it this way, all right? The amount we have left to go towards the dono goal is less than 2 times the amount that we've gone so far. That's looking on the positive side. That is a silver lining, right? Anyway, let's do this while we have the chance to do, while the sun is shining. And the sun is shining in my world. I hope it's shining in yours. Or not, I don't know. Sometimes the sun shines too brightly, especially with climate change. Either way, chat. Either way, it's time to get where we're going. And that is... I don't like how that works. I gotta put the I've got the file on a mechanical drive. That's the way it does that. Let's try again. A little bit better. All right, here we go. Pierce Morgan, Michael Knowles, Emily. God damn it, I can't remember. Emily Wilson, Wajahat Ali, and special guest Riley Gaines and Kevin O'Leary. Just what we need. So yeah, major mistake, says Pierce Morgan. Kamala Harris picks radical liberal Tim Walz for VP. Now, Jink was on the record as supporting Josh Shapiro. That was his candidate. But he wrote an article. Okay, I don't even know. There's an op-ed in Newsweek with his name on it, right? Some people have said that this is not an op-ed that Cenk Uygur wrote, but rather an op-ed that somebody else wrote and he signed his name to. I don't have the receipts on that one, so I can't say. But yeah, he was supporting Shapiro, and because he thought that Shapiro was somehow secretly very progressive. And he talked about like kind of Shapiro using his identity to push back on Netanyahu, that he could do it more effectively, being Jewish himself. I don't know. It was it's a little bit weird. But yeah, the coalition that was for Walsh was a little bit weird too. Yeah, it was surprising to see Nancy Pelosi, Bernie Sanders, AOC, and like the list of supporters for Walz was a list that I would not have expected either. There were some people that fairly progressive, some people not so progressive. So anyway, let's see what we got here. And we'll see if we unlock that Kyle Rittenhouse getting his face eaten by the leopards content.
Check, let me go to you. I saw a euphoric...
Why does he have a gunshot at the beginning of the... Like, why is that in the audio? I don't know, chat.
Post on X from you earlier. Absolutely ecstatic that Kamala Harris had gone for Tim Walz.
What is this music? Does he have dubstep as his...
You've never been more wrong.
This is like the worst dubstep I've ever heard.
And that's a tough thing.
Which Kamala are we going to get? Josh Shapiro would have been more her leaning.
I can't tell, Chad. Is this Fonk?
Into the establishment side? No, she's going all the way left. We'll see how that plays in Peoria.
This is America's football coach versus America's weirdo, who apparently might have a couch fetish and is absolutely hated by his own base.
She came out and said everybody needs to be woke. That is not going to play well. If she speaks as
Okay, so listen, if you use the couch thing in a debate, maybe you don't say it like that. You just like lay it in there. You just mention couch. You don't have to say that maybe he has a couch fetish, because, you know, it's not really about asserting that he fucks couches. It's about the possibility that maybe he does. I don't know.
I think eventually she's going to have to do. We're going to see whether Cenk or I are right, and the spoiler alert is I am.
Protect?
Yeah, Walz did a good job of mentioning the couch. Yeah, he just laid it right in there. That's what you do. You don't need to hammer it home.
Women keep men out of women's sports. I don't know. You guys are nuts. I don't know what to tell you. This is a very black and white situation. Then again, I know you guys don't really know what it was.
Wait, she does look different. Has she had like did she get some work done?
Woman is.
Because you've been lying about it the whole time.
Oh my God, I love that we're talking about trans people in sports. And who do we have on the left? Cenk Uygur. No, this is kind of like a Dylan job a little bit.
There's no test. They totally made it up because they were worried
why
that she was
didn't
going to
they
be in a
appeal?
Russian box. Let me just goddamn it answer the question. Can I just answer the goddamn question? So in high school, you're trying to find 7
Wow, this looks like it didn't go too well for Cenk.
people that you think is a problem. Oh, okay, apparently I can't answer the goddamn question.
Oh my God, no! Of course he interrupts you. You don't know this by now? That's Riley on the bottom right.
17 days ago, Kamala Harris became the presumptive Democratic nominee for president. She's yet to give a serious interview or face a press conference, and many people are getting rightly upset about that. But why should she bother? The media machine has roared into full throttle support of their great new hope, and so far, that's working. The latest polls show the vice president has quickly closed the gap on Donald Trump. In many cases, she's actually leading. But that could all be about to change. Today, the Harris campaign made what looks to be what could be his first major mistake. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is her pick for VP running mate, and Republicans have not wasted any time in pointing out that he is, by any reasonable assessment, a radical.
What could be weirder than signing a bill into law that requires schools to stock tampons in boys' bathrooms? Or weirder than signing legislation allowing minors to receive sex change operations?
Okay, this is a right-wing ad, right? This shit doesn't work. Okay, first of all, you're mad about being called weird, and that's really clear, right? And being mad about being called weird is the way to affirm that you are indeed weird, and you are not the self-aware kind of weird. You're not the cool kind of weird. You're not the Kamala kind of weird. You are the pathological kind of weird, I guess, right? But yeah, in addition, like talking about fucking surgery and, you know, bathrooms is something that has Republicans, like, they're getting hit with the rake in the face over and over again. They're stepping on the rake. They're getting hit in the face. When are they going to learn?
Electing the man who signed those bills, Vice President of the United States. Enter Chief Weirdo Tim Walz. As governor of Minnesota, Walz supported legislation that endangers minors, hurts women, and puts radical ideology ahead of common sense. Now Kamala wants Walz to enforce those laws on a national scale. Tim Walz, too weird, too radical.
Well, unsurprisingly, after that, Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis says that Harris-Walz is now the most radical liberal ticket in the history of American politics. Expect to hear that a lot more over the next few months. And it's not without foundation, let's be honest. Tim Walz praised the BLM riots as exciting and a moment of optimism. He's also on record condemning critics of President Biden for their ageism months before he was forced off a ticket because of a universal recognition of his dementia.
I've spent a lot of time with the president, and he's great. We're talking, we're chatting, and all this. And I think, we all get a little older. That's what happens. But you also gain that insight. And I think when it comes to these issues, working across the aisle to get things done, you see the president just doing this with dignity, doing it with class, getting up every day, doing the work. So I think he's just doing what he does. And I think it's kind of incumbent upon all of us. Look, my mom's 88, still living on the farm, drives herself. Folks are able to do this, so I think this little bit of ageism that goes to this, if it's not that, would be something else. They attack all of us on something. This is part of it.
Well, like the president himself, that didn't age very well. Democrats are now facing difficult questions about whether
Pierce, do we really want to be talking about who's aging well? I don't think so, do we? Is that a conversation is that a can of worms you'd like to open up?
Overlook the governor of Pennsylvania.
I feel like that'd be a low blow, wouldn't it? We don't need to go there, do we? Do we need to go there, Pierce? Do we need to go there?
Shapiro, because he's Jewish, he's instead picked a firebrand leftist with a history of odd statements who doesn't represent a swing state or appear to add anything to the ticket. Frankly, the Trump campaign.
So here we go. We're trying to project J.D. Vance onto Tim Walz, which almost works in reverse. I don't know. I mean,
the Harris honeymoon's been effective. There's a lot to criticize about her record and her platform. What the most eye-catching attack from Trump.
Happy Kamala?
In the past week,
that'll show her. Yeah, she smiles too much. She laughs too much.
Has been about
she's too positive.
Her apparently evolving racial identity.
Known her a long time indirectly, not directly, very much. And
now, has he talked about this yet? Here, let's take a look. What has Pierce been up to lately? What you been up to, Pierce? You been a busy boy? Are you a cannibal? That's 2 weeks ago. What? Jesus Christ, he's having a cannibalism. That's a spicy topic. Okay. What do we got? Trying to get the case thrown out. Richard Gadd testimony. Nobody cares. Wait, that's the same guy. Who's that? I don't know what the fuck this is about. Nobody cares. She's black. She's terrible. Destiny. Oh God. Destiny. Oh, is that Officer Tatum? Is that this guy? Okay, and then we're back to 7 days ago. That's the one we already watched. Yeah, so I don't see. It doesn't seem like he's had a discussion about Trump's horrible. This is his only coverage so far of Trump's horrible interview.
And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black.
Is he going to at least call this what it is?
So I don't know. Is she Indian or is she black?
I mean, look, he's got, phone calls with Donald Trump. Maybe he'll try to sweep for him. Is Pierce going to sweep?
He is always identified as a black woman.
One in chat if you think Pierce is going to sweep here.
I respect either one.
Now, regardless of whether you think Trump is right or wrong about that, identity politics is not going to be the strongest suit for a 78-year-old campaigning against a mixed-race woman. We all know that. It feels like 20 years ago. But until the Biden coup, this election was about global chaos, border chaos.
The Biden coup? Oh, no, he is definitely sweeping for Trump. The Biden coup, right?
Trump now has 90 days to make sure it's not about Trump chaos instead. Here to debate all this is Daily Wire presenter and commentator Michael Knowles, the host of Emily Saves America, Emily Wilson, from the Democracy-ish podcast, Wajahat Ali, and the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur. Well, welcome to all of you. First of all, Cenk, let me go to you. I saw...
Trump makes the word black sound bad, somehow racist to the very bone, yeah.
A euphoric post on X from you earlier, absolutely ecstatic that Kamala Harris had gone for Tim Walz. Why are you so pleased about this?
Now, the question I have is, does Michael Knowles get through this debate without any intrusive thoughts of same-sex attraction? Because my image of Michael Knowles' headspace is that he's constantly suppressing that.
Oh, I love it. And Piers, you've never been more wrong. And that's a tough thing.
No wonder Ben Shapiro was arguing for conversion therapy and aversion therapy, it's probably something that like he's like, well, I know people that have successfully suppressed their same-sex attraction. It's very important that Michael Knowles be able to continue that therapy.
You know how I felt about Joe Biden, and I was right about that. And I'm going to be right about Tim Walz. He's a terrific pick for two reasons. Number one, he loves to fight, and he's a great fighter. So when he said, "Oh, we got a real estate baron and a venture capitalist," that's how the average guy.
Jink vouching for this guy's like fight IQ. It's not giving me confidence, right? Now, look, Jink, he's good at what he's good at, right? My main, what I always go to as Jink's like glory days is when it's in the middle of the Iraq War. USA Today has just written a bullshit article. He's reading it. He's on there with Michael Schur, and he's like, USA Today, you fucking suck. He's like slamming the newspaper down. He's just like, right, that shit works when he's on, in his element on TYT, that works, but it doesn't work. And he thinks it works in terms of debate. He thinks that is strong debate. Now, there are some people that use emotion in their debate. Destiny classically will use frustration, right? If somebody is, if somebody's making a ridiculous argument, you'll often see Destiny do this thing where it's like he's Psyduck or something. I don't know. He's so frustrated. He's gotta use his psychic powers. I don't know what that is, but somehow it works for him because it makes you, if you're also frustrated with the, somebody who's full of shit, it sort of works, right? Jink, when he expresses emotion, he loses the audience. So I don't know. X to doubt, right? Like, not to say that Walz is not a fighter and, will not do well in debate or something like that. It's just like, this is not the guy you want vouching for you.
Should be get out of here. J.D. Vance uses eyeliner. This guy's a football coach and a teacher. He barely got into politics in his 40s. He's terrific at fighting. Number two, all those progressive policies, you guys mentioned the trans issue. Go ahead, see how that turns out for you. DeSantis ruined his entire campaign running on that hateful ideology. But what you're leaving out is the awesome progressive policies that America loves that he passed. Paid family leave, abortion rights, red flag laws, closing the gun show loophole, free lunch for poor kids, free college for lower income Americans so they have a shot at this American dream. Those are all wildly popular. Please attack us on those. Come to Papa. Come to Papa. We're going to kick your ass with that stuff. So please make that mistake.
All right, let me go to Michael.
Looks like Papa Jink came to play.
Who's the Papa of the panel today? Mike.
No, he's not the Papa. He's not the Papa.
Michael, come to Papa. Apparently this is basically the new Messiah has just entered the race. Your thoughts?
I'm so pleased to say I agree with Cenk. I'm so happy that Kamala Harris has selected Mr. Walz. I was afraid that she might choose Mr. Shapiro, though that would have posed
what's he doing?
Because Mr. Shapiro
what is this?
An ancient nomadic tribe that many in the Democratic Party don't seem to like very much anymore, especially with the regional war and Israel and Gaza. That could have been a big problem.
Yeah, as opposed to Michael Knowles, who values that ancient tribe in, the fact that they're going to be given a choice of converting to Christianity or horrible death in the end times, right? He values that ancient tribe being able to fulfill his messianic prophecy of Jesus returning to the earth, right? That's, wow, of all the people to make this argument, right? Of all the people to talk about anti-Semitism, somebody who values Jewish people for their capacity to convert to Christianity. Yes, that's quite amazing, Michael. Tell us more. Tell us more.
Democrat Party.
What's up, Fuzzy Slippers?
There was a chance that she would look at Mark Kelly. I thought Mark Kelly in Arizona would have been a really good choice.
No, you didn't.
Republicans to run against. Instead, she chose
no, you didn't.
Minnesota, who presided over the worst of the BLM riots, watched Minneapolis burn to the ground and seemed to be cheering it on half the time, and a governor whose chief accomplishment is putting tampons in the boys'
Okay, so do you notice what's happening? Right-wingers are spoiling for a return to discussion of 2020 of all years. If you listen to the Trump campaign, they're running on 2017 to 2019, right? When they say return to the glory days, that's what they're talking about. They do not count 2020 to 2021 as part of the Trump administration, even though it very much was. They do not want to discuss Trump's decisions around the pandemic. They do not want to discuss the economy at that time, right? They do not want to discuss record numbers of job losses as compared to Biden's job gains, right? This is a discussion that they have taken great pains to avoid, and so far have been pretty successful. Do right-wingers really want to bring up 2020? Because I don't think it's going to go the way they think it will.
Schools. So I think this is great. You know, in 1984,
Yes, right. Tampons for all.
that Ronald Reagan did not win was Minnesota. This is not exactly a swing state, okay? It's very solidly blue, and it's Kamala leaning to.
That's not true. That's not true. I get what you're saying in terms of historical perspective. All right. But more recently, it has not been solid at all. It's, you know, it hasn't swung to the right, hasn't swung over to Republicans yet, but it's been close. And particularly, yeah, Trump was actually winning Minnesota. For a short little snapshot, Trump was winning Minnesota.
One half of her identity.
That's not going to happen now, right? That was a, function of Biden's weakness, right? But it's not what he's saying it is.
I think the talk about her biracial identity is overdone. There's another schizophrenia in Kamala's identity. On the one hand, she's the most left-wing senator to the left of Bernie Sanders. On the other hand, she's the establishment pick, an empty suit who goes along with whatever the Democrats want. And so the question was, which Kamala are we going to get? Josh Shapiro would have been more her leaning into the establishment side, appeal to moderates, appeal to centrists. No, she's going all the way left. We'll see how that plays in Peoria.
Yeah, I mean, Wajah, I'd imagine,
That's
well, I won't
fantastic.
speak for you, but, well, hang on, let me bring in Wajah here. I mean, I'd imagine you're pretty happy about the fact it's now a very progressive ticket. But when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is tweeting how ecstatic she is about this ticket, does that not give you pause for thought that actually this might be just a gift to Trump, that he can now do?
Yeah, he's saying schizophrenic. I think that's not really the word for that. I mean, like, if you want to use a psychology metaphor, it would probably be like bipolar or something like that. I don't even know.
Portray this as the most progressive left-wing ticket in Democrat history, and that could help him win?
No, this is a gift to Democrats and a gift to democracy. This is America's prosecutor versus America's criminal. This is America's football coach versus America's weirdo who apparently might have a couch fetish and is absolutely hated by his own.
I mean, America's football coach versus America's tech bro. Let's go.
Base and is a venture capitalist and is -15. J.D. Vance has the lowest favorability rating of any vice presidential candidate in the past 45 years, and he can't help it. Each and every single time you ask him to be normal, he doubles down on the weird and attacks women. I think this is a gift for the Democrats. It shows that she has the ear to the ground. To your initial comment about AOC like him, you know who else just came out and praised Tim Walz, this flaming radical that the Republicans want to paint him as? Please do. This is going to be awesome. Joe Manchin, independent, praised him. Nancy Pelosi praised him. And you have Bernie Sanders. The entire spectrum of Democrats are rallying behind the football coach, the veteran, the teacher.
Okay, so here's my prediction. This is our dude, right? This is the closest thing that we got to like a based debater in this debate.
Midwestern guy who's normal.
I don't have a lot of faith in Cenk Uygur.
By the way, conceived a child with his wife through IVF. And guess who is attacking IVF? Republicans. Guess who has overturned Roe v. Wade? Republicans. Guess who is mocking women who are childless? Republicans. Guess who is going after birth control? Republicans. They're talking about kids, protect the kids. Guess who gave kids free lunches? Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota. There's a photo of him surrounded by happy kids, contrasted to a photo of these really scared, terrified children. I think it was Sarah Huckabee Sanders, because Republicans are going against child tax credits, against family paid leave. This is going to be a slam dunk for Harris and Walz. I love it. I love it so much. This campaign, the Harris campaign, at least for the past 2 weeks, Pierce, let's see, it's 3 months, has been on fire. It's enthusiasm, it's momentum, it's energy. And meanwhile, you got Donald ranting about
Fuzzy Slippers is telling me that this devolves into a discussion of the boxer, right? Oh my gosh. The one of two cis boxers in the Olympics, right? But I'm guessing this is not going to be a discussion of cis people. I'm guessing that we are somehow going to use that boxing match as a vector to discuss trans people.
Hannibal Lecter in a near-empty Georgia rally. Meanwhile, Harris has got Megan Thee Stallion and 10,000 people. It's on.
But you know what? It's interesting you mentioned the Georgia rally before I come to Emily, because the Democrats actually did with that exactly the kind of thing they've always accused Trump of doing, which is they just grotesquely manipulated what happened. The pictures of the crowd, apparently people leaving and half empty, were all taken before Trump had gone anywhere near the stage. So Democrats are going to start playing dirty like that. You kind of lose the moral halo, don't you? Let me bring in Emily Wilson. Welcome to Uncensored. Great to have you here. So apparently, look, the Republicans are a bunch of women-hating morons, and this is a slam dunk now for the progressive left. Thoughts?
These rhetorics are genuinely so exhausting. I'm a Republican in Los Angeles. By the way, you'd be real shocked at how many people here love Trump, especially in Beverly Hills area. But it's so funny to hear, first of all,
well, I agree. Listen, on that point, before you say anything else, I'm in Beverly Hills. I have a house in Beverly Hills. I completely agree with you. I remember in 2016 being in Beverly Hills, and you couldn't mention Trump's name without people dragging you into stocks and marching you through the streets and being pelted with rotten vegetables. Very different vibe now. That I am startled by the number of people that I have spoken to in Beverly Hills who are not even worried about being quiet about backing Trump. It's been fascinating. So I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I wanted to make that point.
Oh my gosh.
Beverly Hills.
I love, yeah, Beverly Hills. Wait, is that where he lives now? Yeah, super in touch guy. British. Moves to Beverly Hills, wants to talk about American politics, and wants to talk about the goddamn liberal coastal elite and how they're out of touch. But no, he's don't worry, he's in touch. He's been told, I've been putting my feelers out in Beverly Hills, and there you wouldn't believe how many people are openly saying that they want to vote for Trump. Guess what? It doesn't matter. A Trump voter in Beverly Hills or in, I don't know, Alabama is a great place for a Trump voter to exist. It's much better than a Trump voter in Minnesota, or like, let's not even talk about Minnesota, but like in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Georgia, in Nevada. That's where you don't want a Republican voter. But that, hey, that's fine if there's like more. I mean, this is the Anna Kasparian effect. This is the Anna Kasparian effect. This is, you know, rich people, rich coastal elite assholes finding their own justifications for voting conservative, but not really in numbers, not in enough numbers to matter.
Well, Jake, I'll come to you. Can respond in a moment. I'm just saying, in Beverly Hills, it used to be you couldn't mention Trump's name. Very different vibe at the moment. Back to you, Emily. My apologies.
No, don't be sorry. It's actually a huge deal. When I say that there's a shift in culture, and I was mocked on Fox News saying that a red wave was coming, this is exactly what I'm talking about. When I used to wear a MAGA hat, I would literally be refused service and assaulted in public. And now everyone is coming up to me and being like, I have never been more excited to vote for Trump. And this is crazy. These are people that used to be very far left and very liberal. But it's funny him being endorsed by all the Democrats that have single-handedly ruined this country. And it's also weird to be screaming at the top of your lungs as men saying you're fighting for democracy, when to you that just means mutilating children. I think it was a great pick. I think it's going to set her back even.
Yo, I feel like mutilating children. This is the Ron DeSantis gambit. This is the Ron DeSantis
Dingus gambit.
Further, we talk
See how discussion of mutilating see where that fucking gets you.
about JD Vance being unpopular. I'm sorry, how popular was Kamala this entire time, and even now?
Right. Let me bring in Kevin O'Leary. Kevin.
Oh yeah, that's what we need. We need a Shark Tank guy. Yeah, that's what we need, Mr. Shark Tank.
Great to have you back on Uncensored. We've obviously, it's a great time to have you because there's been an enormous economic turmoil in the last 2 days. It's being dubbed the Kamala crash. How damaging could this potentially be?
Oh, you mean the thing that nobody's talking about? The market correction that nobody's talking about?
To Kamala Harris and the Democrats, that you're seeing the markets so tumultuous?
I don't think the markets really have any effect on what's going to happen over the next 4 or 5 days. One of the fortunate perches I have is I work in real estate. I syndicate very large debt deals, and those people include Democrats. Many of them are advising Harris right now. One of them recently in the White House last week. And I've worked with these people for years. So I try and keep my toe in both ponds because the money isn't really political. It looks for the path of least resistance. And I'm happy to finance with a Democrat or Republican or an independent. When you're trying to raise $1 billion, you don't care where it comes from. And so we've been talking a lot about strategy here regarding Harris. And I'm a history buff. I go back far.
Get to your point, Kevin. Get to your point.
Back as Bismarck, Napoleon even.
Bismarck. Oh.
I love Kissinger, Nixon, all of that.
Of course you love Kissinger.
That stuff. Looking for modern day equivalents of what's occurring here. If I can get any edge on policy is what I care about. Now, the criticism that you started your narrative with was, how come she hasn't taken an interview yet? And I'll tell you exactly why. Fundraising is paramount right now, and she is knocking out the lights in low amounts and in high amounts.
This is true.
So with their strategy,
this is true.
They decided they're not going to go in front of any press. They don't have to. They're going to get the euphoria of today. They will dominate the airwaves and social media today, right in to the convention, suck the air out of all the media then, and raise another, hopefully, $200 million. So the game doesn't start on policy until after that happens, because there's absolutely no reason to stop this momentum. And that's a smart move. Now, here's the debate I'm having, trying to figure out the policy issue.
I don't know why people are talking about an interview for Kamala Harris as if it would be a bad thing. She is not Joe Biden. She does not have trouble communicating. She does not have a history of putting her foot in the mouth. The only sort of debate, or the only sort of interview that she might be wary of is like Fox News, but she doesn't have to talk to Fox News. You don't see like Donald Trump sitting down for an interview with Chris Hayes.
And in asking these advisors, there's no way that she can win staying on the left. And they agree, and they know it. Because it doesn't matter about the 40% of the people that hate Trump or the 40% of the people that don't want her to be president. She's already got those votes. He's got those votes. That 20% in the 7 swing states, that's everything. And everybody knows you can't tell people in Pennsylvania they can't have rifles. That's a hunting culture there. You can't tell a state like that there's no more fracking. It's an energy state. You can't tell southern states you're going to have an open border policy. What are you going to do in foreign affairs? That's a big issue.
Again, it's not, look, I don't want to predict anything, right? Because, you know, Kamala will choose what path she wants to take to try to achieve victory. I'm going to drive home the fact that, and I showed you this earlier, right? Look at this. We give up Nevada, we give up Arizona, we give up Georgia, and Kamala gets Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and she wins. Right? The 7-state strategy, the border, whatever schmorter he wants to say, right? That doesn't necessarily come into play here unless this wall falls down. Right? The only way she needs Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, which I think she will probably get at least one of those states, is if these 3 states do not fall in line with her. So I wouldn't. There, I'm sorry, I have too many tabs open, don't I?
Michigan. So we have to figure out from watching policy, when does she move to the middle? And does this pick for VP help her get there? Because that messaging has to start in about 4 days. Because right now, Trump and his team are painting her with such a radical brush that's damaging in the swing states, and it can't go on forever. So she's balancing. Do I keep raising money, or do
I don't know about that. I don't think Trump's painting shit. I think he's getting cooked. Chad, I think he's stun-locked, right? I mean, he can say what he wants to, but nobody's really listening to him. They're talking about him. They're talking about Vance, right? He is the subject of the discussion, not, or he's the object of this discussion, not the, anyway, he's not the one making the discussion, he's the one being discussed. There we go.
I get myself into a policy debate on the air on a national network? And I think money...
Yeah, Walz is pro-gun, exactly.
Always money first in politics. Suck every drop, ride the euphoria, then let's deal with...
I mean, this is definitely a guy that lived his whole life sucking every drop.
Move to the center. And that's when it's going to get interesting. And one last thought. Vice presidents are completely inconsequential. They are irrelevant, as she was 17 days ago.
Excuse me? Then why did you show up for this debate? Okay, debate over. Vice presidents are irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Tim Walz, maybe liberal, maybe radical. It doesn't fucking matter because vice presidents don't matter. JD Vance, absolute clown show, doesn't matter. Vice president, doesn't matter.
These guys will fade into the background. I doubt there'll be VP debates. It doesn't really matter what they say or the name calling they do in the next 48 hours.
Yeah, good to that last drop, isn't it?
Completely irrelevant. You're either voting for Trump or Vice President Harris, and you'll decide.
Yeah, Trump has his tail between his legs right now.
Independent voter.
Trump is like whinging, right? You know, like when somebody's like thinks they're gonna get hit and they whinge, like in a fight, right? That's the way you lose a fight. You lose a match, a boxing match, is you
and decide the election based on policy. So bring it on.
Fascinating reading of it. Let me just ask you about the age issue. So if you go back 3 weeks.
Have I seen his rally? Wait, are you talking about? Oh my God, fuck, I pressed the wrong button. And it's all your fault.
Vice President of the
It's all your fault. We're going to Kamala and Tim Walz. Sorry. Sorry. I was trying to, oh my God, why? Why doesn't it just take the, Kevin O'Leary, where is Kevin O'Leary? Red, where were we? We're here, right? Somewhere here? Somewhere in this zone. I was trying to answer chat. Somebody in chat said something, and I can't find it now. DW says, not a chance in hell that Kamala wins Michigan based on what I am seeing on the ground here. DW, I am sorry that you live in such a chuddy county of Michigan, but yeah, enjoy perceiving the mood of the state through your little echo chamber there. What are we? Like, I swear to God, somebody said something. I was trying to respond to it. Oh, DH says, have you seen his rally? Huge crowds. Yeah, I saw a rally that he did in Atlanta. And funny enough, right? It's a same stadium where she did a rally too. And I saw his crowd and I saw her crowd. And with his crowd, I could see seats. I could see a lot of empty room. With her crowd, it was at capacity. Would you like to cope about that some more? There is an ad coming. Yes, indeed. Is there an ad coming? That's an ad that comes every hour on Twitch and is unskippable unless you're able to get yourself a sub. You can do so for free with a Twitch Prime. You can do so for $6 with $6, or you could possibly be gifted a sub if you're lucky enough by being active in the chat. And remember, any subs drive us forward towards our dono goal. We're now at 35% out of 100% towards seeing that extra content, the transvestigation of Kyle Rittenhouse, right? If you're interested in that, then we need to get the sub goal going. And that is one way to do it and one way to get yourself out of the top of the hour ad break. There we go.
YOOF. And there's a clip from a podcast he did yesterday with a guy called Irene Ross, where he actually starts dancing.
Irene Ross? You don't say. Irene, is that Irene Ross? And behind him we have XQZ and Irene Ross. I'm trying to think of other streamer names I can screw up. As Mongold, this as well as this fellow as Mongold, as Mongoose, I think his name is, as Mongoose, as Mongold. Oh, look at that! Post his wins, posting the Trump W's. Oh my God, chat! I feel like Chud Logic would have a comment about how Trump looks right there.
From a podcast he did yesterday with a guy called Irene Ross.
I feel like
dancing. Let's take a look.
I feel like Chud Logic would have a slur to use on Trump right there. Wow. Wow.
Top dance. Just to remind people, Trump is 78 years old when he's doing this, but it hasn't stopped.
What was that sound, chat? Did I somehow get muted? No, I didn't. Not that sound. What was that sound? Who's on the truck with Trump? Truck rap with Trump? I think Secret Service agents. It's the fist pump. It's the clip that he farmed, right? Remember he was clip farming at the rally, pumped his fist.
Stopped him, and there he goes. I mean,
yeah, there he goes. All right. This is lolcow behavior. If we want to talk about streamers, which obviously Pierce Morgan, that's not your wheelhouse. Don't worry, I will act as your in-house expert here. Oh God, are we gonna get copyright claimed by Aiden again? Are we gonna get fucked by Aiden Ross again? God damn it! God damn it, chat! That is a Aiden Ross clip. Fuck me! Fuck me! If you don't know, I got copyright claimed for yesterday's stream. I covered the entirety of the Aiden Ross interview, the absolute ball massage that he gave to Donald Trump. And sure enough, true to form, Aiden Ross's weird little media company copyright claimed my stream and took all of my ad money. And it's my understanding that that is just his policy with anybody that quote unquote doesn't fuck with him. Anybody that doesn't like him, anybody that doesn't portray him in a good light, right? He will take your ad money if any amount of his content ends up in your content. God damn it. God fucking damn it. I do not want to lose ad money for a second day because of this piece of shit.
some pretty nifty moves.
There's some pretty nifty moves indeed,
and that's gone viral to a much younger crowd, obviously.
Uh-huh. Look, I mean, Tipster's gone viral, okay? To a much, you know.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
Tipster has gone viral, all right? Going viral is not always a good thing, okay?
And Kevin,
lest we forget. Right, we want to talk about going viral?
Fucking pronouns!
That's right, that went viral too. That went viral.
Kevin, when you see this, I mean, I saw him do his.
How many times are you going to show this? I'm going to get copyright claims so hard.
Recently with Bryson DeChambeau on DeChambeau's YouTube channel. I thought that was very smart. It seems to me also pretty smart at getting to the younger crowd, because there's no doubt that Kamala Harris on things like TikTok is blowing.
Pussy slippers. I danced like that on my Davenport on Tuesday. Oh, Tuesday, innit? Okay, so look, he doesn't understand. Pierce, why would you even talk about this? You don't know the difference between going viral and becoming Boogie 2988.
Up pretty big. I've seen that really tangibly. How big an issue is it going to be for Trump to try and...
It's fucking Tuesday, ain't it, bruv?
...be as youthful as he can against now a much younger opponent?
I think Trump's pretty masterful on social media. You saw him work at first. He was the first to go to Twitter, you recall, in the contest against Clinton. No one used that tool. His first wife advised him to do that. No president had ever done that before. It was immensely successful. And I think he'll find his way through today's platforms, whether it's Instagram or TikTok. By the way, TikTok is getting sued by Justice and SEC for Chinese spyware for 13-year-old female girls. I know that because I put a syndicate together to buy it. This thing is going to run into some big problems, but not before the election. We'll see how that plays out. I wanted to go back to a great modern day example, and I've used it a few times, about how
Passing One says O'Leary still updates his MySpace page.
How successful you can be by saying nothing. And let's go back recent times to Justin Trudeau up in Canada when
Trudeau? Were you about to say Trudeau?
A term called sunny ways. Now you can go and Google this. It was immensely successful. When asked for press interviews about policy, he smiled and said, "Sunny ways."
Don't mention Aiden Ross in your thumbnail and description. No, they find it anyway. They find it anyway. They use Content ID.
Days away. And when asked about anything about the economy, he said, "Sunny days, days away." And he never dealt with any of it. Nobody knew he had any executional skills.
I should check though to see if that's a manual copyright claim.
Or what his policies were.
I'm assuming it's a. It's a automatic one, given that both streams got claimed at the same time. But I could be wrong. Gio, let me know if you got that on. You got a source for that.
And he's in the parliamentary system, as you know, Piers, and he won a majority mandate. That was 9 years ago. Canada has been destroyed. If you look at every metric in the G20.
Balls to the walls. Yes, Eric. I'm glad I'm not the only one who's thinking that. I was going to say it, but I felt like I was a reference that no one would get. I'm just like, I'm into music, okay? I'm into like all kinds of music. And
lack of executional skills or any ability to implement policy has wiped out the country in every metric, whether it's productivity, capital invested, debt per capita, anything you want to look at. We're now in the bottom quartile up in that country.
Piers Morgan and Kevin O'Leary, likely, yes, do not understand the internet or social media. I'm not even sure that Kevin O'Leary understands the business of it, right? It may be such a challenge for him to understand the nature of social media that, you know, what he's talking about investing in is not him being smart money. Balls to the walls is from Windows. The walls. Oh my God, nice.
The question is, in the risk scenario.
I'm not going to say the last part, okay.
For Harris, is she Trudeau or does she have executional skills? Because there's two baskets here. You got to have policy. You can get advisors for policy. But if you can't execute, it's sunny ways, one more time with feeling. And that's where the risk is.
Okay, I'm sorry. Any Canadians in chat? Can I get a Canadian to help me out with this sunny ways thing? What? Any Canadians?
To, and some of them are worried about that. Not as many as 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, New Flesh says, what are Trump's policies, O'Leary? He only talks about China, immigrants, and trans people.
20% were dissenting back then. They wanted a process. Today, you don't find many dissenters. Everybody's falling in line for the big.
You think there are a lot of unmotivated Democratic voters and highly motivated Republican voters? See, like a month ago, I would have agreed with you, DW. But you may have had your head in Donald Trump's ass for a little too long. You're not to see which way the wind is blowing, and it is vastly different than it was a month ago.
Gala show we're going to see. I mean, this convention is going to be fantastic for fundraising. But then, is it Sunny Ways time, or is she going to step up?
Okay, please, somebody explain Sunny Ways. I'm Quebecois, but I don't identify much as Canadian. I mean, that's fair. A good band. I saw them back in the club days. Too bad they weren't more MTV friendly. Wait, what band are we talking about? Pink Floyd's Tim Walz? What? Oh, wait, what? Wait, Pink Floyd has like The Wall, right? Balls to the Wall is by Accept?
And execute, because there's no evidence she's ever executed on anything yet. And I'm not trying to be partisan or critical, because when you interview for a CEO job, you got to ask, what have you done and what have you achieved?
Yes. You know, it's fascinating you talk about the sunshine factor.
Yeah, so it's not Aiden himself that's doing this. It's a company called Thumb Media and LLC. That's it. Thumb Media LLC, right? That's who's doing it. And they do it for Aiden and they do it for iShow Speed.
Reminded me when I was a newspaper editor back in...
Did he say masterful? I believe so.
Okay. There was another newspaper editor years before me who edited a paper called The Sunday People. And his job every Sunday was to try and find stuff that would excite the nation and sell buckets of copies of papers. And he couldn't find anything one week, and he was desperate. He was running out of time with his bosses. They were looking to make a move against him. And so he cleared the front page for a headline, Sunny for Months, Weather Bombshell. And it was his biggest rated circulation boosting issue of the year. The problem was...
I don't understand the fucking Sunday whatevers. Sunday time, sunny... What is he fucking talking about? What does this mean? He's just a subby for Trump? Oh, yeah, well, no, he's like... Trump calls this guy. Yeah, I mean, like, he's like Trump. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the most famous person he knows is Donald Trump.
Because like all great English summers, it then began to rain on a regular basis. And eventually, before those months were up, my friend got invited to leave his job because he couldn't deliver on the promise of sunny for months. So I think your analogy is absolutely spot on because I witnessed...
I don't understand his analogy. Does anybody understand what the fuck this guy's talking about? I don't get it.
...it happening to my friend.
It doesn't make sense, so I'm not the only one who's completely lost here.
If you're going to say it's going to be sunny, you
better
well deliver.
Yeah, I think everybody on this panel has to be impressed.
Yeah, DW, we've been going over polls from Michigan, okay? I think I know what I'm talking about.
With what Harris has done in fundraising, I am stunned. I am so impressed. I mean,
that doesn't mean Kamala Harris has got it in the bag, but it does mean that things have changed, and Michigan is one of those states where things have changed most massively, right? You got to understand, DW, like, I don't know what part of Michigan you live in, but there's a lot of different kinds of people there. I mean, I hope you understand that, right? Otherwise, you really don't know what you're talking about. And like the zeitgeist in some, like, you know, in one rural county is not going to be the same as the zeitgeist in Dearborn. It's not going to be the same as the zeitgeist in Detroit, right? There's...
I hand it to her. I mean, she did it in 17 days. It's unprecedented. But those are sunny ways. And eventually the clouds come into the sky, and that's when this thing will get interesting.
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary.
Sunny ways, and then the clouds come into the sky, and then things get interesting. Okay, here's what I think he's saying. Right? Given all that he's talked about so far, I think he's saying that Kamala is raising a shit ton of money, and she's able to drive the discussion. She's able to kind of control the conversation so far, right? She's in her honeymoon period, right? We've talked about that, right? That she's sort of the new candidate. She doesn't have the sort of, you know, negatives that come from running for president or being talked about for president year after year after year. And she can hold that all the way up to the next week's, wait, no, sorry, it's not next week, it's the week after next week. The Democratic convention is going to be the week after next week, right? And so the sunny ways, I guess, in his mind, last up to the convention, because here's what it is, right? She's in control of the conversation. She's got the momentum. She's talking about what she wants to talk about. She's got actually more hype from nominating a vice president. That gives you hype as well. The convention is going to give her hype, right? So she's on this hype train. She's on a hype train, chat. She's a Twitch streamer. She's a Twitch streamer, and her chat is making donos, and they're giving bits, and they're doing all this shit, and it's a hype train. The hype train is going, and every time it's about to run out, more gets donated, and they get to level 2 hype train, level 3 hype train, level 4 hype train, right? And that's all the way up until, what is it, August? Is it 25th, 26th? 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd. So August 19th to August 23rd, she's riding the hype train. She's got a convention going. And she's got a lot more excitement about her than Trump did. Trump got a little bounce from that convention, got probably a bigger bounce from the, getting his ear pierced for free. But beyond that, he's kind of petered out. And Kamala has not exhausted her energy, has not exhausted her momentum. So I think that's what he means by sunny ways. Sunny ways is what happens up to August 23rd. He's saying, well, who knows after that? Maybe things will come crashing down. I don't really know, right? She's got all this, liberal baggage that is going to come back, and people are going to talk about the 2020 uprisings, and people are going to talk about the economy, and people are going to talk about this and that, right? I think that's what he's saying. I think that's what the sunny ways are. But God damn it, is that not a bad way to describe it? It is a way that I thought maybe that I was just not Canadian enough to know what the fuck the reference is. It's something about Trudeau saying sunny ways. I don't know what the fuck it means. I just like, this is America, right? They're very much navel gazing country, and we don't tend to look outside to see what's happening politically in the likes of Canada. So we don't know about sunny ways, right? It doesn't make sense to me. But from what I can garner, this is what he's saying. I don't know the parallel with Trudeau, but I do know what he's talking about with Kamala. And yeah, he's right that she's likely to be sort of riding on a cloud. She's riding on a pink cloud right now. And she's going to continue until the 23rd of August. After that, yeah, something different might happen. There might be a change in momentum. Anything could happen. But also, Trump could continue to get cooked. We just don't know, right? 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have predicted that we are where we are right now, especially that it's Kamala and Walz running. I would have never predicted that, all right? 2 weeks before that, I would have thought that we'd be talking about Joe Biden. So we're talking about 2 weeks from now, okay? I feel like Sam Cedar here. Am I sounding like Sam Cedar? There's not enough ums or uhs to really match that Sam Cedar cadence, but you get the idea, right? But yeah, 2 weeks from now, we just don't know. And then through 2 weeks from now, it won't be the same as it is 3 weeks from now. And then 3 weeks from now. Anyway, that's what I'm saying, chat. Yeah, it's impossible to tell. It's impossible to tell. We do have a good sense that the sunny ways will continue for Kamala Harris until the 23rd of August. And after that, who knows?
Always brilliant. Thank you very much indeed.
So brilliant. Wow. Thanks you for enlightening us with their sunny ways.
Take care.
Let me bring back the panel. It seems to me, Cenk, there's a very good point there, isn't there? Is that she is riding this sunny wave right now, Kamala Harris.
Sunny wave?
But her record is there to be attacked.
Is that what he's saying?
Successful when she's actually had to run for anything. She's got this position now by default of her boss being a decaying wreck. Are you worried about the sunny factor, as Kevin so articulately put it?
No, there's only one thing that could be a curveball here that I'm worried about. I'll get to that in a second. But first of all, you guys bragging about how Trump has got the Beverly Hills and billionaire vote locked up is hilarious. I love it. Please keep going. Okay, so and you're misunderstanding politics. It isn't about left versus right, as it is populist versus establishment. And the fact that she didn't pick an establishment candidate as her VP helps her. It doesn't hurt her. So you think like, oh, right-winger or more conservative Democrat, more establishment Democrat would help her with moderates. No, it wouldn't, because those independents are not the moderates of mainstream media lore that are looking for policies that are right down the middle. No, they're looking for policies that are right down the middle of Washington. They're looking for policies that are right down the middle of Main Street, that are actually popular, like paid family leave, higher wages.
Okay, so for my
all of these things that the
for my new friends
of the Democratic Party has, and that
in Shorts chat, right? Who's ahead in Michigan? Wow, this is fucking granular here. We got like day by day polling. All right. I don't know if we can go back. I would love to be able to. So we go back to July 27th, Michigan. This is 5:38. All right. We can look at other polls if you would like. Trump plus 9, Trump plus 9, Trump plus 9, Trump plus 0.9, not 9 points, but 0.9. Trump plus 0.7. Whoops. Whoops. July 30th. Whoops. Harris plus 1.7. Plus 1.9. Plus 1.7. Plus 1.9. Plus 1.8. Plus 2.0. Plus 2.2. Plus 1.6. There we go. I mean, and in before we cope about polls too. I that's my. The next thing you will say is, I'm gonna Joseph Joestar you here. Polls don't matter. The polls aren't accurate anymore.
Tim Walz is the champion of. So I love how wrong you guys are. And I think this is a totally good night, Irene, for Donald Trump and
Excuse me? Did I just get shouted out by Cenk Uygur on Piers Morgan?
J.D. Vance. And so I can't get enough of it. Now, in terms of the one curveball that could hurt, it's none of the things that you guys mentioned, and nobody cares about the tampons and all that. No, it's the giant war that Netanyahu is desperately
They do care
trying
about
to start
the tampons.
in
You're
the
wrong.
Middle East.
No, but Cenk, you're wrong. You're completely
No, you're wrong. Sorry, you've been proven wrong, okay? I know that your turf friends care about tampons and whether they're in the boys' bathroom or not, right? And whether people are stealing their lesbians or whatever kind of bullshit they fucking get up to over there. I know that Graham Linehan cares greatly about this shit, all right? But Graham Linehan does not vote in the United States, Pierce. Ron DeSantis tried this out. The Republicans have run on this shit before. It has always failed. And it's going to continue to fail. Nobody is bothered by offering tampons in the boys' bathroom in case a trans guy needs one, in case a non-binary person is in that bathroom and needs one, right? That nobody fucking cares. That is not their business. We're not worried about other people's tampons, Pierce. Why are you? Why are you concerned about other people's tampons? That's not your floor. That's not your problem. You don't have to deal with that. That's not. And most cis guys are happy not to have to deal with that. I don't know what you're going off on here, thinking that people are going to vote based on motherfucking tampons.
With the Olympics and this completely, which we're going to come to, but this outrageous situation, we're not going to debate it now, we're going to come to that in a few minutes, but this outrageous situation of two biological males.
Biological male? You don't understand. There's a biological male in the Olympics competing with biological female, and you see it should not be like this. The biological males with the biological males and the... Oh my God, Pierce, nobody fucking cares. But yeah, you're right. Whoever said that he was going to... This is literally halfway through, and here we go. The pivot. Wait, where have we seen this before? Where have we seen this before? I feel like there was some other debate that we were watching, not about biological males, and that all of a sudden converted over and become... like somebody pivoted. What was that? Recently a debate. What the fuck did I watch recently that was a debate? I can't remember. Was it, Jink Uger? No? Was it Francesca and Adirola versus Jink? I can't remember. But yeah, somebody kept on trying to turn it to be about trans people. Maybe it was The Rising. I think it was The Rising. Was it? No, because The Rising, they were talking about at least that boxing match. It was something completely unrelated where somebody kept on trying to turn, like literally a conservative tried to change the topic of the debate to trans people.
Is something that is inflamed most
They're not
Americans.
males.
Now, they are. We're going to come to that in a moment. But my point is, you don't think these issues matter. I can tell you they matter. People do care.
Yeah, Geo Dragon, there's a lot you can do with a tampon.
About this stuff. They
just ask the U.S. Army.
Do care, actually, about tampons being put into male locker rooms and restrooms. They care about biological
Have
males
at it, Hoss.
going into women's dressing rooms and so on.
Oh my God, this guy's so turf-pilled. Seriously, like his fucking group chat is Graham Linehan, J.K. Rowling, and like Riley Gaines. He gets into the group chat and he's like, what about these biological males? Let's talk about the biological. Oh my God, this guy has got his head so far up Graham Linehan's ass, it's not funny.
This stuff matters.
It's making Michael Knowles jealous.
To people. It matters to parents, I can tell you.
Look, I want you to run the campaign on tampons. I can't wait. Okay, we're going to run on paid family leave. We're going to run on protecting women's rights. We're going to protect the average American worker. She's gone populist. It's fantastic.
And Pierce is going to run on biological males.
You run a hateful campaign about how much you hate trans people. And my message to you is bye, bye, bye. Okay, you guys have no chance running that campaign.
We've already...
Please listen to Pierce's advice.
Hang on, Michael. I just want to say that when you say you guys...
The fact that nobody wants to engage with you and your disgusting shit, Michael Knowles, right, does not indicate that you've won the debate. It indicates the disgust that the general public feels towards your obsession with trans people. It indicates that they have concluded that you are fucking weird. And they do not wish to fuck with this kind of weird. You are not the cool kind of weird. You are not the self-aware kind of weird. You are the cringe kind of weird.
I have to remind you once again, Schenk, I'm not actually an identifying conservative. So
come on, Piers. After that intro?
No, you keep trying
After that
trick,
intro where you frame Tim Walz as...
He's like a kid holding his breath, being like, I would like to remind you, Jink, that I am invisible and you cannot see me. You do not know that I am in the kitchen taking cookies out of the cookie jar because I am holding my breath and therefore am unable to be seen.
Totally radical left? Come on, his policies, the core policies that he passed are all over 70% in popularity. You framed him as a radical. Are you kidding me?
Tim Walz is a progressive, radical, left-wing guy. He is. Now, Michael Knowles, let me bring you in here.
Is America radical left-wing, Piers?
Let me bring in Michael.
Is America radical left-wing? Because all of his policies...
Fucking engage, you coward.
Poll over 70%.
Well, let's see.
Thank you for saying that America's radical left-wing. I appreciate it.
Maybe you'll be right. Maybe you'll be right. I don't think you will. But I'm not saying that as someone who's a conservative. But Michael Knowles, identifying conservative. Cenk doesn't think any of this stuff matters. None of the gender...
Oh, I think he's a little bit more than a conservative.
...stuff matters. None of the ID stuff matters. None of the tampons in boys' dressing rooms matter. None of that matters, apparently.
Well, Cenk challenges us to run a campaign on gender ideology in public schools. We already have done that, and it's been pretty successful. That was the Glenn Youngkin campaign that turned a purple and really pretty blue Commonwealth Virginia red. Ron DeSantis ran for re-election.
Oh my God, this is not true. Look, Jink has covered this. I've covered Jink talking about this. I wasn't impressed with his or Ben Gleib's take on this, right? But honestly, compared to some of the stuff that he said of late, it's actually anyway, the whole point of it, and he was somewhat right about this, is that Glenn Youngkin was able to thread the needle with a moderate view that plays down the kind of like wild obsession with trans people demonstrated by Pierce and Michael Knowles.
In large part on that issue.
He was like, successful according to Jink in his addressing of this issue because he was able to seem like a human being, not like a Attack on Titan drawing. What the fuck? This is scary.
He soared to a re-election victory. You mentioned, Piers, there's global outrage over the unfairness of transgenderism, even in the Olympics. So it's an important issue. The fact that...
Yeah, there was global outrage for the first, 16 hours. Turned into kind of a tussle after 24 hours. And then by around, I would say, 32 hours later, it had flipped. And people were disgusted at the fact that transphobes had now gone and attacked a cis woman. Right? That's where it's at right now. If you look at the hashtags, I'm talking about Twitter, I'm talking about Elon's fucking website. I'm not talking about some kind of like liberal echo chamber or something, right? Yeah, like he's just not, he has not watched the discourse evolve.
Governor Walz not only put the tampons in the boys' bathroom in the public schools, but also came out and embraced the radical...
Yes, he himself put the tampons in there.
...trans policies for little kids that is tearing families apart, that's putting kids on really dark paths that lead to higher rates of anxiety, depression, suicidality, all sorts of dark stuff.
I mean, it's really dark that you're twisting the argument like 180 degrees from the truth. When your way of suppressing your own sexuality, Michael Knowles, is more likely to lead to things like suicide and depression. I'm worried about you, bro. I'm glad you brought that up. You have become a right-winger in order to suppress the part of yourself that you hate. And you are now projecting that onto trans people.
Earlier death, the list goes on. That is not going to play very well in the middle of the country. Now, I think Cenk makes a good point in distinguishing between the left versus right debate and the establishment versus populist debate. The problem right now, though, is that the establishment is quite leftist. Don't forget, the people pushing abortion up until the moment of birth, the people pushing for transing the kids, the people pushing to totally open up the border, the people embracing the campus intifada going on campuses around the country, that's the establishment Democrat Party going all the way up to Joe Biden. And Kamala Harris is an establishment figure. Nobody's more establishment than Joe Biden. The guy's been in politics since 1972 at the national level. And Kamala Harris was brought in just to pinch hit for him because his brain has turned to applesauce. So she is playing both of these things right now, but she's playing both because the establishment is so left-wing. And she has raised a lot of money, and that's impressive. But she hasn't really done it because, as we've all observed, including Kevin, she hasn't really said anything since she became the nominee. She doesn't do press conferences. The one or two times she's spoken off the cuff, it hasn't gone very well. She's not really good on her feet. She hasn't articulated much of a policy vision until today, making an unforced error, picking this radical leftist lunatic out in Minnesota. So, yes, she's made a lot of money because the Democrat establishment was keeping some money on the line when they were trying to push Joe Biden out. If she can stay in the basement of the White House until November, maybe she wins. But if she has to go out and defend these policies, it's not going to play in Pennsylvania. She came out on Jimmy Fallon's show, said she wants to end fracking forever, once and for all. That's not going to play well. She came out and said everybody needs to be woke. That is not going to play well in Michigan, in Arizona, in Nevada.
Actually, wait, wasn't there a poll on woke where people were like, yeah, I think it's a good thing, actually?
In Wisconsin.
Especially if you describe what you're talking about. It's like about not being racist. It's about not being homophobic. It's not about not being a fucking weirdo about other people's private lives. That's what being woke is. People are kind of like, yeah, I think I like that. I think that's a good thing.
So if she speaks, as I think eventually she's going to have to do, we're going to see whether Cenk or I are right. And the spoiler alert is, I am.
Pierce, can I say something?
All right, I want to play. I want to play a clip from just to segue to this Olympic scandal as it's being depicted. I want to play a clip of Donald Trump talking about it.
So yeah, spoiler, they are literally pivoting. Was this the plan all along? You take a dodgy debate topic that makes this Minnesota fucking dad out to be like this radical fucking liberal that's out to put, you know, tampons in everybody's mouth. And then when you start losing that debate, you shift to, well, you bring in Riley Gaines.
And I will keep men out of women's sports, if that's okay. If Kamala Harris gets in, the travesty that is taking place at the Paris Olympics will come to America when we host the Los Angeles Olympics. And by the way, which I was president, we happened to get it. I was the president. I also got you a thing called the World Cup, which is coming very soon.
Well, the two fighters at the centre of the Olympic gender furore are now guaranteed to be on the podium for the women's boxing in Paris. Some, however, feel they shouldn't even be competing, given the intense speculation around whether they're actually biologically, genetically male. Joining me now is the former NCAA.
I'm sorry, it's just not. Okay, so here's the deal, right? How this was going in the beginning is that right-wingers were able to sell this fight as a fight between a trans woman and a cis woman. And they care more about that shit than anyone else, right? So the discussion was between right-wingers. They agreed that they did not like it, all right? Then as more facts started to come out, and it became apparent that this doesn't have anything to do with trans people, and it is indeed a fight between two cis women, more people joined in the discussion and defended Khalif. Now it's becoming apparent that TERFs and gender-critical weirdos like yourself, Pierce, are not going to be satisfied with policing trans women, but are now turning to cis women and trying to forcibly transition them away from their sex, the sex they identify or away from the gender they identify as, away from their, sex assigned at birth, and say, no, actually you're a man. You just didn't know that because you hadn't taken the test yet. But our test says that you're a man. Oh yeah, no, fucking cis women are gonna love that. They're gonna love that. They're gonna love that, like the fucking threat overhanging of like, if your blood test comes wrong, we might start calling you a man and using he, him pronouns for you. Yeah, that is a long term. The longer this discussion goes on, the worse it gets for these guys.
Swimmer and host of Outkick's Gains for Girls podcast, Riley Gaines. So Riley, the issue here is not that they're
Riley asymmetric Gaines. What is wrong with her? She needs to talk to her personal trainer, chat. I can see several compensation patterns emerging here. That is not a normal balanced musculature. What is she doing? Holy shit. Who is training her?
Trans women competing against women. The issue here is that they have XY chromosomes.
Oh, prove it, asshole. Fucking prove it. I love how you're saying this based on they have XY. You see, some women, they have XY chromosomes, and they're not a biological woman. They're actually a biological male, and so they should be forced to compete in the male division. Here, come here, sweetie. Take this blood test so that we can determine whether you're a biological male or not.
What has been claimed and made clear by other governing bodies in women's boxing who have banned them from competing in the last World Championship.
He is talking about the discredited, corrupt Russian International Boxing Association that has been abandoned, and not for reasons of they didn't say trans rights loud enough, right? For reasons of like embezzlement, okay?
So a slightly different case to the issue of trans athletes competing in women's sport, but nonetheless just as pertinent.
You hit the nail on the head, Piers. And to very briefly address the comment made.
I just don't understand why we have the fifth placing swimmer from a heat, like somebody that's not even close to like a top level athlete, that if you're going to bring an athlete on to discuss, you're going to bring somebody who is just a sore loser and is known for being a sore loser and now has a career as a sore loser. Like that she should have that fucking stamped on her head. Riley Gaines, 5th place.
Previously that this campaign.
Well, she wants to say it's 4th because, yeah.
Is a campaign surrounding being anti-trans, being against trans people. Let's be very, very clear before I even say anything. What we are talking about as it pertains to the Olympics, or as Michael Knowles said, I mean, the gender ideology movement as a whole, it is not anti anything. It is pro parental rights. It is pro the safeguarding of.
Pan-fried Surf says, I feel like Pierce has Riley Gaines on his interview panel at least once a week, or at this point. Yeah, there's like certain people that he really likes that he's always bringing back.
Children. And
actually, Jink, he brings Jink on a lot.
Pro women's rights. You can check any Gallup poll. That is something that majority of Americans, really globally, majority of people across the world agree upon. But yes, Piers, as it pertains to these boxers in the Olympics, they failed the chromosomal testing that every athlete, I believe, has to take. The requirement is that women have to have XX chromosomes. These athletes failed. Here's what we know. I listened to the press conference yesterday put on in Paris by the IBA, and this is what we know. Both boxers were initially subjected to a chromosomal test by an independent laboratory in Istanbul after the IBA received complaints from coaches and
Istanbul? You mean Istanbul? You mean Istanbul? You do know that it was Constantinople, right?
Competitors during the 2022 Women's World Boxing Championships. Both athletes were then retested in India again during the next year during the same Women's World Boxing Championships in 2023 to clarify and confirm prior results. This is when both athletes were then found to have XY chromosomes. Both boxers were informed of the results of the test in writing. Both boxers were...
Okay, so now she's reading a quote from this discredited boxing organization, right, that has refused to back up the claim, right? She's reading a claim, something somebody said. The claim should have data behind it. They've refused to release what the data is. They've refused to say what the tests were, right? There are specific tests, right? There's a karyotype test. There's a blood, testosterone test, right? There are different tests that, could be involved here, right? They have not said which test, administered by who, where, and when. The pertinent information for knowing what the fuck you're talking about instead of just reading the quote of some fucking Russian organized crime boss, which is who heads that organization, is pretty significant, Riley.
Thanks to the Court of Arbitration for Sports, the IBA even offered to pay for the majority of any cost that would allow both boxers to appeal. One male athlete, he did not appeal the decision.
Check this out.
I would say the athlete that has received the most prominence from Algeria here.
Look at this.
Appealed the decision, but then ultimately withdrew the appeal.
Look at this. Look at this. This is plurality of voters do not care whether or not Joe Biden is woke. All right, check this out. This is the dark blue is Joe Biden is woke, and that's a good thing. The teal is Joe Biden is woke, and that not woke. Sorry, and that's a good thing. Wait, what? Okay. This is a weird way to do this poll, but whatever. I don't understand. Joe Biden is woke, and that is a bad thing. All right, Joe Biden. Okay, wait. Why do it like this? Oh, okay, wait. All right, so we got this blue parts, right? This is Joe Biden is woke, and that is a bad thing. Joe Biden is not woke and that is a bad thing. This is not a very good way to illustrate the results of this poll. All right, so the most important thing is this, right? On the other side, we have, I do not know what the term woke means. I do not care whether or not Joe Biden is woke at all. A plurality of voters do not care. 27%. And if you combine it with this one, it's 48%. Either do not know or do not care. And if we combined it with Joe Biden is woke and that's a good thing, now we are at, see, I can add up percentages in my head pretty good thanks to the dono goal, right? Now we have 65% of people. And then I would say we even add to that, Joe Biden is not woke and that is a bad thing, right? So the people that think either I don't know what woke means, I do not care whether Joe Biden is woke or not, Joe Biden is not woke enough, or Joe Biden is woke and I'm fucking cool with that, right? What did I say? Oh my God, chat. This is like 70. No. This is like 70-something% of voters here. All likely voters either do not know what woke means, do not care whether Joe Biden is woke, think that he's not woke enough, or think that he is woke, and that's a good thing. Voters have a favorable view of studying and addressing social injustices. It is better for everyone when we focus on studying and addressing social injustices. I do not know. It is worse for everyone when we focus on studying and addressing social injustices. All likely voters, 66%. 85% of Democrats, 63% of independents, 48% of Republicans. There's a plurality of Republicans that think it is better for everyone when we focus on and study addressing social injustices, right? And they're using language, right? When you say social injustices, you are implying caring about social justice. That is a watchword of the left. And the fact that even among Republicans, a plurality is answering in support of that. Now, they might think that the social injustices, for Republicans exist in different places, right? But in concept, right? They care about social justice. Anyway, voters are tired of the war on woke. And who isn't tired of this shit?
That's what this is. This isn't an argument that is meant to be hateful. I mean, it's not even opinionated. These athletes are males, and males do not belong in women's sports. Really that simple.
Watch your hat.
So yeah, now we're talking about cis women who happen to have an XY chromosome. People who have lived all of their life as women are now not women, according to Riley Gaines, according to J.K. Rowling, and according to Piers Morgan. But no, don't worry. The Democrats, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they're the weird ones.
I just don't understand why anyone, given what we've just heard, why anyone would think this is right or fair or equal or does anything to promote anything to do with women's sports or rights to fairness and equality. But by all means, try and defend it.
You start off with the clip of Trump saying
He's just like, I don't understand why anyone is not transphobic when it's the most obvious thing for me in the world. Haven't you seen Ace Ventura: Pet Detective? Einhorn is Finkel. Finkel is Einhorn. Haven't you seen Austin Powers? It's a man, baby. He's like, do you not get the famous transphobic scenes in movies? Come on. Do you not live in the 90s still?
Men out of women's bodies. And you know what? Go ahead and run with that, because Republicans want to have zero regulation.
Wait, what are we at as far as likes go?
But they want to regulate women's bodies. They're attacking women. They're attacking biracial people. They're attacking.
Yo. Look, they're not just attacking women. They are attacking cis women. We are at 72, 73 likes. Yeah, would love to see that get over 100 by the end of the stream.
They're attacking LGBT.
I would be so sick.
And they're attacking Iman Khalif. I am here for Iman Khalif and winning. She medaled. She was born a woman. She identifies as a woman. It's female on her passport. She's boxed women. You are quoting the IBA.
And that sucks, Techno about.
That is run by Russia, the same IBA that is discredited by the Olympics Commission. The Olympics Commission doesn't even look at their testing and the results, completely discredited it. And the more that you attack these female boxers, the more you misgender them by calling them he. Look what's happening around the world. People are disgusted by it. They're like, this is hateful. This is cruel. This is mean. You're attacking this poor Algerian boxer, making a fake story, quoting the Russia's IBA, which is discredited. So go for it. Go for it.
Wajah, let me just explain. I have not misgendered either of these boxers. I've called them she. That's fine. No problem with that. They were born with female reproductive organs. Well, I'm told they were born with female reproductive organs, but they have XY chromosomes. They didn't appeal against their ban.
They had the
Hang on, Cenk. Hang on, Cenk. I'll come to you. But Wajah, they didn't appeal when they had the chance to appeal. And the simple way they can clear this up before they box again, they can actually just say,
just let me handle their genitalia. Actually, no, even in this case, right, we're not even talking about that. But I mean, he is kind of up in their shit. Like, right, with the way he's talking, he's way too up in these women's shit. Let me examine their genetic code.
Here we are. I'm prepared to take a test. Let's do a simple swab sex test. And if it turns out they have an XY chromosome, would you then accept that that makes them biologically male? And would you accept that should make them ineligible to take part in a boxing competition?
Ineligible? Ineligible? That sounds like unable to be read.
Biological female, yes or no?
If you and Michael will take a test proving that you're male and submit the...
Oh, I know, right? You give those tests out to enough quote-unquote males, you're going to have some of those come back that your chromosomes aren't what you think they are. And look, that should be fine. That should be fine. If you're happy being a guy, be a guy, okay? We're not the side trying to fucking force transition people out of their, out of the gender that they identify as, or out of their, sex assigned at birth in the case of cis people, right? That's your side. That's you guys. That's what you're all about. You fucking weirdos.
Results,
yes, I will.
I'll be fine
I'll do
doing
it now.
the same.
I'll do it now.
Okay, really?
Sure.
So
right now, are you gonna piss in a bucket and send it off to the lab? What are you gonna do?
Wonderful. Of course. You'll do it right now?
It's probably blood, actually.
Let's do it. Do it right now, and then Iman.
No, right now. We're gonna fucking take your blood. Let's roll up his sleeve, put a tourniquet on him, and do a little blood draw.
We'll
do a little phlebotomy on this guy.
Show you all the records where she was born a female, identifies as female, has female on her passport, went through all the testing. The Olympics Commission says she's fine. Boxed females, lost to females,
all they've
beat
seen
females,
is her passport.
and she's from Algeria.
She failed the sex test. They've just seen her passport.
If she failed the test, if she failed the test, she would not be boxing right now. The IBA is run by Russia, which is discredited. This is why the Olympic Commission says that we do not take the result.
Okay, the thing about saying it like that is it makes it sound like you think everything Russian is discredited, and that's not. I mean, obviously, yeah, the Vladimir Putin's Russia is really fucked up, but I don't want to get into the mindset of like, oh, you're Russian? Oh shit, that person's Russian? No, you can't believe what they said. Yeah, like No Fuckers is Russian, right? For instance, No Fuckers, I don't have a problem trusting No Fuckers, all right?
They laugh at them.
So why won't they do a test?
Since last year, they discredit them.
Why won't they do a test?
Because they don't have to, because they realize it's nonsense
right.
fiction. You are going out of your way to put a target on this innocent woman who came from poverty and has literally worked so hard to medal, and you have created a fictional target and a bogey woman, and I hope she sues people, and I hope she medals, and I hope she does in life. I love it.
I hope she sues people, because you know what?
So
if she
you
sues
also
people,
support domestic
then we'll find
violence.
out the truth. Let me go to Emily. Emily, it seems to me that this is a classic case, isn't it? Where people on the left love to talk about promoting women's rights. Right to the moment, somebody produces a passport and says, I'm a woman.
But if we can declare cis women to not be women, then we don't have to care about their rights, do we? We can say you're a bloody transgender and... Oh my god, this is so wild. This is so wild. This is so wild. They are now transvestigating the world, chat. They are transvestigating the world. Speaking of transvestigating, where are we at as far as this Kyle Rittenhouse shit? We are still at 35%. That's been kind of stuck there for a while now. I'm not sure we're gonna go. So yeah, we're gonna have to halt the transvestigations for today unless we somehow hit that dono goal. Where are we at? We're like I don't know, 15 minutes, 12 minutes from the end of the stream, potentially, unless we somehow hit that dono goal in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
But has turned out to have been banned.
It might be curtains.
From the World Championships because they tested XY positive chromosome, which means they're male. They didn't appeal against the ban, and they refuse to take a test now. But they want to say, hey, look at my passport. I'm a woman.
Yeah, this is...
What? What? Literally what? Literally what?
You know, this,
None of this is
subject, the fact that we have to talk this deeply about it, is actually...
Now, do you see what we got here? All right. This is half of the conversation here. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 people that are dead set not just against allowing trans women to participate in sports, right? They're against allowing cis women to participate in sports unless they can prove that they don't have XY chromosomes or some other, some other genetic anomaly that puts them under, that category of exclusion, right? This is a genetically engineered conversation. If I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Somebody call Mephisto, all right? We're gonna start seeing monkeys with 4 butts.
Insane, because any human being on the planet that has any
In fact, there's one right there, and she's talking about human beings on the planet.
Common sense, and of course, this is why only Democrats disagree with this. If it's a man, they cannot
Riley Gaines looks like she might be part of Mr. Mephisto's lab.
Compete with women. This is not about anything that has to do with trans people, but of course, naturally, what you do, you start attacking. Oh, you're attacking Kamala about race. She's the one that's saying she's Indian and black. We don't care. I don't think race should be talked about, but you guys make it your entire platform. If she...
Oh, great, she's colorblind. That's a really great point of view. That's not completely ridiculous.
So who cares? It doesn't matter. What are her policies? You guys don't talk about that, and when then Trump brings it up, you get upset. It should be about protecting women. We don't care. I don't care. I mean, I live in LA. These are the least of my...
Protecting women. We gotta be about protecting women. That's what our policy should be about protecting women, but only biological women.
My worries. I'm too busy trying to make sure I don't get robbed walking down the street. Yeah, and it's like you...
Oh, yeah, that's awesome with those record low crime rates. That's, I'm glad you got your priorities straight there, Emily.
Protect women, keep men out of women's sports. There is no one on the planet who should be able to disagree with it, but of course, Democrats do, because I don't know. You guys are nuts. I don't know what to tell you. This is a very black and white situation. This is literally just about protecting...
I mean, look, the only way that you can portray this viewpoint as nuts and marginal is if you set up a situation where you've literally got a 4-on-2. You've literally got 2/3 of the panel in agreement. Not that trans women don't deserve to play in sports, but that cis women need to take a fucking karyotype test to make sure that they really fit under our shrinking umbrella, honestly, of what is a woman.
The woman. Then again, I know you guys don't really know what a woman is, so of course you might have to...
There we go. Did I fucking call it or did I call it? I feel like JoJo from part 2. I feel like I'm doing the JoJo from part 2. You're next you will say blah blah blah.
Confusion, and especially...
Nani? Nani?
All about like women's rights. Okay, well, you guys weren't about women's rights when it came to forcing them to get a vaccine, but that's a whole nother story.
Oh my God, you are the, yeah, that is a whole nother story. You are non sequitur queen. The real women's rights, the right to spread COVID. Oh my God, you're like the only one who thinks that. You're the only one who would think that. That is a unique thought, Emily. You're a unique person and not in a good way.
Let me bring in Cenk, who's been foaming at the mouth there. I mean, Cenk, I've got a 12-year-old daughter, and if she was competing...
Okay, that's got me worried. You've got a 12-year-old daughter. That's, wow. What does your dad do? He's Pierce Morgan. God. He used to be on the news, but now he runs a YouTube channel.
Any kind of elite level sport was potentially going to enter the... Well, you may throw your hands up in fury, but actually I don't...
It doesn't look like fury to me.
Want to getting into a situation...
And look, Jink is given to fury. Jink is given to overreacting, right? I mean, if he was like, I told you, I didn't have great confidence with him being like, you know, one of the two people that's like on our side in this debate here, marginally. But no, he's not furious, Pierce. Pierce, are you mad?
Situation where her dreams and aspirations in women's sport are curtailed because people like...
Her dreams and aspirations are curtailed by the fact that she cannot take a punch, which is part of what boxing is. You have to take a punch. 9 women have beaten Iman. She is not like, look, honestly, Angela was going nowhere fast. If you got your wish and Khalid was eliminated from competition, this Italian cop lady would not fucking come close to meddling. I'm not trying to be mean here, but she's more like Riley Gaines in terms of her chances of succeeding in her sport.
You think it's fine?
She might as well get a job with Riley Gaines, like, right? That's her best bet now. I don't go back to being a cop in Italy.
Biological males to compete against
the biological male.
Biological women. It's not
biological women.
Fine. It's grotesquely unfair. Now,
it's grotesque. Let me tell you about the biological man. Let me look up your skirt and see if you're a biological man or not.
You might say, as Wajahat has done, well, we can't believe a word of the tests that were done because Russia was behind. Okay, so do another test right now at the Olympics and show us the results. And if it turns out they are both XY chromosome, would you then change your mind? Yes or no?
Oh, is Jink going to get pinned down on this? I actually want to know what his answer is.
So you guys have no idea what my positions are. I've been fighting the left on this issue for a while.
I'm sorry, did I say 4-on-2? Did I say 4-on-2? Did I say this debate was 4-on-2? I meant 5-on-1. Jesus Christ, Pierce.
And a lot of people got really mad.
I mean, look, he's right. He's right. They apparently do not know Jink, you know. Jink's
peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
No, they're not familiar with Jink's views on these issues.
At us. I believe the Olympics should do the testing. I believe that it doesn't help trans women to compete in women's events.
But no, look, I know that he means that they should find out if the contestants are trans or not, and not let them compete if they're trans. But does he mean that we should take biological women, cis women, right, who have an XY, and regardless of whether that it actually, you know, bestows any sort of advantage, right? Just tell them, I'm sorry, your stint in competing in women's sports is over. If you would like to apply for the male division, here's the application for 4 years from now.
especially in context.
Because if you want to talk about foreclosing on somebody's dream, that is a great way to do it.
Now, having said that, this whole thing is based on a lie. The IBA never showed that test. It's a Russian loon who runs it. It was a Russian sponsor, their only sponsor, and they
So do another
were worried
one.
that she was going to be. Hold
do
on,
another one
let me
now.
actually finish, because you've been lying about it the whole time, Piers. Can I just finally
No,
tell
I
the
haven't.
truth to your viewers? They never presented that case. There's no test. They totally made it up. Because they were
So
worried
why
that she was
didn't
going to
they
be a
appeal?
Russian boxer. Do
Why
you know how
didn't
many
they
times
appeal?
she's lost? She's lost.
So, Cenk,
she's lost.
why
9
didn't she appeal?
times. She's not
Why
some
didn't
sort
she
of
appeal?
demigod. She doesn't have XY chromosomes.
Why
you guys
didn't
are
she
just
appeal?
Totally making it up. Because
Yeah, you know about the demigods and their XY chromosomes.
Making it up.
Did you watch the press conference yesterday?
No, first of all, Piers, let's go one step at a time. One step at a time. Do you admit that test has never been shown publicly, and you're all taking the word of an absolute Russian lunatic who also said that the IOC was run by a pedophile in chief? Just totally.
Oh, I believe it was a satanic pedophile, wasn't it? It was a bit more than a pedophile. I believe that there was a little bit more there than. I believe there was a little bit more meat on those bones than he's letting on to.
You've never seen
All
the
right,
test.
let me ask you.
You're pretending
Let
it's
me ask
real
you.
when it's never been
because-
real.
All right, let me ask you, before I go to Riley,
hasn't been
let me
shown
just ask you,
publicly
Cenk.
because the
Hang on, Riley,
Taiwanese
hang on.
Olympic Committee.
Hang on, Riley, I'll come to you, Riley. Hang on one sec. Cenk, I'm just going to ask you one more time. If they do another test, as I believe they absolutely should.
I think he's going to answer yes. I think he's willing to eliminate and end athlete's Olympic dreams if their tests come back XY, no questions asked. Now I wonder what he would have said about Caster Semenya.
To preserve the integrity of the Olympics, which promotes fairness and inclusion and equality, but is not doing that to women. If they do another test and it turns out they are both XY chromosome, would you accept that that means they should not be competing in women's sport? Yes or no?
So for the Olympics, she would still qualify, but I would disagree with the Olympics. I don't think she should compete
So you agree with
in
me?
women's
Okay.
sports if she has XY chromosome. No, but Piers, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, our positions are not at all unreasonable. But you guys, you don't even know that she has XY chromosomes. It's totally made up. But you are so obsessed with this trans issue. You mentioned.
Does he see though how playing ball with him as far as like the hypothetical is like playing into his hands as far as the debate goes, right? Especially given his audience, right? Jink is right. His audience has not heard the truth. His audience is largely like, and I don't know which ones of these people are ignorant of the facts and which ones of these people are obfuscating the facts, right? But I assume the audience is largely ignorant, right? So when you play ball with and entertain that possibility and be like, I mean, I'm actually glad to know that Jink also wants, like, you know, cis women to potentially be barred from the Olympics as well. Now, he hasn't said that you should, you know, call that person he, him, and that you should consider them a man. But I then again, I wonder then what basis, you know, he's kicking them out of their, you know, spots on their respective teams. But yeah, when you entertain these hypotheticals, you know, you're reinforcing Pierce's claim. In this case, although I'm, you know, I was curious myself what his opinion on that was. It probably would have been better of you not to like play ball with that. And you know how these debates work, right? It's not good faith. They're not going to answer your questions. They have dodged your questions. You don't owe them an answer to their question, especially when it's being asked. It's like a when did you stop beating your wife kind of question, right? There's not you answering it even in the way that you think is appropriate, feeds into their narrative.
You have a 12-year-old girl. I have a 12-year-old girl. I don't mind if she competes against.
Yeah, the boxing organization was barred from the IOC due to allegations of widespread corruption. Yeah.
Junior high and high school.
You
what are you
don't?
going to do? Check the
Really?
genitals of all those kids? What are you guys nuts? Now,
I
at the
don't
professional
mind.
level, that's a different story.
I do mind. I can't believe that. So you would be quite
All right,
happy
go check the
for your
generals of all
daughter.
the kids, you
You'd be
lose.
quite happy for your
Total,
daughter to
utter
get beaten by
lose.
biological males. Completely insane. There's a whole reason.
Wait, that's literally not what he's saying. That's not his opinion. What is Pierce talking about, right? Like I said, this isn't a 4-to-1 debate. This is a 5-to-1. Jink agrees with them on the question of, like, not just trans women not being able to compete in women's sports, but on cis women if they have, some kind of a DSD, potentially not being able to. Yeah, I mean, it's not even potentially, right? This is like he's like literally on their side. They won't take the help.
We separate the sexes at the Olympics. You know what it is? If we didn't, women wouldn't win anything. Let me get a Riley.
That's not true, actually.
Riley, as the only elite athlete, I believe, amongst us today.
No, actually not an elite athlete. A failed athlete, a retired athlete, a unsuccessful athlete, not a top-level athlete at all. A 5th place athlete, and I don't even think that was the finals. I think that was 5th place in like a heat.
Correct me if I'm wrong, panel. But
Riley had a career that was going nowhere. And now she has a career being a professional transphobe.
You watched that whole press conference. I didn't get the feeling it was just the word of one raging Russian loon, because I heard a lot of non-Russian accents getting involved as well. It doesn't change the fact, as he said, they were found to have XY chromosomes in a test. They had a chance to appeal that to avoid being banned, and they chose not to appeal it. That is so damning. And even if it isn't, even if it was all terribly unfair, as Cenk and Wajah would like us to believe.
He's not saying it's terribly unfair. He's saying it's untrue.
Do another damn.
And please, if it is true, prove otherwise. Prove otherwise. You are going off of the words, the unqualified, and I mean qualified by, like, there's no proof shown with it. There's no reference. There's no receipt, so to speak, right? It's just a statement, an attestation, if you will, of a Russian crime boss that has taken over a boxing federation, which has then been dropped from everyone.
Test that.
That is your source, right? And Jake is not saying that it's unfair and that he wants, like, women who have an XY to be able to compete. He's saying it's untrue, unsubstantiated.
Show the world you're actually biological women, and there's a reason they're not doing it. Riley.
Absolutely. Yeah, what do conservatives think that Algeria is like? Yeah, super trans friendly. Absolutely. That's obviously what it's super woke. Algeria is woke.
We see a lot of information being pushed out there that these are just cisgender women with elevated levels of testosterone. The IBA made it very clear they did not do testosterone level testing. They never did that, not even one time. We don't know what these athletes' testosterone levels are.
We don't know what test they did. That's the point. They wouldn't say, right? If they were more sure about the results, why were they so fucking cagey with this?
What they did do was test the karyotypes of these athletes. The only requirement was
karyotype, as in it rhymes with stereotype. I believe she means karyotype.
That these athletes had XX chromosomes and they failed the test. No, they haven't come out and explicitly said these athletes have XY chromosomes, but that's because the Algerian and Taiwanese Olympic Committee have refused the IBA to release these results. I mean, the requirement was have XX chromosomes and they failed that. Therefore, let's use intuitive thinking here. Let's use our brains. We all have them. That means they have a Y chromosome. And if you have a Y chromosome, you are
using deductive logic in combination with an unreliable narrator, okay? Deductive logic works when you have facts, right? You know that person A's name does not contain C. You know that person, I don't know, like whatever kind of deductive logic puzzle you wanna do, right? You gotta know your facts. If the facts are unsubstantiated, if the facts are unreliable, if the facts are possibly, a misrepresentation, you cannot use deductive logic to proceed.
A male. I mean, do we need to send like